ARC4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 22, Weakness. Subaru woke in the darkness and slowly sat himself up. Pulling aside the thin blanket covering over his body, he did a light stretch while taking care not to make any noise. Pressing back a yawn and turning his neck about, he could hear a multitude of snoring around him. Although he had been sleeping in a corner of a crowd of sleepers scattered all over the floor, Subaru appeared to be the only one who was awake. It was only natural. The sky was still dark outside the great window of the cathedral, and it was not yet the hour for the sun to show its face. Even though he couldn't tell the time without the convenience of a clock, it was clearly still middle of the night, and not an hour suitable for human activity. Usually, he'd keep sleeping even after the sun came up, but… Subaru, I went to bed too early and now I couldn't fall asleep, huh? Makes me miss the days when I get to slack off whenever I have time. Roughly scratching his head, Subaru folded his blanket, and quietly pulled himself out of bed. The masses of people sleeping around him were the refugees from Arlam village, currently confined along with Roswell within the sanctuary. Subaru had given up his place in the small residence allotted to him, and decided to pass the night here in their company. The reason was not so complicated. Inside the cathedral, the people had given Subaru a spot in the corner behind the front wall. It was probably because they were looking out for him that they gave him in such a comfortable spot. On the other hand, if there was just one downside, it would have probably been the fact that all the children were also bunched around him. But then again, the children liked Subaru, so naturally they came snuggling next to him, and while the adults remained in a state of confinement, he thought it would be best to lighten the burden of the children as much as possible. So he had no complaints once he thought about it that way. Subaru, it really isn't like me to be thinking about these kinds of things, is it? He couldn't help but smile at himself bitterly for becoming so considerate all of a sudden. After all, life's no fun if you get too hung up about such complicated things. Being careful not to wake the children, who were noisily sleeping in full force, Subaru passed through the mire of sleeping villagers instead on his way out of the cathedral. A damp wind came greeting him as he went out. The lukewarm air was neither warm nor cold, and only managed to add to his discomfort index. Looking up, the thick clouds that had lined up in the sky had covered over the pleasing radiance of the previous night's stars. The layers upon layers of clouds moved rapidly along with the wind. He wasn't sure if the weather would turn, but it was unlikely that it would be a clear day ahead. Subaru, come to think of it, I haven't encountered a drop of rain since I got here. Going by what everyone said, I would imagine there's something like seasons here. He seemed to remember hearing at some point that the seasons here were split into red sun, blue sun, yellow sun, and green sun, each matching a magical element type. If these were like the seasons of the original world, perhaps there would be a rainy season somewhere in there as well. The temperatures were neither too hot nor too cold right now, and the feeling of the wind precisely matched his impression of the days that preceded the summer rains. Subaru, during the rainy seasons, it's always a headache that the laundry wouldn't dry. The 10,000-year futon is in a precarious situation to begin with. If it doesn't get dried in the sun on the occasional holiday, we'll be in trouble, but then again, every day was a holiday for me. Basically, since he was always on the futon, there was no chance to actually dry the futon. Occasionally, his mother would run out of patience and roll Subaru off the futon and snatch it from him, and then offer it up to the fragrant rays of Mr. Sun Summer, as was the Natsuki family way. Reminiscing on those nostalgic days, Subaru loosened up the different parts of his body with the usual radio calisthenics. The great cathedral, true to its name, was an enormous building covering over a huge plot of land, and even with the sleepers all strewn about the floor, there was still enough room for each person to stretch their limbs. Blankets had been distributed to everyone as well, so there were no complaints in that regard. If there was anything he was dissatisfied with, it would have been a question of luxury, as having to sleep on the hard floor had been putting pressure on several points in his body. Subaru, I miss my old flattened futon, or the fluffy bed in the mansion. But it's only my 4th or 5th day. Just imagine what the other people must feel about having to sleep like this all this time. Even though everyone acted like they were in high spirits in front of Subaru, it was undeniable that their faces were growing more burdened with each passing day. At mealtimes and the likes, Subaru would fool around and rouse up their smiling faces, but other than that, everyone rarely spoke, most likely because of the stress. After an evacuation they didn't wish for, they had become imprisoned in their place of refuge. The Lord to whom they had originally directed their discontent was already wounded on their behalf, and so, more than discontent about their present situation, the sentiment among the villagers was closer to anxiety regarding their future. Since Subaru was technically a part of the Lord's faction, it wouldn't have come as a surprise if the villagers blamed him for their plight, but Subaru, they didn't even blame me like I expected. It's really a failure on the leadership's part to have to depend on the good sensibility of its people like this. The truth is, the main reason the villagers didn't turn on Subaru was because they still felt a strong sense of gratitude and indebtedness toward him. It's just that Subaru himself didn't think so highly of his own achievements, so he was still under the impression that the refugees were just simple-minded. But Subaru, I can't get used to living off of everyone's good graces like this. Subaru and the others have already entered their 6th day since they arrived at the sanctuary. The refugees had arrived almost a week before Subaru did, so they have actually already spent nearly 2 weeks in captivity. They have already heard from Subaru how the people who evacuated to the capital had returned safely, so there wasn't too much worry about their separated family members, but having nothing to do for 2 weeks was beginning to take a mental toll. Moreover, it was only a matter of time before the sympathy generated by Roswell's YOLO self-destruct battle plan wore off. When that time comes, the villagers and the locals would be on a course set to collide, and that was something he mustn't allow, if he wished to obtain the support of both sides. Subaru, in fact, I'm stuck. What should I do? ? That's far enough right there, not another step, yeah? While he was shaking his head worrying, he was stopped mid-step by a shout. Subaru froze in his posture with 1 foot off the ground, and looked around by turning his eyes with his head still halfway through a headshake. Within his field of vision, there was nothing but trees in the vast darkness that shrouded over the forest. Wandering not far from the vicinity of the cathedral, the one Subaru found was Garfield, taking a stroll so early in the morning? Can't tell if you got a nice hobby or if you're just in a laid-back mood. Feels like moojig getting lost between the red and green berries here. Muttering another one of his usual idioms that didn't sound familiar at all, above Subaru's head, the golden-haired youth leapt off of a branch, and flew down. All short hair standing on end, Garfield landed on all 4 limbs upon the grass without making a sound, and closed one of his eyes as he looked up at Subaru. Garfield, you don't look too surprised. Then where's the fun in scaring ya? Subaru, I might have been scared if I didn't think I'd run into you, but I had a feeling I'd find you if I wandered around here. Didn't expect you to come from up in the trees though. Garfield, you were looking for me? Looking skeptical, Garfield stood up, facing against Subaru who was a half a head taller than he was. Subaru straightened up his chest rather pointlessly, and replied, "Aha. Subaru, I thought it was too early and the chances wouldn't be very good, but I'm glad I bumped into you. Just curious though, why did you want to scare me?" Garfield, it's no big deal. Ahead from here, that side of the forest's my hunting ground. If you get yourself lost in there I might end up crunching on your neck, that's all. Subaru, don't just say that like it's no big deal. That was totally a big deal. Shocked by how casually Garfield let that frightening information slip, Subaru's indignant protest resounded outwards. Ripping through the silence of the forest in between the dawn and the dark of night, sending the sleeping birds and beasts scurrying in retreat. Garfield, TCH. Oi, you just scared 'em all away, what am I gonna eat now? Subaru, they're a bunch cowards. If you eat wimpy guys like that you'll only absorb their weakness anyway. Is one way to think about it, so how about we just magnanimously let that slide this time? Garfield, or how about I make all the meat disappear from your plate from this day onwards to make up for it? Subaru, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Please forgive me. Today I'll go fishing with Otto down by the river and make it up to you. There wasn't much for a merchant to do in these last few days, so Otto took up fishing, and had been heading to the river every day. Unfortunately, all his customers were about 5 centimeters long, so he had pretty much been giving away free bait for nothing, which seemed just like something Otto would do. Hearing Otto's name come up, Garfield smirked up the corner of his mouth and bared his fangs.
Garfield, ha, that lil bro's got such abysmal luck it doesn't even make sense. Not like his head's dumb or anything. But he's just like how even the sky bewails how sensitive Denzin's to the rain, yeah?
Subaru, well, I say he's a unique character that's here to liven up the mood, something that should be a part of every household, and pretty good for bouncing jokes off of.
He's also saved my ass quite a few times.
But he's mostly for livening up the mood, though. If Otto was around to hear that, he would probably be protesting with tears in his eyes about the merciless review he got. Listening to these not exactly flattering compliments, Garfield scratched his ear with a finger, muttering, "Livening up the mood, huh?" Garfield, then, how's the livening up working out for ya?
Subaru, what do you mean? Garfield, don't play dumb.
It's pretty obvious fellas in Cathedral are almost at their limits. Don't need me to tell you this, but you and the lil bro can't keep 'em distracted forever. Subaru, you got me where it hurts there, you know, you're surprisingly observant sometimes. Garfield had caught onto Subaru's concerns precisely.
Receiving this unexpected compliment from Subaru, Garfield crunched up his nose.
Garfield, course off all kinds of reasons, I got to be the one who gets to see those Cathedral guys the most. After all, the other guys included in the granny barely would even show their face.
Naturally, this is how it turned out.
Subaru, to think you're actually the guy preparing the meals for us.
The first time I saw that I thought there was something wrong with my eyes for a second.
Garfield, if you want the food to taste the way you want it, you gotta have to it yourself. Anyway, I'm not talking about that. Taking a step forward, Garfield raised up a single finger in front of Subaru's face.
Garfield, the hostage fellas are close to their limit.
How long are you gonna keep up this pointless struggle for?
Subaru, pointless struggle. I don't know what you mean. Garfield, ha.
You got some guts to say that. What else you gonna call it besides pointless struggling? You've already been stuck in the same place for 3 goddamn days. Noticing Subaru's tone weaken, Garfield sneered back at him through the gaps between his teeth. Subaru opened his mouth wanting to refute him, but, unable to think of anything off the top of his head, no words came out. Seeing him like this, a tinge of disappointment emerged in Garfield's narrowed, emerald green eyes. Garfield, cough it up.
What are you really thinking?
Gonna wait till I cut open your gut before you talk? Subaru, talking about cutting open guts kind of brings back some bad memories for me, so I'd prefer if you don't phrase it like that, although, judging by the atmosphere, you might not be joking.
Garfield was slouching down his already short body.
Although his attitude wasn't hostile, an unearthly aura of rage was emanating from his entire body. While it was physical and direct, Subaru didn't feel the need to worry about its violence being directed toward him.
However, Subaru, first, let's just be clear on this. I'm on Emilia's side. I have total faith in her, without the slightest doubt.
So I believe without a doubt that even if it takes time, Emilia will break through the trials.
Garfield, as if I'd believe that tall tale at this point. Your sheltered Princess Summer already had to be pulled out of there crying 3 days in a row now. You honestly think she can do it? Their opinions were completely irreconcilable. Garfield's gaze held a sharpness that did not hide his contempt.
While Subaru was at a disadvantage, he nonetheless tried to meet it by making his Sanpaku eyes as sharp as he could. His feelings for Emilia would not allow him to lose.
This was the morning of the 6th day since Subaru and the others arrived in the sanctuary,
and 3 days had already passed since Subaru broke through the first trial.
If you were to ask what happened in that time, then
Garfield never would have thought there'd be a restriction on starting the second trial long as someone's stuck in the first one.
Thanks to that, the trial's not made a bite of progress in 3 damn days.
Subaru, Garfield, if we knew it was gonna be like this we might as well have sent you in alone, yeah? That way, at least we won't be tripping over the same rock you already could have stepped over. Garfield's words didn't conceal any of his bitterness, but he was right.
He had described the reality facing Subaru and Emilia exactly as it was.
Since Subaru passed the first trial 3 days ago, there had been no progress made in the trials of the tomb.
The reason was simple.
Emilia was still in the first trial.
That is, she still couldn't overcome her past.
Subaru, the past that needs to be resolved is different for everyone. Unlike me, who got to live a carefree life, obviously she'd be weighed down by all sorts of things.
So I don't think of her as a burden at all.
Garfield, that's so? Why just being gentle with the one you've got a thing for? But do you think anyone else cares about her like you do? Honestly, my opinion of Princess Summer's been dropping down, even as we speak. Subaru, that's...
Garfield, it's about time you admitted it. If we get rid of Princess Summer, at least you can get your ass into the second trial.
That way, least we'd be doing something real about freeing this place. Anyone can figure out that much. Garfield's made it sound easy, but it was a decision that would mean trampling on Emilia's resolve. It would mean abandoning the bulk of Roswell's designs, and tarnishing that pristine nobility of Emilia's heart which Subaru believed in.
No matter what, we'll not agree to it.
But what made Subaru hesitate instead of firmly shaking his head was, Subaru, if only there was time, she can definitely get through it. There wouldn't be any need to rush her or hurry her.
But
Garfield, even you can see that time's not something we have, right? Beginning with me, our short-tempered guys in the sanctuary are starting to run out of patience, and the hostage fellas aren't gonna take much longer of being caged in. It's only a matter of time before growing discontent bursts, don't you think?
in the end, it was all a problem of limited time.
No matter what kind of past Emilia must face, Subaru had no doubt that she will overcome it in the end. But it takes time to defeat such deep-rooted wounds. If Subaru could help, he'd have the spirit to challenge anything in the face of all hardships. But the bygone past existed only within her, and Subaru had no way to offer his outstretched hand. From Rem, Subaru had received the courage to face his past, and he couldn't help but wonder if somehow he could do the same for Emilia.
As long as there was time, she will be able to overcome the trials, but right now, they didn't have the time for that.
Just as Garfield pointed out, the two groups inside the sanctuary were both nearing their limits while time was constantly draining away.
They mustn't wait any longer. Therefore, Subaru came to a single conclusion.
Subaru, I have a proposal. Touching his jaw, Subaru wrenched out these words between his lips. Seeing the change in Subaru's expression, Garfield closed one eye and twisted his mouth into the shape of smile. Garfield, I'm all ears. Subaru, I think we can agree that the problem for both sides is time.
I have faith in Emilia to pass the trials, but to do it she needs time.
On the other hand, you guys are right on the verge of the time limit before balance collapses. No problems so far?
Garfield, nothing wrong so far. If I just got one thing to add, I honestly doubt Princess Summer will end up passing the trials, or if she's even capable of it.
Subaru, I think we should just reserve our own opinions on that part. Either way, if we can both agree that time will become the bottleneck, then you should be interested to hear my proposal. Listening to Subaru's case, Garfield touched the white scar on his forehead without saying a word. Sensing that Garfield was beckoning him to continue, Subaru returned a nod, and Subaru, right now, the imprisoned refugees are at the end of their ropes.
It won't be long before someone breaks, and in the worst case, there could be a clash between the factions inside the sanctuary.
Garfield, won't really worry to me if that happens?
Even if there's a mob of 100 or 2 villagers, I'll just be flipping them all back, not much to it.
Subaru, there's 42, and it's not a matter of what you'll do. I'm talking about an undesirable conflict, and the damage it would cause. I'm sure even you don't want to use violence on the people you've been making meals for every day, do you?
Garfield, well, you got a point.
Turning his gaze away, Garfield clicked his tongue somewhat awkwardly. From his reaction, Subaru could sense that Garfield had some goodness inside, and secretly nodded in his heart. Subaru, so, To avoid such a conflict, I would like to request the release of the prisoners.
As it is, I don't think they have any more value as hostages. What do you say?
Garfield, oi, hold it. This and that are two different stories, aren't they? First tell me what you mean they're no good as hostages?
Subaru, in the first place, the reason you imprisoned them was to lure us.
Or rather, lure Amelia here, wasn't it?
We already entered the sanctuary as you intended, and began the trials in accordance with your conditions.
The food and care, and the need to watch over the hostages aren't free, and you don't have unlimited supply. In fact, the fact that you are diligently out here hunting at a time somewhere between night and dawn couldn't have nothing to do with it. From what Subaru can see, the sanctuary was a vast territory when including the forests, but only an extremely small portion of that was being used. In fact, the number of half-bloods living in the sanctuary was probably about the same as the number of refugees from Arlam village.
To put it simply, the food consumption within the sanctuary would have been doubled from what it was before.
Due to the special characteristics of the land, it was obviously unlikely that they'd be able to purchase any food from traveling traders, so their food could only be coming primarily from hunting and local produce.
Therefore,
Subaru, there's no need to keep holding on to hostages that'll only be a burden on your supplies.
even without the hostages, we already have no way to leave, now that we're halfway through the trials.
Garfield, is that so? Either way, immediately upon entering the sanctuary, the half
Princess Summer would already have been bound by the curse of the land.
If Princess Summer wants to leave, one way or another, the trials will have to be overcome.
Ah, so that's how it is.
Saying this while digesting the meaning of Subaru's proposal, Garfield nodded several times as his cheeks twisted into a cruel smile. Seeing him like this, Subaru understood that he certainly wasn't slow in the head at all. Aside from his usual attitudes, if it was purely a matter of making decisions based on the facts, then
Garfield, if we release the hostages, whether it's food supplies or internal rifts, we'll get to avoid these unavoidable problems. That's the idea, yeah?
In fact, looks like the only thing standing in between the hostages and an outside world is me, ain't it? Subaru, if everything had been going along with your plans so far, wouldn't you prefer to let it carry on to the end? After all, your goal is to be released from the sanctuary, not mutual destruction. Garfield, guess that's what it'd be if we respect the granny's opinions.
Well, it's just details anyway.
With a wave of his hand, Garfield took in Subaru's opinion for the time being. Then, touching his jaw, he sank deep into thought. Garfield, but why on earth do you come talking to me?
The head of this place is Granny, not me?
If you wanted someone to approve your idea, you could have done better talking to Granny. I'd haven't say it myself, but you do realize talking to me could just be making things more complicated? Subaru, it's to keep things from getting complicated that I'm talking to you. If I properly explain all the pros and cons to Louis-san, I think I could convince her. But if I do that, I still wouldn't know how you'd react. If it was the rational and pragmatic Louis, she would probably accept Subaru's proposal without any issues. In fact, Subaru was confident that he could convince her. But when it came time to face Garfield after concluding the high-level talks, then Subaru, one way or another, convincing you is the hard part. Unfortunately, according to my self-assessments, I'll be totally helpless if you decide to use force. So I figured I should sort out the unpredictable factors first, so that I won't have to worry about them later. Garfield, ain't that a pretty clever way of thinking, oi? That's it, yeah?
If you bring your proposal to Granny, I'll come screwing it up, that it?
You got something you wanna say to me?
Wanna say it with my fist in your face, huh?
Subaru, we were just having a civilized conversation a few seconds ago, how did it suddenly go tumbling in that direction? Garfield, I only get to use my head for talking for 3 minutes, tops, you already gone over the time limit, no point saying anything now. Subaru, why are you saying that looking so smug?
Garfield held up his fists, and Subaru held up his hands to surrender.
Of course, Garfield wasn't being serious, and only sighed as if he was bored, and
Garfield, getting hit with this stuff first thing in the morning. Yeah, sure, do what you want. If you can convince Granny, I won't say nothing. They're a damn nuisance anyway. Do it however you like, long as you get rid of them.
Subaru, is that so? Then I'll take you up on that and.
Garfield, but, I got one condition.
Just as Subaru thought he had passed over the most unpredictable hurdle and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Garfield's words came down like a bucket of cold water. Seeing Subaru furrow his brows, Garfield stuck out a single finger.
Garfield, whether I accept your proposal is one thing. But if you don't accept mine, there's nothing we got to talk about. Subaru, but this benefits on your end as well. There's food supplies, and you'll be avoiding infighting.
Garfield, you think either of those matters to me?
If we run out of food for the hostages, we could always start culling the herd.
If some of the guys lose it and start getting violent, I'm moron enough to handle it myself. We aren't on equal footings here, you understand?
Subaru, what's your condition?
Hearing Subaru wrench out these words while gritting his teeth, Garfield tossed back, shoulda said that in the first place, and clacked his canine fangs.
Then, looking over Subaru from head to toe.
Garfield, no, the sanctuary's conditions are simple.
You'll be the one to take the trials. Do that, and the rest is easy.
Subaru, wait, that can't be right. If I do that, then the whole point of. It's true that this option had went through Subaru's mind many times before. But, it was only the last resort, the one he must try to avoid if he could.
More importantly, if he did so, then all of Emilia's efforts up to now would be.
Garfield, you might be misunderstanding something, so let me tell you now, me or Granny or Thuthers, long as we get released from the sanctuary, we don't really care who does it. Subaru, Garfield, if you want Princess Summer to do it and get some compliments from the hostages or Granny or others, that's just your thing. It's none of my business what happened in your pasts or why you're wanting to get over 'em. All in all, it's just your own problems, ain't it?
There was no way to argue with that.
Garfield was absolutely right, and Subaru, having completely overlooked their side of the story, had no right to insist on such things. Just as he said, whether it was wanting Emilia to take the trials, or wanting her to be the one to overcome it, they were all just Subaru's own problems.
And even more than that,
Garfield, besides, is it really so important to overcome the past? Subaru, eh?
Garfield, it's been 3 days.
3. We had to watch Princess Summer going into the trials every day and pull her out crying. Honestly, I can't stand watching anymore.
Subaru, can't stand
watching. Garfield, her getting pumped up for nothing only che all hurt? Getting ahead of herself like I have to do it no matter what, and coming back whimpering and apologizing sorry she couldn't do it. So why in the hell are you still making Princess Summer take the trials? Garfield's words accurately summed up what happened to Emilia over past 3 days. The next night after the beginning of the trials, Emilia challenged the first trial for the second time, and again she failed to overcome her past. But more importantly, Subaru, who had gone in with her, was not sent into a trial at all. At first, Subaru couldn't understand why the tomb had left him out, but Emilia answered him when she returned halfway through the trial. Someone in the trial had told her the reason why Subaru couldn't begin the next trial.
It was very simple. The second trial takes place in the room beyond the first trial.
Inside the tomb, in the back of the room where the first trial took place, there was a sealed rectangular door. Subaru originally thought it would only open after all 3 trials had been passed, but in fact, it was the second trial waiting on the other side.
Only someone who had passed the first trial would be qualified to proceed.
In other words, if Subaru wasn't alone, he would not be able to challenge the second trial. And the reason he didn't go alone even after he knew this was
Subaru, Emilia, will definitely overcome the trials. So we. Garfield, that expectation's just a bit too heavy, isn't it? You don't see Princess Summer suffering enough as it is?
Making her force herself to face those memories, hurting and making her end up looking like that, is that what you people wanted? Is that what Princess Summer wants?
My head's too dumb to understand it.
Subaru, what Emilia wants. Garfield said those words while scratching at his head, but to Subaru, it was like the jolt of being woken up from having ice water poured over his face.
Up until now, Subaru had respected Emilia's resolve to take on the trials, and had devoted all his efforts to support her.
Even knowing that it will be an arduous path, as long as she doesn't give up, he would continue to lend her his hand. And, even as she continued to stand back up time and time again, it never once occurred to him to find out what she really wanted. Come to think of it, Subaru didn't even know why Emilia wanted to be king. The declaration she made in the Royal Selection Hall, about her intention to bring equality to all, could not possibly have been her reason to want to become the king. From the unfair treatment and prejudice she continued to receive, one could imagine what must have accompanied Emilia all throughout her life. What were her thoughts as she lived through that? What were her feelings, her beliefs, that made her decide to aim for the throne? Even in spite of his unrelenting desire to be at her side and to become her support, Subaru had neglected to ask the questions he should have asked at the start. How did Emilia and Roswell meet in the first place?
Why would Roswell help a half-elf become king?
Her qualification to be king, to be the high priestess of the dragon, was proven by the gem on the insignia, but how did Roswell get the chance to let the insignia touch her hand? What kind of common interests did Emilia and Roswell have that made them form this cooperative relationship? Subaru didn't know a single one those answers.
He had managed to come this far, without knowing a thing.
Garfield, oi, don't know what kind of shock we're busy experiencing, but if you got nothing else to say, I'm gonna go.
I'm still in th' middle of hunting.
En bout that proposal, if ye agreed me condition, go ahead and tell Granny about it.
I won't be bothering with the rest of it.
After giving Subaru, who remained in suspended animation, a shrug, Garfield's figure disappeared into the dawn-lit forest. Before he noticed it, the morning sun had already chased away the shroud of night, and the dense tangle of the shade-befallen forest had given way to the quiet peace of morning, with dewdrops resting upon sprouting leaves. It was that kind of hour. Left behind, Subaru looked up at the sky. Above, between the gaps of trees and through the towering clouds, he caught a glimpse of the emerging sun, which, soon hiding behind the clouds once more, vanished along with the momentary radiance it brought upon the world. Squinting his eyes at that momentary light, Subaru started to walk. Subaru, all I saw was myself facing my past, finding closure, and feeling glad that I did. But, for Emilia, Subaru had been convinced that it was something anyone could resolve and walk away from. Because he had been healed by the warmth of those memories he received, he was convinced that saying farewell to the past was the only way forward.
Being so smothered by the kindness of those around him, Subaru got the impression that the past was something that ought to be looked back on. Yet, Subaru's thoughts.
Emilia, Baru?
For that silver-haired girl hugging her knees in the corner of the room, how heavily they must have been weighing down on her.
Inside the house assigned to her, sitting on the ice-cold floor beside her bed, Emilia was quietly, waiting for time to pass. She was usually no good in the mornings, but it didn't come as a surprise to find her awake so early. Her eyes as they turned to him were bloodshot, and across her beautiful, majestic face were dark streaks left behind by tears. The fact that she hadn't slept for a second was as clear as day.
Noticing Subaru's arrival, she turned her face away so he would not see that she had been crying.
Emilia, sorry.
Is it time?
It's time already?
It's sooner than I thought. But, I must do my best. It's time for the trials, isn't it? Subaru, Emilia Tan.
Emilia, it's all right. Today for sure, this time, for sure, I will definitely pass. I'm already figuring out more or less what is going to happen in the trial. See, it's the same patterns. Subaru said, yeah, see, I know. So, I'm all right. Subaru, Emilia Tan, it's fine.
It's not nighttime yet, last night hasn't even ended. It's morning now. It's still a long time away.
Emilia, I'll be able to tell if you try to dupe me. Because, Look, it's dark outside. Mornings should be brighter, but my conversation with the microspirits today. Looking up at Subaru, mumbling this under her breath, Emilia's eyes were shuddering. Inside them were the shock and anger at herself for having failed to abide by her contract, and she looked as if she was about to sever their bond just to punish herself or her own neglect. Subaru, Emilia.
Emilia, Grabbing her hand midair, Subaru entwined his fingers with hers.
Seeing their hands tied together, Emilia was stunned into silence, and, gradually, she saw her own reflection inside Subaru's black eyes. Emilia, Subaru, I'm the only one here right now.
So no matter how weak you want to be, it's all right. There's no need to rush, or push yourself too hard. I will always stay by your side.
No matter what. Emilia, Subaru. Clinging onto his outstretched hand, Emilia quietly whispered his name as she let her head drop to the side. Just like this, letting her hold onto his arm, Subaru sat down beside her. With his free hand, he slowly patted her silver hair as her body slowly lost its strength, until, after a little while, he could hear her soundly asleep.
She must have been exhausted.
But even so, she couldn't pass the night alone, and had to lean on Subaru in the end. Taking a glance at the sleeping Emilia, quietly breathing beside him, Subaru lightly traced his finger over her adorable cheeks, and confirmed the traces of her tears.
This was as far as she will go, he decided.
ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 23, A Step Forward.
Subaru, all right, I'll just be gone for a bit. We should be back by tomorrow and… I know I said this a few times already, but there's no need to push yourself by taking the trials anymore. Just rest a little. Emilia, I know I get it already. Geez Subaru, you don't have to look so worried.
I'll be good and take the day off, just like you told me to.
Emilia pouted her lips as she said this, looking up at Subaru aboard the carriage. Subaru wryly smiled in front of her adorable antics, and made an effort to hide the pain inside his heart. The time was a little before noon on the same day as his conversation with Garfield, and several hours had passed since he visited Emilia in her room. Otto, Natsuki-san, we're all set here.
You can just say the word. Subaru, ooh, that was quick.
The speed at which you must be able to skip town after committing some heinous deed is truly impressive. From now on, shall I call you Otto the Night Skipper? Otto, I've no idea what the term night skipper means, but I'm almost definitely certain it's something disreputable and so I'm afraid I'll have to firmly decline. Otto curled his lip into a scowl and started shooting Subaru a stink look, to which Subaru only shot an unreservedly wry smile in return. Looking past Otto, one could see the dragon carriages of Subaru's party lined up along the road.
Numbering 6 in total, they would accommodate 42 people in all.
Which would be the total number of refugees and hired merchants from Alam village, if you didn't count the one extra traveling merchant who happened to be tagging along.
This meant that…
Subaru, really, it's almost disappointing how easily they went along with the idea.
Honestly, I was preparing for a little more resistance.
Ram, that's because Barusu cleverly went behind everyone's back to negotiate with Garf beforehand, isn't it? You figured Lewis Summer can be reasoned with, so as long as Garf didn't interrupt your negotiations, there won't be any problems. While Subaru was busy scratching his neck, Ram, dressed in her usual maid's uniform, threw these words at him from the base of the carriage.
From beneath her peach-colored hair, she was looking up at him with her usual expression of disdain.
Ram would have liked to lodge a complaint about how you didn't obtain freedom for Roswell Summer as well, but… Subaru, being the hostage of all hostages, he's a bit more suited to stay behind, I think.
Even if you wanted me negotiate for him, I wouldn't know what to say to them.
All things considered, it was already a pretty big accomplishment getting them to let the villagers go, so please understand. Ram, you did well, for a Barusu, that's all I have to say.
Now show some gratitude to Ram.
Subaru, why do I get the feeling that if I thanked you here I'd be losing out somehow? Just as all of heaven and earth shuddered at Ram's acknowledgement of Subaru's success, Subaru turned his eyes back on Emilia, who was fidgeting beside her. There was anxiety and gloom within her violet eyes, but when she noticed Subaru's gaze turning towards her, she quickly chased those sentiments away. Emilia, thank you. You know, if you hadn't gone ahead and said anything, I don't think I would have even noticed what was going on. Subaru, Emilia Tan already has an important enough role as Emilia Tan. All the things that are going on around you, you can just leave that stuff to us. You've only got one big task to focus on.
And we'll handle everything else, so don't worry.
Watching Subaru forcefully slap a hand onto his chest, Emilia covered her mouth, but couldn't stop a giggle from leaking out. Then, wiping away the tears that had welled up in her eyes, she nodded with an and. Emilia, I understand.
Then I'll leave it to you, Subaru.
And Subaru, I know. Don't worry, as soon as I get everyone to the village, I'll come back to you right away. Of course, I could also take the opportunity to bring back any precious stuffed animals that you may have forgotten at the mansion. Emilia, I outgrew that stuff a long time ago.
Also, I'm not asking you to come back quickly, but of course, I would be happier if you did come back quickly.
Subaru, then, what are you trying to say? Emilia, come back safe. Of course, the sooner you come back the better, but I'd be even happier if you came back safe. Subaru, my heart. Wriggling around for a second, overwhelmed by the pain of love in his chest, Subaru covered his lovesick heart with both hands and stumbled backwards. Emilia tilted her head in confusion, but Subaru, still busy hyperventilating, extended his palm towards her.
Subaru, okay, I got it already. Quickly, and safely, I promise I will come back to your side.
Unless you want me to pinky promise too? Emilia, that thing you did with Petra about what happens if you lie?
Sure,
okay.
Let's do it.
Subaru, so straightforward. Emilia took a step forward, and Subaru bent his knees to meet her. Just like this, Subaru, from up on the carriage, and Emilia, standing below, tangled their pinkies together.
And then, chanting out the traditional spell, they sealed their promise, as their fingers parted.
For a moment, Emilia continued to stare at her finger that had separated from Subaru's, and then, she took him into her violet eyes. Emilia, Subaru.
To a spirit arts user, promises are
Subaru, super important, right?
I've learned my lesson, and I've become painfully aware of that.
So I'll never break another promise with Emilia Tan again.
Also, I'll try to keep my promises with other people too, if possible. I hope you can accept that.
Emilia, I suppose I'll have to. A smile emerged on Emilia's face. And, after making sure of this, Subaru straightened up his legs, did a big stretch, turned around, looked up, and raising both his hands up into the air. Subaru, all right, let's get this show on the road. Destination, Arlam Village.
Total travelers, 44.
This is a great migration we're doing here, I'll be counting on all of you from here on. A series of cheers went up in response to Subaru's shouting, and, just like this, the great migration got underway. After the hard-won victory at the negotiations, the released hostages embarked upon the road leading back home. After he concluded his conversation with Garfield, while watching over the stricken Emilia in her sleep, Subaru came to the decision that he would accept Garfield's condition and negotiate to release the hostages from the sanctuary. Once he had put Emilia to bed, Subaru waited for everyone to wake before gathering all the key players into Lewis's house, where he planned to put forth his proposal. Given the battle of words he had with Garfield, he had expected a fair amount of resistance. But, in reality, Lewis did nothing but agree with him the whole time. Rather than oppose him, she had even offered several additional concessions. The result was that everything had gone exactly as he envisioned, but still, he couldn't quite shake the feeling that it was different from what he expected. Later, when Emilia woke up, he explained to her everything that had happened, and then gave the same explanation to the refugees inside the cathedral. The villagers were surprised and skeptical at first, but when they understood that they would be allowed to return home safely, Subaru was happy to see them overjoyed. Although Subaru was the reason they ended up in this situation in the first place, once he announced they would be allowed to leave, all the villagers showered their gratitude upon him, which was rather embarrassing.
And after all of that, it was finally time to put the plan into action.
Otto, but I have to say, this was pretty unexpected. The one who said this was Otto, who was holding the reins beside Subaru. Just like on the way to the sanctuary, their dragon carriage was drawn by the ground dragons, Patrash and Fuyufu, only, this time, Subaru was sitting next to Otto on the driver's bench. Subaru knew. Otto, you were asleep just now, weren't you? Subaru, I was just deep in thought, and don't say that like I was hiding something or anything. Anyway, I was only half unconscious so I didn't hear what you said.
So what were you saying?
Otto, if you're going to cover things up, at least have the courtesy to see it through to the end.
At any rate, I was trying to say this current development was pretty unexpected.
As usual, the back and forth between Subaru and Otto was all over the place.
Perhaps because Otto had already gotten used to Subaru's antics, he didn't react as dramatically as before, but merely gave a perfunctory nudge at their surroundings to indicate what he was talking about.
Otto, I didn't think they'd let them go this easily. We merchants have a saying, you should keep hold of all the weaknesses you can in case you have use for them later. Subaru, is that really a merchant's expression? You sure that didn't come from some corrupt Edo period magistrate?
My impression of your profession just became way shadier. What do you have to say for yourself? Thinking back, Subaru had very few memories of Otto ever acting like a merchant.
There was only the one time when he made the unsubstantiated claim that he had bought too much oil, when in fact, it was entirely possible he was just a pyromaniac.
Even now, the background of this so-called merchant was quite suspect.
Otto, what's with those eyes looking at me like I'm someone suspicious? Subaru, that's because I am looking at someone totally suspicious here. Are you really a merchant? I don't think I've ever seen you do anything merchant-y in front of me. Otto, weren't you the one who forced me, against my will, to file those documents and ledgers loaded to the brim with confidential information? Are you suffering from amnesia? Subaru, no, that could simply be your clever attempt to convince someone who thought you were a spy that you really are a merchant.
Thinking about it that way, you're far more likely to be an enemy agent.
Otto, with that kind of ridiculous logic, it'd be easier for me to become a god than try to convince you of my innocence, Natsuki-san. Subaru, hey, Patrash, did you hear that? This guy sitting next to me just said he thinks he can become a god.
I'm a bit worried about my safety.
Otto, huh?
Damn it. Why did you have to?
Now even Patrash-chan is looking at me with a look of pity.
Please stop it already.
Responding to Subaru's voice, Patrash made a short cry.
Hearing this, Otto fell into despair and hugged his head with his hands.
That seemed to have been Patrash offering her own input about Otto. In times like these, one might prefer not to have the divine protection of anima whispering.
It was then that
Garfield, your fools don't change no matter where you go, Doya.
Garfield, who was running alongside their dragon carriage, interjected himself into the conversation.
The dragon carriages were traveling down an animal path through the middle of the forest, so they weren't at top speeds.
Even if Subaru had been sprinting with all his strength, he wouldn't have managed to keep up with their current pace, but Garfield was easily able to catch up and accompany the winding carriages of refugees.
Not even short of breath, Garfield was kicking off the ground and leaping great distances with each stride. Garfield, you know, you got the charm of someone straight out of the tale of Thend of Bakimu the horse wrangler. Subaru, aren't idioms supposed to be short and clear ways to express your meaning to whoever you're talking to?
It doesn't even feel like we're having the same conversation here. Garfield, huh? What you trying to say, you bastard?
Garfield crimpled up his nose in annoyance, and Subaru simply shrugged at that carnivorous expression, saying, come to think of it. Subaru, you volunteered to guide us out, but I don't see you doing much guiding. Aren't you kinda shirking on your duties? Garfi, didn't want it to be like this. But your fellas ground dragons are pretty smart, aren't they?
They only walked this road once, but they're remembering it perfectly.
Subaru, well, that's only to be expected of my girl Patrash.
This is just beginner stuff for her.
Stuff like leaping through a hoop of fire, balancing on a ball, or even riding a unicycle. Hey wait, Patrash-san, why are you swerving around? In response to Subaru's outrageous claims about her acrobatic abilities, Patrash began expressing her displeasure by running in zigzags. Subaru, gluing himself to his seat, started making a scene aboard the carriage. Observing this display, Garfield snorted, "What in hell are you doing?" and then, looking toward Otto who was trying to hang onto the reins.
Garfield, lil bro here said something interesting just now.
Something 'bout being profitable to be grabbing your opponents where he's weak? Otto, yeah, I do think it's true. Not that I personally believe it's a good way of thinking, but, for instance, the more hostages you have at your disposal, the more options you give yourself for how to use them, right? Like, if you want to create a sense of danger, the more hostages you have, the more options you'll have to. Subaru, oi oi.
There's some serious doubt whether this little bro is legitimately a merchant here.
He's definitely the kind of guy who's committed some horrible atrocities and was forced to flee a country somewhere. Otto, why are you so convinced I'm some kind of criminal? I wonder why Otto always manages to fall right into those. Subaru tilted his head, thinking. Then, to get the conversation back on track, anyhow, he started again. Subaru, for the time being, basically, it's because I already talked it over with Garfield beforehand, and decided to accept his condition.
That's why the rest of it went so smoothly.
Otto, accept your condition? Since Subaru didn't seem to want to talk about it, Otto raised the question to Garfield instead. Garfield grinned with his canine fangs, before opening his mouth to speak. Garfield, simple, ain't it? Instead of the crybaby Princess Summer, our boy Subaru'll be finishing the rest of the trials and liberate the sanctuary right and quick. Otto, that's... Otto widened his eyes at Garfield's words, before shooting a sidelong glance at Subaru. Then, after opening and closing his mouth a few times, mumbling incoherently. Otto, are you sure that's all right, Natsuki-san?
Subaru, what do you mean all right?
Otto, you're already taking the trials, so that's not the issue. But I suppose what I mean to ask is if it's all right to just take away Emilia Summer's part in the whole thing.
That was Subaru's dilemma as well.
Although Otto had struggled to get the words out, he had cut to the heart of the matter. Subaru frowned, but Otto continued to push the issue. Otto, of course, I have no idea what the trials would entail, and I understand Emilia Summers isn't doing very well, but, if Emilia is to win the royal selection, she needs the support from the people of the sanctuary and the Roswell domain, right? This is her chance to get both at once, and I don't know if throwing that away so soon is.
Subaru, it's time. We don't know how long it will take.
If, in the meantime, her base collapses from underneath her, that would be the perfect definition of putting the cart before the horse.
More important than that is Emilia herself.
Otto, you think she's at her limit, then?
I would disagree.
I've only known her a short time, but I think Emilia Summers made of some tough stuff. Sure, right after she came out of the first trial, she was pretty out of sorts, but other than that she's been able to keep herself together pretty well, don't you think? Upon hearing Otto's perspective, Subaru bit down hard on his lip. It's true that from Otto's point of view, it must look like that Subaru was selling her short. But, what Otto didn't see, was that she had been putting all her effort into just keeping up appearances whenever there was anyone besides Subaru around her, just like when she was sending him off at the start of their present journey. Whenever a third party was involved, she seemed to be able to maintain the same calm demeanor as always. On the other hand, when it was just her and Subaru alone, the facade would fall away, and she would return to the miserable state Subaru had found her in that morning. She depended on Subaru, and her true state was not something anyone else could see. Seeing Subaru holding his tongue, Otto wanted to continue speaking.
But it was someone else who interrupted him. Garfield, that's enough. We're about to pass through the barrier of the sanctuary. I can't go no further than that. Subaru, just out of curiosity, but what would happen if you tried to force yourself through the barrier?
Garfield, Haven't tried it so I wouldn't know, but I imagine it'd be similar to when your Princess Summer lost consciousness.
But it doesn't matter either way.
Glad that the topic changed, Subaru jumped right on it, while Garfield turned his head and leapt into the air. Without a sound, he nimbly landed on the luggage compartment of Subaru's dragon carriage, and pointed a finger at the two on the driver's bench who were looking back over their shoulders. Garfield, according to the condition, after you drop 'em off, you just turn right around and get your asses back here.
Ah, well, that lil bro next to you don't matter though.
Otto, stop joking around, of course I'm coming back. After all, I still haven't even gotten an audience with Margrave Mathers yet. Subaru, oh? Really?
You still haven't introduced yourself? Otto, that's right.
I've been asking for a week, but no matter what time I come Ram-san tells me your timing is inconvenient or he's resting, and keeps chasing me away. Angrily breathing out his nostrils with his shoulders huffing up and down, maybe Otto truly had divinely bad luck when it came to timing, but…
Subaru, well, that was probably on purpose.
Ever since the trials started, they've been giving me some half-assed excuses to not let me see him too. Subaru mumbled his own guess under his breath. After they had begun the trials, Subaru had barely seen Roswell at all. Always standing in between them, Ram had been rebuffing Subaru exactly as she had rebuffed Otto.
On the surface, it was all for Roswell's recuperation, but that was obviously just a pretense.
In fact, it seemed that ever since Subaru first told him that he had taken the trial, Roswell stopped taking any visitors. Subaru couldn't forget the change in Roswell's expression when he heard that Subaru had passed and Amelia had failed.
At least, it was the first time he had ever seen such an expression from him before.
For just a brief moment, that carefree look on that painted clown face fell away, and beneath it was an emotion that was neither fury nor sorrow, but something more complicated altogether. Garfield, don't put much thought into it, yeah? Anyway, when you're coming back just use the same road. This time I'll pay attention so I don't attack ya, but don't forget the password. Subaru, password? Garfield, long as ya say the words when crossin' th barrier, nobody will be assailing ya, got it? The password is Bera Bera Beloth Grimoire. Subaru, huh, what?
Bye-bye to the grime?
That was the worst password ever, using a completely incomprehensible idiom.
Subaru scowled. It was immediately obvious who came up with this password.
Garfield just stood there looking smug as it was all natural, while Otto was bewilderedly writing down the passphrase on a memo.
Leaving the task of remembering important things to Otto, Subaru gave a long sigh, and…
Subaru, anyway, long as we say it we can come back in, no questions asked, right? Garfield, I ain't the only one who's on patrol, you know.
There are others more hot-blooded than I am.
From their point of view, that might be the perfect time to take you out and stop you from completing the trials. Subaru, I do remember you saying something like that.
Lewis was at the head of the faction that wanted to be liberated from the sanctuary. But there was also the other opposing faction that wanted to stay.
Garfield's warning, then, was telling them not to let their guard down and give the other faction a chance to take advantage of their carelessness. Subaru, okay, gotcha.
Thanks for all the ways you've been looking out for us.
I guess there's no reason to say goodbyes, since we'll be seeing each other again in half a day or so.
But, thanks anyway.
Garfield, you following orders from the old hag, I don't care one way or the other.
More impotently, well,
When Subaru thanked him, Garfield waved his hand to dismiss him, but his words trailed off toward the end. Seeing something quite uncharacteristic from him, which Subaru furrowed his brows. And then, Garfield finally continued, Garfield, when you get back to the mansion, is that Frederica girl gonna be there? Subaru, yeah, she should be.
Speaking of which, it sounds like you know her somehow. What's up with that?
Garfield, we've got a complicated relationship, that's all.
Nothing I really wanna talk about, it's just…
Subaru, I'll tell her that you're totally thinking about her.
Maybe she'll even have a message for you too.
Garfield, I ain't asking you tea.
Suddenly averting his eyes, As if to get away from Subaru's smirk, Garfield jumped right off the carriage.
And, as he landed on the ground, the train of dragon carriages passed through the barrier between the sanctuary and the forest. Putting both of his hands on his waist, Garfield sent them off, shouting, "Garfield, don't even think of running away, Subaru.
You better keep your promise even if it kills ya. That was my one condition for letting you out of here."
Subaru, yeah, no worries on that count.
My promise-keeping power's been super buffed lately.
Letting these words of farewell resound throughout the forest, with a smile, Subaru raised up a fist at the distant figure. And Garfield matched it by pumping up his own fist in response. Watching as the caravan vanished into the shadows of the forest, Garfield continued standing there with his fist raised up in the air. After passing through the barrier and coming out of the forest, they didn't encounter any problems on the rest of the road. If nothing got in the way, it should be about 8 hours' journey from the sanctuary to the mansion. They stopped twice to rest, but since the villagers were eager to return to their homes, they kept their breaks short and forced themselves to continue. So, all in all, it was only 8 hours later when the refugees returned to Alam village. Having departed early in the afternoon, when they arrived, it was already several hours after the shroud of night covered over the world. "Subaru, my butt hurts from all that sitting, but that wasn't too bad." Getting off from the dragon carriage, and giving his waist a twist, Subaru breathed a sigh of relief. All around the village in the night, voices of rejoicing and reunion sprung up, and there were even a few shedding tears of joy in their midst. Considering the calamities that had assailed this village, Subaru decided that it was not an overreaction after all, and that no one could really ridicule them for that. For the first time in several days, with the return of the rest of the villagers, Alam village came to life in spite of the night.
The villagers who had mostly wallowed in gloom inside the sanctuary now all showed the same smiles on their faces.
And the other half who had waited for them in the village, were finally relieved to see their family safely returned to them. "Otto, Natsuki-san, are we heading back right away?" While Subaru watched over the bustling crowd from a distance, Otto scampered over after looking around for him. Allowing Otto to catch his breath, Subaru shook his head with a, "Nah.
Subaru, there's no rush, we can take a little break before heading back.
Besides, I should stop by the mansion to explain everything to Frederica and Petra." Otto, that's right. I mean, I also have some things I need to discuss with my fellow merchants." Subaru, discuss what with your fellow merchants? Otto pointed to the owners of the 6 dragon carriages standing at the side.
They had been hired to evacuate the villagers, but wound up with the misfortune of getting imprisoned in the sanctuary along with them.
Now that they were freed, they were, above all, relieved, but their gazes towards Subaru were. "Subaru, I must be imagining this, but, isn't this supposed to be a parallel world? Why do I get the feeling their eyes all have $signs in them?" Otto, back when we were hired, the condition was the purchase of our goods as well as additional compensation to be negotiated later.
So I'd like to come to a consensus on how much compensation we'll actually demand.
I won't be proposing anything outrageous, of course, but seeing that they've been burdened with the hostage situation, it might get a little pricey, so be prepared.
Subaru, well, it's not like it'll be my wallet getting plundered.
As long as you use appropriate discretion, it wouldn't be too bad to see Rozchi's face go pale every once in a while. Otto, that's my Natsuki-san.
You understand.
Clapping his hands, Otto happily strutted over to his fellow merchants. Hearing the good news brought by Otto's triumphant return, the merchants' cheers resounded through the village in the night. Somehow, Subaru got the feeling their celebrations sounded even happier than the villagers having their reunions, but he decided to consciously put it out of his mind, and straightened himself up.
In any case, there shouldn't be any problems in the village for now.
Otto will take care of the merchants' demands, and Roswell will end up dealing with it, somewhat looking forward to see what expression will come on Roswell's face when he gets hit with the bill. Subaru headed towards the mansion. After walking 15 minutes from Alam village, at the end of his path stood the lonely Roswell mansion. In the dark of night, only the mansion's lights asserted their existence within its shadowy contours, lending the place an eerie aura from the distance, in the hours after sunset. Subaru remarked on this as he stood before the front gates, absent-mindedly staring at the mansion. Naturally, the majority of the mansion's lights were out, and there were only light flowing out of the entry hall and the servants' rooms, as well as a room on the highest floor, which, surely, must be Roswell's office. Subaru, Otto sorted all the paperworks, but over the week it must have piled up again. Frederica, being the all-powerful maid that she is, wouldn't have lost to Otto when it came to managing paperworks, but that wasn't the only task she had to take care of.
Even with Petra's assistance, maintaining the entire mansion required a considerable amount of effort.
From the fact that she was still working away in the office in the middle of the night, one could imagine the immensity of her duties. Subaru, one way or another, I'll pull that Otto even deeper into this and work him like a mule as the Amelia faction paperwork machine.
I'll make him the official office robot.
While thinking of plots to trap that young man in the village with loose cheeks and dreams of big money, Subaru pushed open the gates and entered the mansion grounds. Heading to the entryway, he struck the door with a falcon-shaped knocker.
Subaru, apologies for the late night visit. I'm here from the fire department.
Sending sharp knocks ringing throughout the night, Subaru shouted out an appropriate call as usual. Speaking of which, how do the people in this world handle fires and disasters, anyway?
Subaru tilted his head, wondering about this pointless question, but Subaru, there's no reply.
And here he thought Frederica would swoop in to respond, swift like the wind, but seeing that was not the case, Subaru dropped down his shoulders. After a little while longer, Subaru decided that no one was coming and abandoned waiting. Then, grandly pushing open the door. Subaru, oh oi, I'm ho tilde me. Food. Bath.
Bed.
And, shouting these three orders like he owned the place, Subaru struck out a pose.
But there was still no reply.
Tasting the nostalgic sensation of sliding along the floor in awkward silence all by himself, Subaru headed up the stairs, to the servant quarters to look for Petra.
Subaru, Frederica's probably in the office.
I'll go find Petra first, then, I'll have to look for Biko too. One by one, the three people who remained behind in the mansion surfaced in Subaru's mind. Regardless of the precocious Petra or the politely insolent Frederica, the reunion Subaru had to prepare for was the one with that drill-haired lowly.
Last time, the way they parted was indeed a way to part.
Without giving him a single answer to his vital questions, she had chased him out, sobbing, with an expression full of sadness.
Subaru, I'll have to apologize. But it'll be kind of weird. I feel like I didn't really do anything wrong.
Even so, Subaru got the feeling that something would be different if he met her again and talked.
Besides, he'd like to think that he must have advanced a little by saying farewell to his past. With his current state of mind, perhaps he would be able to face her a little differently than last time. And so,
Subaru, the first time was only a skirmish, well that's one way of thinking about it. Subaru gave the door a knock, and immediately swung it open as if to surprise the person inside, but he dropped his shoulders once again. Walking in on a delightfully embarrassing clothes-changing time was not something he was hoping for considering the target was a little girl, but no such thing happened, since there was no one in the room. It was a room decorated to Petra's tastes, adorned with cute little items, and kept tidy and organized, but its owner was nowhere to be found. Inside the room lighted by the crystal lamps, Subaru tilted his head. Subaru, going out without turning off the lights doesn't seem like something a dependable girl like Petra would do. If she isn't here, maybe she's in the office studying?
It was possible, if the Spartan Frederica was involved.
In addition to the chores, she might be teaching Petra office work as well to turn her into another all-powerful maid. It would be a great help, but since Petra was already overtaking Subaru in the domestic duties, if she overtook him in office work as well, Subaru will have no hole to crawl into. Subaru, no, she can't even do all her arithmetics yet, I still have the advantage. Don't you underestimate the modern Japanese compulsory education. Muttering this while flying up the stairs, heading to the highest floor, he arrived at a double door in the dead center of the hallway, and, clearing his throat again, he knocked.
The heavy sound echoed outward, and surely it was sent into the room. But there was no reply.
Subaru,
It was all too strange.
Subaru's accumulated wariness so far was now raised to a whole different level. Trying to cover up that feeling with some light-hearted humor, Subaru swept his gaze down the hallway from end to end, and then, at the office door itself. He leaned his ear against the door to listen to what was inside, but no sound came through the thick, heavy door.
There was nothing else he could gather if he continued to stay outside.
Petra's room showed no sign of being disturbed.
It was neatly arranged, and her bed had been made as if she was just getting ready to sleep. It was the same for the mansion, at least on the surface, and there seemed to be nothing out of place.
Cleaned and organized with a thoroughness that could only belong to Frederica, there was not a speck of dust left on the window sills. So Subaru's wariness was only elevated because he hadn't seen either of the girls.
Subaru, who? He lightly pushed on the doors, and they opened without a sound.
The next moment, light flooded out from the room into the hallway, and relying on that light, Subaru scanned the room's interiors.
There was an ebony desk, and a leather chair.
From the direction of the bookshelves on the wall, a wind came blowing through, the windows were closed.
But he could feel a cold wind was blowing. Intuitively, he knew that something was strange.
Sliding over the floor as he sneaked into the room, Subaru followed the direction of the wind, and saw it. The bookshelf in the back of the room had been shifted sideways, revealing a usually hidden door installed into the wall.
Beyond it was a spiral staircase that extended downwards, far, far beyond sight.
Subaru, right.
There was a hidden passage here. I remember. It was in the previous loop.
Despairing after the villagers of Alam had been slaughtered at the witch cult's hands, and after finding Rem and Ram's corpses in the estate, when his mind was an inch away from shattering, Subaru arrived here. Then, passing through this hidden passage into the undergrounds, there.
Subaru, I was frozen by Puck, I think. There was no way to be sure.
But he clearly remembered the frozen bodies of the witch cultists who must have pursued Emilia into the same passage, as well as his own similar end, and the return by death that followed. After that, without placing much importance on this detail, he had forgotten to even verify the existence of this underground passage.
Subaru, but why is it now? If it was being used, at least it meant there was a need to evacuate. As for who might have used it, it could only someone within the mansion who knew of this passage's existence, probably Frederica.
If she and Petra escaped through this passage, that would be the simplest explanation.
But the question is,
Subaru, what were they running from? As intelligent as Frederica is, she must have had considerable reasons to make this decision. Since there was no sign of an attack inside the mansion, she must have detected the imminent danger beforehand.
Thinking to this point, the words witch cult flashed across Subaru's mind, but he immediately shook his head and drove off that thought.
Subaru, if that were the case, it'd be too unnatural for Frederica to not leave a single note. Besides, the villagers in Alam didn't notice anything either. If it was something as dangerous as the witch cult, she would have done something to prevent the villagers from getting caught up in it. At least, Frederica's support for the Roswell-backed Emilia was not in question. If so, then she would have done her best to take the optimum measures to handle this situation.
If the villagers didn't know about this, then it couldn't have been the witch cult. In any case,
Subaru, Frederica and Petra probably already left the mansion, then, For a moment, Subaru was about to enter the passage to meet up with Frederica and Petra, but what stopped in his tracks was the girl whose name hadn't occurred to him up to now. If Frederica had judged beforehand that they must leave the mansion, surely, they would have taken Rem along as well.
On the other hand, there was also
Subaru, as far as I know, Beatrice isn't the kind of kid who can read the mood.
There was also that impudent drill-haired loli, who certainly would have refused Frederica's proposal.
She would have shut herself off inside the forbidden library, and made a fuss insisting that she will be fine no matter what, and kicked aside all their worries and concerns, and, at last, without a doubt, she would have sat there alone with a lonely expression on her face.
Because he knew this without a doubt. Subaru, I'll pull her out.
If nobody else could bring her out, then Subaru will do it himself.
It doesn't matter how firmly she believes in the safety of her own fortress.
Knowing that danger was closing in on this place, there was no way he could leave a little girl behind.
Subaru, and since I've made up my mind about that.
Turning his back to the hidden passage, Subaru took a sharp breath, and dashed out of the office. The most surefire way to find Beatrice would have been to open every single door in the mansion from end to end, but, for Subaru, somewhere along the way, he just somehow get the feeling that this door would be the one.
And sure enough, he would see her on the other side.
So, starting from the doors on the uppermost floor. Subaru, TTT? The foot he just swung out in his stride tangled onto something, and Subaru rolled onto the floor. A rather embarrassing start, was the first thing that came to mind.
Stumbling over right after acting cool was not quite what he was aiming for.
Pushing his hands onto the hallway carpet, Subaru turned around to see what he tripped on. And he saw, a little in front of the door to the office, something had dropped on the floor. It was pink, and very long, and stretched on for several steps all the way to Subaru's feet. Following on from there, if you asked just where it would end, it wouldn't be very difficult to guess.
It was something that had spilled out the side of Subaru's opened belly.
Subaru, huh? The left side of his jacket had been cleanly sliced through, and his pink entrails were spilling out from the gap. They trailed all the way from the door to Subaru's feet, tangling them up.
In other words, somewhere along the way, his stomach had been cut open without him realizing it, or something along those lines.
Subaru, ow. The moment he took this in, chunks of clotting blood rose up choking in his throat, as his vision became painted with red. He tried using his fingers to push the organs that spilled out due to his abdominal pressure back into the gap that was pushing it out, but, running out of strength, his knees collapsed from under him.
Unable to hold up his body, he sprawled onto the floor. He couldn't understand what had happened to him. Surely, he had just started running. Didn't I tell you?
Didn't we promise?
Suddenly, he heard a voice.
In front, above the fallen Subaru's head, someone was speaking.
He lacked the strength to raise his head.
His consciousness was desperately trying to pull back the overflowing intestines, the gushing blood, and the world that was drawing away.
His body heat was rapidly dropping.
With every cough, the blood clots jamming in his throat splashed onto his face, and, with eyes that were starting to blur, Subaru desperately tried to hold onto this world.
This is the end, his intuition told him.
Somewhere in his heart, he understood this, but Subaru cannot end like this, he scolded back. If he didn't learn anything, he cannot let it end. Just one thing, anything, don't let it end until you've learned something.
Something. The footsteps sent out ripples.
A black shadow was standing in the center of the corridor stained red by chunks of his blood.
Black clothes. Slender. Black hair.
Looking down on him lovingly, with those lustful eyes. Running these through his mind, and remembering the tactile sensation of belly sliced open, Subaru understood.
It wasn't the witch cult, but a genuine threat, nonetheless. It was.
Elsa, that until the next time we meet, you should take good care of your bowels.
A deviant declaration of love.
Subaru certainly caught it, as his consciousness began to fade. Fading, darkening, until
everything vanished in the end, and started over again. The curtain has risen on the fourth death loop.
ARC for the Everlasting Covenant Chapter 24, Full Start.
The very first sensation that cut into Subaru's consciousness was one of discomfort.
Subaru, ouch. Way. Upoich. Feeling the strange foreign body sensation of chewing on gravel accompanied by a bitter earthy taste dancing around on his tongue, Subaru immediately went into a coughing fit trying to spit the stuff out. When he opened his eyes, he could see only darkness, and felt as if a cold touch was running across his entire body. Judging from the hard tactile sensation, and the direction in which gravity was pulling him, he determined that he was lying sideways on the ground. Then, Slowly looking around with eyes that were just growing accustomed to the dark, he realized that he was inside the old ruins he had seen many times before. Subaru, I'm inside the tomb? As if to make sure, he gave his mouth a swirl.
The taste left over from spitting out gravel was still fresh in his memory.
Last time, too, he remembered waking up with pebbles in his mouth.
In other words, the point in time must be
Subaru, just after first trial, then?
So I came back here. No, more importantly.
If this was really right after returning from the first trial where he had made peace with his past, then Subaru wouldn't be the only one who had collapsed here. Subaru, Emilia. Right away, in the darkness, he found the silver-haired girl collapsed beside him. Approaching her, and seeing the same agonized expression as last time, just as he was about to extend his finger to touch her sleeping cheeks, Subaru hesitated. Having already accompanied and watched over Emilia several times as she took the trials, Subaru knew that if she was touched in her sleeping state, regardless of what was happening in the trial, it would be interrupted and she would be returned here. As such, it's even possible that she could be woken up right when she was about to pass the trial.
Therefore, he had to be very careful about touching her while inside the tomb. But
Subaru, I already know this attempt doesn't end well.
Shaking his head, Subaru crushed his hesitation, and burned her sleeping face into his eyes as he took her body gently into his arms. Her pained expression quickly receded, and she immediately began to wake.
Emilia, Baru? Subaru, yeah, that's right. It's me, Emilia Tan.
Are you all right?
Opening her eyes, Emilia called his name as if still half asleep. Subaru answered her with a reassuring smile, and waited for her to regain her bearings.
Just like this, he waited. For her to remember where she was, to take in the results of the trial, and to begin crying like a child.
Even knowing full well that she will be breaking down in tears, there was nothing he could do, for such was his powerlessness. Whereas, in spite of it all, the girl would will herself to stand up, for such was her noble purity. All he could do was to gently cradle her to keep her from shattering, and, until she calmed, he would hold her firmly in his arms, and will not let go. It was after carrying the crying Emilia to Lewis' house, and making sure that Ram had put her to bed, that Subaru settled down and began to put everything, and his return by death, in order. Ram, Otto, and the others inside all wanted to inquire about what had happened, but Subaru cut them off, saying, "First, let's wait until Emilia wakes up," and so now he was alone. Having withdrawn himself from the rest who still wanted to talk, he gazed up at the night sky outside of Lewis' house, allowing the wind to wash over him, while within Subaru's heart, complex calculations were taking place.
Subaru, still, happened again, ha.
Touching the left side of his waist, he felt for the wound that should have been there. A deep wound had been gouged out by a blade, where his intestines had spilled out. An opportunity to see one's own organs isn't something that happens to most people, he thought, and in that regard, he had probably surpassed most people in experience points.
Subaru, whether or not I'm happy about it is a different story.
I don't have some kind of deviant fetish where I get excited at the idea of seeing my own organs, although someone I know might.
Coming to this point, the words flashed across Subaru's mind. Didn't I tell you?
Didn't we promise?
He guessed it was that glamorous woman's voice.
The blood-drenched, immorally glamorous voice, the voice of an abnormal person reaching ecstasy at the sight of life draining away. Subaru abhorred that voice, that promise, and that perversion down to his very bones.
On top of that, it was not the first time he had his belly torn open this way.
Subaru, so here's where the bowel hunter makes her re-entry, give me a break.
Putting his hand on his forehead, Subaru turned up to the sky and sighed. In the back of his eyes, he saw that beautiful woman with long jet black hair which was the same color as his own. That murderer, wielding wicked blades, who had already ended Subaru's life twice before, the menace who had driven Subaru into a corner in the first loop, whom he had only driven away with Reinhardt's aid, Elsa Granhire. Subaru, I couldn't actually see her, but that was definitely Elsa.
Or maybe I just don't want to believe there could be anyone else like that.
Let's just stick with it being Elsa.
It felt like it had already been 2 months since their encounter, but in real time, it had only been less than a month. The wounds she had sustained back then were not light, but the after effects didn't seem to be enough to stop her from killing Subaru.
Was it because he was too easy, or perhaps she had completely healed? Subaru, it'll be safer to assume that she's healed. Come to think of it, the healing magic in this world seems to be able to heal pretty much anything besides death itself.
Can't say how many times I would have died if. Well, I actually did die, but being almost dead and then coming out alive, and being almost dead and then actually dying had both happened to him so many times that, from his standpoint, it was a bit hard to grasp exactly where he stands on this. But either way, Subaru had concluded that it was Elsa who had attacked the mansion.
With that settled, the next question would be,
Subaru, why was Elsa in the mansion, and what happened to Frederica and Petra? When Subaru arrived at the mansion, there were still some signs of regular life left behind, such as the lamps in Petra's bedroom, and the lighting in the entrance hall.
Not counting the office that led to the escape tunnel, the fact that the lights were on in the other 2 places meant that Subaru, at least we know that nothing happened before that night.
Right?
He considered whether he had come to that conclusion too hastily.
There was also the possibility that those lights were simply left on all day and that Subaru was mistaken in his conclusion that nothing had occurred until that night. However, the key to rejecting that possibility lay in the amount of time the lamps could stay on. Subaru, unlike Lugmite ore, the crystal lamps need to be charged up by absorbing mana from the atmosphere during the day. I know from personal experience that if you just leave them on, they won't last half the day. One night, while in the middle of learning the alphabets in the mansion, the crystal lamp he had forgotten to turn off during the day suddenly went out. Subaru thought there was some paranormal phenomenon at work and made a huge fuss, and Ram would have blown him away if Rem hadn't gently caught him, and all the while, Emilia made herself small in a corner and started trembling. Subaru still couldn't help but smile thinking of that memory.
But now was not the time to be nostalgic. So, just picking out the important part.
Subaru, if the lights had been on during the day, it would be very odd for them to still be on at night. Thus, it should be all right to eliminate the possibility that the house was empty before that day.
That means my time limit is the 6th night. This is the night of the 2nd day, so there are 4 days left. No, 3.5 days.
In terms of time, Subaru had about 84 hours remaining.
Within that limited time, the task imposed upon him this time was
Subaru, defend the mansion from the Bowel Hunter, or at least keep the people there safe. There was no way to be sure whether or not the girls had been able to escape before that serpent and spider-esque killer arrived. He didn't know where the escape passage led, but if Frederica had escaped, they would most likely try to meet up with the master of the house, Roswell, at the sanctuary. Subaru, it could be the case that the escape passage is stupidly long and leads out to the middle of nowhere, and they escaped safely. Or he didn't want to think about it, but there was also the possibility that they hadn't been able to escape. Considering the gap in fighting strength between the 2 sides, the possibility that Subaru didn't want to think about was more likely.
He furrowed his brows at the thought.
But the fact is, from what Subaru had seen, Elsa's combat ability was certainly that high. Within his limited experience of this parallel world, he had already met some very powerful people here. If that murderer were to be judged solely on her fighting ability alone, then
Subaru, stronger than Julius, but weaker than Wilhelm San. Or thereabouts. And it pretty much goes without saying. Not an opponent I can beat even if I try really hard.
Even under the best circumstances, Subaru's base stats were too weak. If one were to compare them, it would not be an exaggeration to say that their difference in strength was like comparing a cat and a tiger. The chance of him winning alone was effectively 0. During their last exchange, in the end, it was only a massive coincidence that saved him. Subaru, it would be great if the invincible Reinhardt could just happen to pass on by right about now, but
no matter how much of a contrived, overpowered, handsome main character he is, For him to suddenly show up at a time like this is asking a bit too much.
If this was a story Subaru was reading and the author tried to pull a stunt like that, Subaru would throw the book across the room. But since this was really happening, he would gladly welcome such an absurd development with open arms. After giving in to the urge to entertain that escapist fantasy for a moment, Subaru chased it away with a single, quiet sigh.
Subaru, Elsa's reason for coming to the mansion is most likely the same as last time, to disrupt the royal selection.
After all, she's been hired by someone to get in Emilia's way.
In the capital, Emilia's insignia was stolen by Felt. While Elsa was the one who hired Felt, the real mastermind was the one who had hired Elsa.
By following the clues as to who would steal an insignia from Emilia that qualified her for the royal selection, Subaru had once believed that it must be one of the other factions, but Subaru, after seeing the other candidates, I don't think I can be so sure. First, looking at it from the angle of someone dispatching an assassin to steal an insignia.
Right from the start, Crush could be taken out as a suspect.
Having witnessed her heroic character firsthand, Subaru could guarantee that without a second thought,
she was not the kind of person who would do such a thing.
Felt was naturally not a suspect either, so that leaves only Priscilla and Anastasia, but Subaru, Priscilla, would that haughty young lady really have a thing for cloak and dagger stuff? I could be mistaken, but she seems to be the kind of person who believes the whole world revolves around her.
I don't think she'd go out of her way to do something like this. Then that just leaves Anastasia. The purple-haired merchant girl came to mind.
Underneath her gentle appearances was the sheen of a sharp-nosed hunter, and an awareness of her surroundings that would allow her to turn any situation to her advantage. In fact, Subaru had made good use of that characteristic of hers.
If it really was her doing, perhaps she would have been choosing the most logical method to remove the opposition.
Happily letting her imagination run wild and hiring a third party with gold to carry out some clandestine operation seemed to be her strong suit too.
Only, if there was one factor that refuted that argument, it would be
Subaru, I just don't think that Julius Guy would overlook something like that.
No, it's not like I'm singling him out or anything.
Right, yeah, just a gut feeling, that's all.
Or, perhaps she had managed to hide it from the greatest knight. But the question remains, would she really risk creating an irreparable fissure within their otherwise perfect master-servant relationship? In the end, the theory of Anastasia's faction's involvement must also be rejected.
Subaru, that accounts for all the suspects among the candidates. But even so, there is still more to think about.
If we consider how people treat Emilia.
If the culprit wasn't another royal selection candidate, then it could be someone from a faction that simply wanted to exclude Emilia from the royal selection. It would make sense if someone who despised the half-elf Emilia had chosen this as the most simplistic method. But would anyone really go that far? Subaru must be naive to even entertain such a question.
The hatred for her half-elf lineage was certainly that deep.
Subaru, but if that's true, then there's virtually no chance of figuring out who her employer is.
Unless Elsa herself spits it out. And he didn't have the power to make her, so he was right back where he started.
In the end, the only possible way to deal with Elsa's attack would be Subaru, it's kind of disturbing how weak our faction is.
I'm completely useless.
Otto doesn't even count. Emilia and Puck could put up a fight if only they were both around, and Ram's stamina becomes worrisome if we ever get into a drawn-out fight. Roswell is injured, but it's not like he could be counted on anyways. I have no idea how strong Frederica is, but, unless maybe Petra has some kind of secret power and suddenly develops into a cheat character, that's not gonna happen.
So basically, Subaru could think of two viable plans.
The first was to go back to the mansion, get Frederica, Petra, Rem, and Beatrice and escape to the sanctuary to avoid Elsa's attack.
The other option was
Garfield, what are you wasting your time out here for? Coming out of the house, Garfield looked down at Subaru, who was sitting on the ground leaning his back against the wall.
Since he was so short, it was quite rare to see Garfield looking down at him.
Savoring the new experience, Subaru let out a no, and shook his head. Subaru, I'm just putting my thoughts in order, thinking through some stuff. How's Emilia?
Garfield, Princess Summer's still sleepin' like a log.
She's sleepin' like Muraraku nappin' for a whole day and night. Subaru, I don't know who that is, but sounds like Muraraku sleeps too much. Responding to the usual incomprehensible idiom, Subaru stood up and turned to face Garfield. Half a head shorter than Subaru, he had a head of short blonde hair. Between his sharp eyes, there was a white scar on his forehead. His pointed canine teeth and his ferocious beast-like body gave off an otherworldly aura, and there was a confidence in himself which only the strong possessed.
Of the two plans that had come to mind for dealing with Elsa, the second one was this youth.
If they passed the trials and released the sanctuary, Subaru would be able to take him out of this place. Then, if he was as strong as he claimed to be, he would hopefully have enough strength to defeat Elsa. Rather than fleeing as a temporary measure, it would be better to repulse or even subjugate Elsa and remove the threat altogether. Subaru, hey, Garfield. Garfield, the hell you want?
Subaru, you're the strongest, aren't you?
You're confident you'll never lose to anyone, right?
Garfield, huh? You're damn right.
Don't matter who it is. I'll crush 'em, send 'em flyin', kill 'em dead and come out on top. Although a bit annoyed by Subaru's question, Garfield's confidence didn't waver for a bit.
Encouraged by that response, Subaru nodded.
Subaru, once we get you out of the sanctuary, there's something that'll require that strength of yours really soon.
When that time comes, we're gonna have to rely on you to be the strongest.
Garafel, what you talking about? Subaru, prove to me what you told me just now, okay?
I'll be counting on you.
Patting the confused-looking Garfield on the shoulder, Subaru headed back into Lewis' house.
When he opened the door and stepped in, the three people inside, Ram, Otto, and Lewis, all focused their sights onto Subaru.
With their gazes washing over him, Subaru turned his steps toward the room where Emilia was sleeping. Ram, Barusu, Emilia Summer is still. Subaru, I think she's woken up by now. Emilia Tan, I know you probably don't want to come out, but we need to talk.
Everyone's waiting for you.
After calling through the door, he heard the faint sound of breathing coming from the other side.
Here was a brief hesitation.
Then, after a few seconds had passed, the doorknob gently turned, and the door opened, revealing Emilia timidly standing behind it with her head slumped down. Emilia, sorry I'm always causing you trouble.
In the tomb, and now as well.
Subaru, being troubled by Emilia Tan is no trouble at all.
I want to do it, so it's fine.
More importantly, are you feeling heavy or hurt anywhere? If you feel strange anywhere, I'll gently rub it for you and make it all better. Emilia,
When I fell down I think I hit my waist or something so it aches a little bit.
Subaru, understood.
I'll start to carefully.
Ramsan? Ramsan? The pointy end of your cane is jamming into my liver area? While Subaru was busy cracking a joke bordering on sexual harassment, Ram snuck up behind him, pulled out her cane, and jabbed him with it. When he pointed that out to her, she made no reply and only jabbed him harder, until Subaru yelped like a puppy and jumped out of the way. Ram, Emilia Summer, how are you feeling?
Please forget Barusu's insolent remarks, and tell Ram everything about your physical condition. Subaru, what, you're not even going to give a comment on what you did? Look, I'm seriously kinda bleeding here.
It even went through all these layers of clothes, just how much strength were you putting in? Subaru protested while rubbing at the jolting pain left over in his lower back. Ram only sent him a sidelong glance as if she was looking at an insect, and snorted, ha.
Then, turning back to Emilia.
Ram, then you are all right, Emilia Summer?
If there are no problems with your health, then.
Emilia, I'm fine. We have to talk about what happened during the trial, don't we? Having guessed what Ram was going to say, Emilia nodded and stepped forward into the middle of the room. Garfield soon came in as well, and so all the usual faces now circled around Emilia. Then, under the gazes of everyone around her, Emilia stammered out an explanation of the trial and its outcome, just as she did last time.
If there was just one difference.
Otto, so then, how come Natsuki-san is all right after going inside? Otto raised his hand a little, and asked on behalf of everyone. Until that question was raised, Subaru hadn't explained any of the information from his side.
Part of it was because he wanted to hear Emilia's thoughts about the trial, but also,
Subaru, I told you, didn't I?
I got the qualifications, so I can go inside.
If you ask me where I got it from, it was probably when I went inside the tomb yesterday afternoon.
And as for what happened when I went inside,
I took the same kind of trial Emilia Tan did.
But it kinda looks like I passed mine.
Subaru's announcement ignited an uproar throughout the room. Emilia, who had taken the same trial and failed, was even more shocked than everyone else. She stared at Subaru in silence, with a baffled look in her violet eyes.
Subaru nodded to her, and,
Subaru, just to get this out of the way, the reason I passed the trial wasn't because I was better or anything.
The trial was about facing your past.
I've already made peace with mine beforehand, so it was basically just a bonus stage for me. Lewis, I don't know what a bonus is, but if Subo passed the trial, humph, that's a surprise. Ram, however, based on what Emilia Summer said, the trial doesn't end with just one stage, correct? Since the word first was mentioned, one would expect there to be more.
Ram said this as Lewis seemed to accept it as it is.
While nodding at them both, Subaru stole a glance at Emilia. She still kept her silence, and there were waves of complicated emotions carried within her eyes. Subaru tried to imagine what she might be feeling inside her heart, but he soon shook away this naive notion.
There was the time limit imposed upon him on the one hand, and the difficulty of Emilia's trial caused by her past on the other. Having to balance the two at once, there weren't many options left to him. Therefore,
Subaru, I heard something when I passed the trial. Apparently, if two challengers go in at the same time, the next trial won't start.
Then we'll have to wait for a different day to go in again.
Ram, which means? Subaru, if Emilia Tan and I enter the tomb together, Emilia Tan's trial will start while my trial.
Basically, I won't be able to start the second trial.
Otto, wait a minute, Natsuki-san. Just as Subaru finished his sentence, Otto immediately cut himself in. Seeing Subaru pretending not to notice his unsettled gaze, he stuck his hand into his light grayish hair, and, Otto, by the sound of what you just said, Natsuki-san, you're planning to challenge the trials as well? But wasn't this whole thing supposed to set up an achievement for Emilia Summer so that, Subaru, Otto, you dumbass. Subaru tried to stop Otto from blurting it all out, but it was too late. And Otto, realizing that he had just said something he shouldn't have, quickly covered his own mouth.
But everyone else, including Emilia, had already heard what he was trying to say.
Otto awkwardly held his breath, and Subaru stared at him with eyes of disdain. And Emilia, looking at them both from a distance. Emilia, what did you mean, just now? Subaru, Emilia Tan, let's calm down. That was Emilia, don't try to dupe me, tell me properly.
Please, Subaru.
Emilia's eyes clung onto Subaru, pleading. No boy would have had the heart to refuse a beautiful girl's tearfully voiced plea, and he would not be Natsuki Subaru if he could refuse such a plea from Emilia. He wished he had the willpower to say no, but Subaru dropped his shoulders and abandoned his hesitation. Subaru, if Emilia Tan passes the trials, the villagers of our land will be freed from being hostages, and the residents of the sanctuary will be released from their bondage to this land.
If you could overcome the trials, you will gain the support of both of these two camps. That was the real plan behind all this.
Emilia, is that so? So you knew, Subaru? Subaru, no, I didn't notice anything at all until someone told me. Seeing Emilia clearly shaken before him, Subaru held up his chest and brazenly lied. In front of Subaru's shameless lie, Ram and Otto looked at him as if they were chewing on something bitter, but Subaru hinted to them to keep quiet by shooting them both a glance.
Then, turning back to Emilia.
Subaru, all of it was Roswell's plan. Honestly, I'm even suspecting whether his injuries are just a part of the performance. Emilia, even Roswell wouldn't go that.
Why can't I finish that sentence? Looking at the situation now, it does seem like something he would do.
Subaru, I'd hate to let everything go along with that guy's intentions. I would be joking if I told you that was my main motivation, but that's definitely a part of it.
But more than that.
Emilia looked confused, and lowered her head. Subaru bent down beside her to look up at her face from below, and saw her long eyelashes trembling with surprise.
Subaru, I want to become your strength.
I don't know what you saw when you faced your past, but if it brings you so much pain, so much heartache, and so many tears,
then I want to offer you my hand.
Emilia, Subaru. Subaru, if the goal is to take the trials and liberate the sanctuary, then it's fine if I do it.
If an achievement is needed, then you can have all of mine. My achievements are your achievements. No matter who it is, everyone has a past. But nothing good comes out of believing that all of them have to be resolved. Last time, in the world before his death, those were the words Garfield had said to him.
In front of Subaru, who had wanted Emilia to continue challenging the trial even knowing the pain that facing her past would cause her, Garfield had said this about the need to overcome the past.
That new perspective had struck Subaru like a thunder on a clear day.
Emilia widened her eyes in surprise, and bit her lips with an expression like she was sinking into thought. Subaru understood why she would be conflicted. The truth is, deep down, she must be frightened of facing her past. But because she is so pure and noble, she wouldn't possibly consider pushing this burden onto someone else.
And it was for this reason that she was so conflicted.
There was no way to say for sure that the remaining trials wouldn't wound Subaru's heart just like her past had wounded hers.
Subaru, it's all right if you have to think about it. I understand it's not something you can decide right away. But if it's all right, I hope you can at least let me have one day tomorrow.
Emilia, one day, tomorrow? Subaru, either way, I can't be the kind of devilish instructor who drags an exhausted Emilia Tan into the tomb like go take the trials. Since I still have plenty of energy left, I should be the one to go next, even if it's just to do a practice run into the second trial.
And if I end up passing the trial, that's even better, isn't it?
If he could gain a single day, and then gain another day after that, then by passing the trials as soon as he could liberate the sanctuary on the day after tomorrow. He would relieve Emilia's burden, accomplish his goal, and have enough time left over to save everyone at the mansion.
That would be the most ideal result.
Subaru knew that Emilia would be shaken by his proposal. It bothered him to be deceiving her at a time when she was most vulnerable, but it's a technique in negotiation to throw down a large issue first before following it up with the smaller and more vital ones. Since her mind was still not at ease, after hesitating to accept the first one, she would not be able to bring herself to deny his proposed concessions. Tomorrow and the day after, Subaru will pass the trials. There will surely be another opportunity to give Emilia the time to stand back up.
But that time isn't now. There isn't enough time, and the uncaring hand of fate had.
Garfield, you expecting us to just listen quietly while you move the conversation along any way you like? Just as Subaru's improvised tactic was about to succeed, a voice stopped him from behind. The golden-haired obstructor narrowed his fierce emerald-green eyes, and, clacking his sharp canine fangs, took a step forward. Garfield, I say, other than Princess Emilia Summer, I ain't agreeing Tanyan else taking the trials. At least, I definitely ain't gonna let you be thrown to free us. Subaru, wah.
Those were words he never expected to hear.
Subaru tried to make sense of the words that had been thrown at him, but unable to connect the speaker to the content of what was spoken, Subaru only groaned in confusion. Watching as Subaru's eyes wavered, as if slamming down reality in front of someone who could not understand it. Garfield, you listening?
Do I have to say it again?
I ain't gonna approve of anyone other than Emilia Summer taking the trials. Get that into your head, think of it as my condition, and not even the granny's gonna change that. Just like this, Garfield crumpled up the skin of his nose, and spat this out with his displeasure in full display. ARC4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 25, The Ice Forest. Garfield, looking like you're gonna cry ain't gonna change a thing.
I've already made up my mind. And once I do I don't budge.
It'd be like Don Marakin getting stuck when you push him. Watching Subaru eyes open wide with astonishment, Garfield continued. The condition he spoke of, hearing it, threw Subaru's heart into a state of shock and disarray.
Because.
Subaru, of all people, why are you the one saying this?
Garfield, huh?
Sit so surprising I disagree. Just how naive are ya? All we did was talk a couple times. I'd be pretty pissed if you think you understand me. At Subaru's words, Garfield twisted the corners of his lips with displeasure, and Subaru did the same in return. After all, what Garfield had just rejected was based on something that Garfield had suggested in the first place. In the previous world, when Garfield could no longer stand watching Emilia getting worn down from challenging the trials over and over, he tossed up the idea that Subaru should take the trials in her place. Subaru, who had obstinately believed that Emilia must be the one to overcome the trials, was shaken to his core, and, after seeing sense in that idea, he had adopted it for himself.
But now.
Subaru, I've got all kinds of emotions swirling inside that I can't keep down but.
I'll forget them for now. But more importantly, why are you against it? Increasing the chances of liberating the sanctuary can't possibly be bad for you?
Garfield, well, so you're saying if I'm fully on board with Granny's plans, then I should know your idea's more efficient, that it?
But still, I just absolutely don't like it.
Subaru, why are you saying that like some snot-nosed brat? Crossing his arms, Garfield turned his face away. There was no logic to what he was saying, and the fact that he was going purely on his feelings only complicated the conversation even further. From their interactions up to now, Subaru understood that Garfield was emotional, or, more accurately, that his priorities are primarily based on what he feels like at the moment. If appealing to common sense was useless, then Subaru didn't know what else he could do would be effective.
Subaru, Louis-san.
Since there was no point in talking to Garfield, who had no intention of agreeing with him, Subaru called to the elderly woman in the body of a young girl who had been quietly watching their exchange. But seeing Subaru turn to her, Louis only waved through her long sleeves that hid her hands underneath. Louis, when Garbo's like this, there's nothing I can say to make him budge. It's unfortunate, but no matter how hard you try, there's nothing in the sanctuary that can force him to listen. Does Subo want to try? Subaru, I don't have the kind of suicidal tendencies that'll make me want to challenge a guy who can throw a dragon carriage.
Damn it, what's with you guys?
She wasn't approving of Garfield's words, but since she didn't actively rebuke him, it probably meant that deep down she agreed with him. Chances are, Louis also believed that Emilia should be the one to overcome the trials. He didn't know how much she respected Roswell, but it seemed safe to assume that Louis agreed with Roswell on the most fundamental parts. Nevertheless, Subaru couldn't help but wonder what would happen if Garfield was on his side. Emilia, Subaru.
Calling him with a worried voice, Emilia looked up at Subaru, who seemed to be overwhelmed by feelings he couldn't explain.
Reflecting the side of Subaru's face within her violet eyes. Emilia, I'll try my best, so it's fine, you don't have to push yourself.
It was a bit.
Yeah, just a bit sudden, so I was surprised, but now that I know what is going to happen. Subaru, no, Emilia-tan, you're the one who shouldn't push yourself. I'll convince this stubborn bastard somehow.
And once I do that, the trials.
Emilia, Subaru, why? Emilia seemed like she was about to give in to Garfield's words. Seeing her rally herself from her weakness, Subaru started churning in his head to think of some way to make them see reason. But, just as Subaru's mental preparation was getting underway, Emilia, Subaru.
Even you, don't believe I can do it?
Subaru, huh? Emilia, I know I let you see my useless side, so now you're thinking that.
You can't leave the trials to me, so instead.
Subaru, you're wrong.
It's not like that.
Emilia, well, I know you're worried, Subaru.
Subaru passed the trial while I didn't even come close. I don't even have the resolve to face the trial, And my past.
Even though Subaru was denying it, Emilia shook her head from side to side, refusing to accept his denial. Negative emotions surfaced in her eyes, and her lips shivered as her face went pale. From her unsettled speech, Subaru knew this was because she was recalling the trial and the so-called past.
In other words, she was at a point where she could very easily crumble. Subaru, you don't have to think about it.
Emilia, but unless I face it I'll never overcome the trials.
Yes, that's right. I have to overcome the trials, I have to overcome my past, or I will never become king. And the villagers and the people of the sanctuary will never be able to leave.
Taking her by the shoulders, Subaru desperately called out to her, but Emilia shook her head and did not seem to hear him.
Or rather, the more he tried to stop her, the more obstinate her will seem to become.
Emilia, I can't let you babysit me forever, Subaru.
I can't.
Just not long ago, Subaru got hurt so badly because of me.
I don't want to make you carry my burden, Anim. Subaru, it's fine that way. This might be a bad way of putting it, but you're already helping me as much as I'm helping you.
It's all about putting the right materials to the right uses, right?
I'm the one who has better the affinity when it comes to trials. That's all there is to it, and nothing else. It just seems like something I can do, and something I can actually do faster. I don't find things I'm good at very often. There'll be plenty of opportunities for Emilia Tan to do your best later on.
Emilia, isn't this one of those huge opportunities now?
If I always look away from unpleasant things, and keep running away, then what will I become? If only he could have screamed what's wrong about running away.
If running away from things you don't like, shying your eyes away from painful things, and turning your back to difficulties could allow you to live in peace, then that's not such a bad way to live. Subaru himself had lived this way, trying to distance himself from hardships to the best of his ability.
So he knew that even though it's a cowardly way to live, there was no reason to condemn it. But still, now.
Right now, when Subaru should have understood and approved of the weakness facing up against Emilia's stubborn heart. Subaru, Why couldn't he utter a single word of what he was thinking? In front of Subaru's silence, Emilia closed her eyes and turned down her face.
His hands that were still on her shoulders could feel her body temperature rising as if she was having a fever, but Subaru didn't know what he could do.
And, watching their exchange.
Garfield,
You're free to fight it out as you like, but listen in from the side, sounds to me like Emilia Summer's got a point? Fact is, the trial's been prepared to be challenged by Emilia Summer.
Suddenly sticking yourself in's just. Subaru, you shut up. You don't know anything yet. Garfield,
Subaru exploded at Garfield, who made it sound so easy without realizing what kind of feeling that was going through him. Faced with Subaru's rage, a dangerous aura began to emanate from Garfield. But once again, Subaru ignored his threat and glared at him fearlessly. Subaru, do you have any idea what will happen if you keep pushing this on her? Do you think I can just calmly watch as she gets hurt, worn down, and falls apart?
What would I be if I?
Garfield, I don't get where you're coming up with this stuff all of a sudden. Subaru, you're thinking in terms of conditions and merits, but did you think about Emilia herself even once?
I know if she overcomes the trials, the payoff will be huge.
But, you're not counting the wounds she'll get or the tears she'll shed to get there.
Or what she herself wants.
In the previous world, even though he had seen, closer than anyone, how thin Emilia had been worn, how weakened she had become, Subaru never uttered a word to stop her.
If it's her, if it's Emilia, then she will be able to do it. They had cornered her, pushed her beyond her limits, and only then had they realized it. There was no point trying to explain this feeling to someone who had not experienced it.
That was the curse of return by death that stabbed at Subaru this moment.
His situation was that only he knew the truth of what happened in the last world.
Since neither his knowledge nor his words would suffice, the only thing he could do was to speak from emotions.
Emilia, what?
Do you know, Subaru? Subaru, Emilia? Feeling a tug on his sleeve, Subaru lifted up his head and saw Emilia's eyes opened wide, staring at him. Emotions were swirling within her violet pupils, which were drowned in surging teardrops that would fall and disappear. With tiny movements, Emilia shook her head from side to side, muttering, "No, no," as if rejecting something. "Emilia, do you know?"
Subaru, why, do you know? About my past?
Subaru, wait, calm down.
Take a deep breath.
The conversation's just taken a bad turn, so. Emilia, wrong, you're wrong.
I didn't mean to. I just.
Once again, Emilia returned to the state she had been in within the tomb, immediately after the trial. Confused, disoriented, beginning to ramble incoherently, her violet eyes that were wet with tears reflected Subaru within them, without seeing him at all. She reached out her fingers and clenched onto Subaru's sleeve as if she was going to tear it off. Emilia, everyone.
Even Mother, But no, you're wrong. It's not true. It really isn't.
At the time Really? Subaru, Emilia, what are why? Holding tight onto Subaru, Emilia desperately rambled on. Unable to understand the meaning behind her frantic words, Subaru could only pray that his sincere, meaningless consolation could get through to her. When, in front of the helpless Subaru, a shadow suddenly moved.
It was
Subaru, Ram. Without stopping to respond to his call, Ram slid herself behind Emilia. Reaching out her hand, she gently covered Emilia's mouth.
As the silver-haired girl's eyes widened in astonishment, Ram quietly uttered, "Forgive me." Emilia,
And suddenly, Emilia's body began to powerlessly collapse to the floor. Immediately reaching out to Emilia, who was falling right in front of him, Subaru breathed a sigh of relief as he managed to wrap her within his arms.
Then, looking up at Ram. "Subaru, what did you do?"
Ram, only a quicker way to calm her down. Did that make Barusu mad? Subaru, I wanted to say it was too forceful.
But I guess it was for the best. Sorry for all the trouble.
Ram, it's strange that Barusu would be apologizing on Emilia Summer's behalf. Since when did you take over the Great Spirit Summer's position as Emilia Summer's protector?
Subaru, it's not like I was trying to, was what he was about to say.
But Subaru realized that it would have been an unconvincing rebuttal. Since for one reason or another Puck was refusing to show his face, it was true that Subaru was looking out for Emilia even more than usual, and now, knowing that challenging the trials was wearing her down, that feeling had only increased. And for Emilia, now that the Great Spirit who had always protected her was no longer at her side, she was relying on Subaru more than ever before.
In any case,
Garfield, if she's gotta be taken care of, the talk ends here. Watching Subaru cradling Emilia, who had been forced to sleep by Ram, Garfield snorted and spat this out. Subaru was about to raise his voice to object, but, feeling Emilia's small movements in his arms, he unwittingly shut his mouth. And so, having lost his chance, he did nothing more except watch as Garfield turned his back to leave.
Garfield, today's trial's the exception.
From tomorrow onwards, th1 take the trials'll be Emilia Summer.
I won't accept you taking M.
Baring his fangs, Garfield spoke his part and left Lewis' house. And, the tiny shadow behind him, Lewis, continued. Lewis, sorry, Subo.
But I'm of the same opinion. The earlier the sanctuary is liberated the better, but, it would be more convenient to stick to Rosbo's intentions. Subaru, what do you mean, it would be more convenient?
Lewis, even if the sanctuary is liberated, it doesn't change the fact that we will continue to be Rosbo's subjects, under his protection. So, it would be in our best interest to avoid going against him if possible. I hope you do not think badly of me, it was not my intention to be selfish. Realizing that Lewis' words must have represented the true thoughts of the residents of the sanctuary, Subaru lost all room to object. After Garfield and Lewis of the sanctuary camp left the room, the only ones remaining were the Odd Bunch members of Roswell's mansion, plus one extra. Subaru, so, plus one extra Otto, what do you think of this situation? Otto, I got the worst feeling about where this is going and I intend to keep quiet and let this pass, so would you mind not dragging me into this? But, if I were to give my honest opinion after listening to that conversation, I think Garfield is right. Otto lifted up a finger as he said this, nodding several times while watching Subaru kneel down. Otto, it would make more sense, whether it's for the Margrave's aims, or for Emilia Summers as a royal selection candidate. I'm sure if Natsuki-san takes the trials in her place, it could be made to become Emilia Summers' achievement, but regardless of how other people hear about it in the future, will the people who are currently stuck in the sanctuary really think of it this way?
And will it really win her their support? Subaru, I understand that too.
No matter which way I think about it, letting Emilia be the one to liberate the sanctuary will be most beneficial, but but Emilia Summer is incapable of overcoming the trials? Ram's words kicked right through Subaru's indecisive muttering. Yet, in front of her refreshingly blunt attitude, Subaru grew calm. Subaru, as far as I can tell, I think it'd be too much to expect quick results.
I don't know what exactly happened in Emilia's past.
But I'm sure you both understand that we don't have that kind of time, don't you? Ram, at the very least, I would like to see this end within 3 years before the royal selection is decided. Subaru, that's being way too patient about this. That was probably some kind of joke, and since she said it with a straight face, he could pretty much rule out the possibility that she was being serious. As if understanding Subaru's meaning, she nodded. Ram, there is also the burden of the refugees, and the matter of food supplies.
Looking at this in the long term, it's unrealistic to keep sustaining this many people. Subaru, well, that's the gist of it.
They're already stressed out as it is after being suddenly forced to evacuate.
If they stop receiving enough food on top of that, their discontent will explode.
And for the sanctuary guys, there'll be no point in keeping the hostages if their own living standards start dropping because of it. At least, there'll be no point in keeping all of them. Ram, you think Garf will start culling the villagers? Ram's voice became slightly more animated as she asked this. Subaru raised his brows at her rather unexpected reaction, and even she herself seemed to be surprised about her own attitude.
But, stroking her forelocks in order to distract away from it.
Ram, I would rather not think about it, but with Garf's personality, it is possible.
If it really comes down to it, he won't hesitate to follow his own priorities. Subaru, he's kinda like you in that.
My opinion's the same, so I'd like to suggest that we free the hostages from the sanctuary before that happens.
Last time, that proposal was accepted on the secret condition that Subaru would take the trials.
Since that won't work this time, he could expect it to be far more difficult to negotiate the same terms.
But even so, he was sure that he could win some concessions in the end.
Subaru, in any case, if the sanctuary guys are going to push Emilia into taking the trials no matter what, hopefully I can do something to make things easier for both sides. Ram, I'm surprised. I thought Barusu would be more opposed to it and behave like an unreasonable little child. Seeing Subaru apparently put away his worries about Emilia taking the trials, Ram made this brief comment. Subaru nodded, and started off again with, well.
Subaru, it's regrettable and unfortunate. But it makes the most sense to go along with Roswell's plans.
Yeah, that's right. If I can overlook the fact that Emilia will be hurt, then it's definitely for the best if we do it this way. Ram, even knowing that she'll be hurt, you'll let her go on with it?
What a demon you are. Subaru, to have a real demon tell me that, I must really have changed.
Except, no, never mind. He was about to say something, but Subaru closed his mouth again and shook his head. Seeing that he wasn't going to continue, Ram furrowed her brows, but didn't bother commenting on it. Gently, being careful not to wake her, Subaru lifted up Emilia in his arms.
She was light. People were supposed to be heavier when they are unconscious, but she was still as light as a feather.
Just how much must she be carrying within this small, delicate body, he wondered. Subaru, Ram. After I set Emilia down in the bedroom, I want to talk to Roswell.
Is that all right with you? Ram, Roswell Summer is resting. No one may enter his room for the time being. Subaru, I want to talk to him about the trial.
We won't get anywhere if we low-ranking guys just keep talking amongst ourselves.
I need the mastermind's opinion on this.
If he used the trials as bait, then even Roswell will have to take down the Do Not Disturb sign on his door and meet him face to face. Subaru already had experience of this from the previous world. Ram closed her eyes for a moment to scrutinize Subaru's words, until, looking as if she was very tired, she spilled out a sigh. Ram, I will wait at Roswell Summer's side. Brusu, please take Emilia Summer to her bed, without doing anything suspicious.
Subaru, what are you saying to serious mode me over here?
I wasn't even thinking anything until you went and said that, and now that I am acutely aware of the soft direct contact sensation with Emilia Tan, my knees are shaking out of control. How are you going to take responsibility?
Ram, Otto, keep an eye on him.
Otto, yes ma'am.
Ignoring Subaru's jape, Ram left a simple order for Otto and exited the house.
Now the only ones left were 2 guys and 1 pretty girl. Under such circumstances, Otto kept up his saluting pose and stared at Subaru closely. Otto, go on, please take Emilia Summer to the bed.
Unless you need any help?
Subaru, before that, what's with this obedient attitude you're taking toward Ram? Otto, well, see, Ram-san's a direct subordinate of the Margrave, right? With that in mind, unlike Natsuki-san single-mindedly sticking to Emilia Summer, if I suck up to Ram-san instead, I'll have a better hope of getting close to the Margrave, won't I? Subaru, your initial impression as a skilled merchant is slowly shifting into a sly minor villain, you know. Aren't you going to do something to salvage it? Will I have to treat you like an obstacle from now on and quietly kill you off in the shadows? Complaining about Otto's identity shift, Subaru sighed, and carried Emilia into the bedroom.
He lightly smoothed out the messy bedsheet with his palm, and slowly laid her down. When? Subaru, After drawing the bedsheets to her shoulders, just as he was about to leave, Subaru noticed Emilia's fingers clutching to the hem of his shirt. Sensing the reliance conveyed through the touch of her fingertips, taking in her adorableness, Subaru gently picked her fingers away. Then, wrapping them up within his hands.
Subaru, wait for me, Emilia. Emilia, ..
Subaru, somehow, I'll find a way. So that you will no longer have to cry, or be hurt anymore. I promise.
Saying this oath, Subaru released Emilia's hand.
Standing up, and turning around, he headed for the house's exit. And to Roswell. Because there were far too many things he must hear from the devil himself.
Roswell, I see, I think I more or less understand the situation now. Touching a hand to his jaw, after quietly listening to Subaru's long speech, Roswell nodded his head. The location was in a room of the private residence where Roswell was resting, and the only 2 people inside were Subaru and Roswell. Lying on the bed, Roswell lifted his upper body to get a better look at Subaru. And Subaru, shooting him a stern gaze in return. Subaru, that why, if we incorporate the sanctuary side's interests as much as possible, I think this would be the best starting point to launch the negotiations.
Roswell, it is true, that from the moment Emilia Summer entered within the barriers of the sanctuary, Garfield and the others' plans might as well have already been realized. Emilia Summer herself cannot let Tilda of the sanctuary until she overcomes the trials. So if the hostages they have taken for insurance simply become useless baggage draining their food supply, then there is reason to let them go. That is the idea? Subaru, I think it's a sensible argument. Of course, we won't be throwing away or putting off the sanctuary's problems. This is just to take the unnecessary components out of the equation. Roswell, sounds almost too odd to be true. Deep down, you have such doubts too, no? If the liberation of the sanctuary ever becomes far beyond reach, or, if Emilia Summer falters, and her heart could no longer withstand the trials, then the hostages can be used as a resource to coerce Emilia Summer. Perhaps that is why you thought you'd eliminate that possibility beforehand. Or something along those lines. With one eye closed, Roswell looked at Subaru through his single yellow pupil.
Subaru crossed his arms as he took in the contents of those words, and then, nodding. Subaru, sorry, but I didn't really think that far.
Or actually, the fact that you managed to immediately come up with that terrifying idea kinda makes me want to recoil a bit. Roswell, it d? Was I thinking too much into it?
Sorry. Bu-T still, that is another way to TNK about it, no?
Roswell smiled as if to cover up the fact that he had surprised even himself with his pessimism.
Seeing that smile, Subaru only looked at him wryly in return, and wondered whether Garfield was really capable of going that far. No matter how stubborn or inflexible he was, and even if there were times when words can't get through to him, he wasn't the kind of person who would stain his hands with something truly irrational or immoral. Subaru had only known him for a few days, but that was his assessment of Garfield.
In any case.
Roswell, so.
What would you have me do, Subaru-kun?
Subaru, if possible, instead of me, I want you to be the one to propose these terms.
This time, it looks like things won't end well if I do it.
Roswell, and why is that? Subaru, I have a feeling that bastard Garfield's got a thing against me. It's not that I've given up on convincing him, but it's going to get rough if I go talk to him today or tomorrow. Subaru could still remember the sharpness of the gaze Garfield had given him when they parted. Filled with hostility and disdain, it was as if those eyes were looking at someone who killed his parents, though Subaru had no clue why he would look at him this way.
Had he done something that Garfield deemed impermissible, or had he mistakenly said something that trampled on his beliefs? Either way.
Subaru, now that he's gotten emotional, he'll probably reject my ideas no matter what it is, and on top of that, if Garfield objects, it seems Louis-san will passively go along with him as well. I can already see that happening, so I hope we can avoid that possibility. Roswell, so that's where I come in, is that correct?
Well, all right. I will speak to Granny Louis-sama and Garfield.
Although, it seems Garfield dislikes me as well, so even I'm not sure if I could convince him. Upon receiving Subaru's proposal, Roswell light-heartedly accepted the task. Hearing that encouraging reply, Subaru breathed a sigh of relief. Anyways, one of his worries had been resolved for now.
Then, the remaining problem would be Roswell, well then.
Is that all the business you have with me? Subaru, no, not yet. I haven't brought up the most vital issue yet.
The most important conversation that was the reason he came here hadn't even begun.
Roswell tilted his head, and, closing a single eye, he brushed his long, flowing hair behind his back. Subaru wasn't sure if it had become a habit, but he would inadvertently straighten his back whenever he was stared at by that yellow eye.
Then.
Subaru, the trial inside the tomb showed Emilia her past. Do you have any idea what that past might be, that was so painful for her to look back on? Subaru asked this question about the past that Emilia was desperately trying to hide. And, receiving this question, Roswell closed his yellow eye, and slightly inclined his head as though sinking into thought. Just like this, the room fell into silence, and the only sound Subaru could hear in that muted world was the sound of his own anxiety as he waited.
Then.
Roswell, don't you think that asking me, instead of asking Emilia Summer directly, is a rather Woodley way to do it? Subaru, you can call me an underhanded coward much as you like.
And I would certainly rather hear everything from Emilia herself if I could. But
the secret that she was trying to hide, even with all the tears and all the pain, how could Subaru bring himself to ask her? But even if he could understand why she wanted to keep it secret, just as he himself wanted to hide his pain about his parents, he mustn't hesitate. Subaru, it's because I want to know about her, and because I have to know.
And if there is anything I can use, I will grasp at any straws I can.
Roswell, I've had people call me all sorts of things, but to be treated like Stra-W certainly is a new experience for me. Auri-GHT, then. After letting out a small laugh, Roswell's expression disappeared. He exhaled a short breath, and then stopped breathing altogether as he took in Subaru through both of his mismatched pupils. Placing him under the gazes of those different colored eyes, Roswell touched his raised hand to his forehead, and Roswell, Emilia Summer is a half-elf. Due to the Witch of Envy, the half-elves are looked upon with discrimination. T.S. much, even you must already know, isn't that right?
Subaru, yeah.
I can tell how unfairly Emilia must have been treated from the way she acted in the capital.
And when I met those assholes as well. The images of those abominable witch cultists came to mind.
Watching Subaru trying to shake that out of his head, Roswell continued with, how tilde ver. Roswell, while it's true that half-elves are the targets of particularly severe persecution,
it does not end there.
By the way, Subaru-kun, did you ever see an elf while you were in the capital? Subaru, elf? Not just half-elf?
No, I don't think I've ever seen one.
Holding his chin, Subaru mobilized his memory to look through the different worlds he had seen. But never once, within all those worlds, had an elf, or the fair, long-eared features of the popular impression of that race ever crossed into his memories.
Hearing Subaru's reply, Roswell simply remarked, right.
Roswell, the half-elves aren't the only ones being harshly persecuted throughout all parts of the world. The elves, for being, in part, the sires of half-elves, are also at the end of the spear. Subaru.
But, that's way too indiscriminate no matter how you look at it.
If you follow that logic, then Roswell, humans would also have to be eradicated? Unfortunately, in this world, humans are more numerous than the demi-humans, and their nations are far more powerful.
It was only owing to the sheer magnitude of the ever-expanding rift between the humans and the demi-humans, that the demi-human war had dragged on for so long. But that has little to do with the topic at hand.
Subaru, so then, what does the history of persecution against elves have to do with this? The demi-human war was a phrase he had never heard before. Although he was intrigued, Subaru decided to get back to the original topic before they ran off on a tangent. Roswell drew in his chin and with, in other words, he shook his head and continued.
Roswell, naturally, it would be difficult for half-elves to show their faces in a place like the capital, and the elves, being their parent race, shared the same difficulty. That would be why you have not seen any elves in to the capital. Subaru, that part. I get already. But, how is that connected to this?
Roswell appeared unconcerned about Subaru's request for an explanation. Leaning his back against a pillow, and, feeling its softness pushing against his back, he slightly lifted his head, looking up. Roswell, as an extension of the prejudice against half-elves, the elves are also met with repression wherever they go. In that case, just where should the elves live?
Subaru, if they're elves. I get the feeling they'd live in a camp inside a forest or something.
Keep to some part of the forest that's inaccessible to people, and quietly hunt and stuff. Roswell, I don't know where you got all that information, but it is roughly along those Lee-Tildanes. The elves were chased away from the towns, and so they could only live secretly in the depths of the forests. The great forest of Elior was once one of these homes to the elves. All of a sudden, Subaru noticed a change in Roswell's voice, and couldn't keep himself from shuddering. It felt as though the temperature of the room had suddenly dropped, but, naturally, it was only an illusion. And the real reason must have been Roswell in front of him, and the indescribable power carried within his words. As for the name of that place, Subaru had a feeling that he had heard it before.
The Great Forest of Elior.
That name had come up several times over the course of negotiations in Crush's mansion.
They had mentioned that it is a territory within Roswell's domains rich in magical minerals. And that Subaru, it's now frozen in ice, and no one could go near it.
Roswell, the beginning of the freezing of the Great Forest of Elior, and its subsequent spread, is recorded as an event that happened over 90 years ago. All was frozen, and all living things were sealed in ice, in a world of absolute zero.
And she lived in that world, all alone.
As if confirming Subaru's fears, the usual strange intonations disappeared from Roswell's voice.
90 years. An exceeding long time. And who was that person? From the flow of the conversation up to now, only one answer appeared in his mind.
And, seeing Subaru at loss for words, Roswell plainly told him. Roswell, in the depths of the great Elior forest, the village and the villagers of the elven tribe that resided there remain frozen in ice even to this day, stopped in time. Subaru, Roswell, all except one, all except the half-elf girl who committed this mistake. ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 26, Impaction. He never should have asked. Feeling a cold sweat rolling from his forehead to his jaw, Subaru once again recognized the extent of his own stupidity.
A distant-sounding ring was reverberating inside his skull, and his thumping heart groaned in pain.
Roswell, after hearing all of this, you are starting to regret it. Tilda, ain't you?
Watching Subaru sink into silence, on the bed, Roswell tilted his head. Being asked this question by the clown playing with his long blue hair, Subaru couldn't immediately come up with a reply. All he could do was to breathe quietly to calm himself down, and Subaru, I was just surprised, that's all.
How should I say it?
Amelia is a bit older than I thought. Roswell, Oya, didn't you know? Amelia Summer, being half-elf, is a member of a race blessed with long life, though it would not be as long as the elves. As for the elves, you could say that unless they are killed, they would pretty much need Tilda die. Going along with Subaru's evasive reply, Roswell gave a similarly half-hearted explanation. The characteristics of the elves as Roswell described them did seem to match the subculture understanding of elves in the original world. Subaru wasn't sure how much the half-part came into, but, at least on the point of Amelia's true age, assuming Roswell's words could be believed. Subaru, there's at least a 60-year gap. Even with my older sister complex, I'm a bit lacking in experience points when it comes to that kind of a age gap in a potential conquest target. Roswell, this is unrelated, but from the way you said that, it sounds as if you've had contact with other long-lived races besides Amelia Summer before Tilda Ree? Subaru, well, immortals and vampires are pretty common character tropes in gal games, you know. Lowly Granny Lewis sans a type as well.
Such are the sins of past life.
Although, non-humans and lowly granny types weren't really a part of Subaru's undertakings. Subaru's strike zone was usually situated around older sisters and senpais at school. That's why, when he learned that there was actually a 60-year age gap, he more or less had some thoughts about it. Subaru, but since she's cute, I'm okay with it.
No problem.
Amelia Tan is still the brightest star in my heart. Besides, since long-living races live for a long time, they probably grow at a slower rate, and so they probably mentally mature at a different rate as well. He's seen that pretty often in these kind of character setups. Kind of like how dog age is different from human age. 20 years old in human age is probably like 200 years old in elf years.
Then,
Subaru, if I think of it that way, 90 years old Amelia Tan is still young, just a little girl.
No, from the elves' point of view, she's might actually be a lowly.
Oi oi, if such a sexy beautiful girl is only a lowly.
That's a whole new genre, isn't it?
Roswell, even though indulging in various kind of fantastical tilde science is a good thing, the reality is hard usher than you imagined.
With the passage of time, people will grow. Even the minds of elves would not mature any slower t all. Subaru, you.
I'm desperately trying to convince myself Amelia Tan is a little girl here. Why do you have to immediately disprove me?
Even though it was just wishful thinking, it was still annoying to have his last hope pulverized right off the bat. Under Subaru's resentful leer, besides, Roswell continued.
Roswell, Ven I can't just stand by while watching you cover your O-wn eyes and pretend nothing happened. Re-GHT, Subaru-kun? Subaru, --
Roswell, having heard from me what you show you'll deem to have heard, do you regret it so much?
Subaru, you really are an annoying guy. Despite Subaru trying to gloss it over, just as he was about to bury it away, Roswell just had to dig it all up again. After tossing back this limp retort, Subaru cursed at himself one more time.
That heavy cross borne upon Amelia's delicate shoulders, he had dishonestly heard it from someone other than herself. Subaru, in the trial I saw my past.
I'm sure Emilia saw hers too.
In that case, the past she saw must have been Roswell, if it is the past one least wishes to look back upon.
Then the one Emilia Summer saw was no doubt the day when the great Elior forest froze. Roswell confirmed Subaru's fears. Carrying on from this train of thought, Subaru came to realize just what horror he had been forcing Emilia to go through.
There is much to gain from finding closure and overcoming one's past, but
Subaru, then, all that time, I've been making her face the past where she froze everyone in ice? Between Emilia and Subaru, the magnitude of the guilt attached to their forsaken pasts were worlds apart. Of course, it was difficult for Subaru to come to terms with the fact that he was cut off from his parents by an entire world between them.
And he would not forgive himself if he cheapened that experience, or saw it as anything less than it was. But on the other hand, what about Emilia's problem?
Whereas Subaru was loved by his parents, received a push on his back, and was forgiven, would the past that Emilia had to face grant her this affirmation, and forgive her for her mistake?
Would she receive this, and move on from her past? Subaru, Emilia freezing the forest. And the elven village inside, is all of this certain?
It sounds as if there's no room for debate, but something feels off.
Roswell, it's true that we can't be sure what really happened.
T. This was told to me directly by Emilia Summer herself.
It was Emilia Summer herself who confessed to be the one who sealed the forest in ice.
That much shouldn't leave room for any further contention. Subaru, so if you aren't sure what really happened, it could just be a misunderstanding. To begin with, Emilia Tan isn't the kind of person who could do such a thing. Roswell, no tilde, you misunderstood tilde nd, that won't do tilde, Subaru-kun. While Subaru was trying to search for some excuse, Roswell held him back with 3 drawn-out calls.
Having been cut off this way, Subaru shot him a sharp and perilous glare. But Roswell only waved his hand, pretending not to notice it.
Roswell, the fact of what actually happened, is no tilde t the issue here. The real issue is the fact that Emilia Summer is firmly convinced of the idea, I am the one who froze the forest. Subaru, Roswell, to Emilia Summer, this is the truth of what happened. Consequently, the trial which Emilia Summer must face is also based upon this version of the truth.
In T case, just what do you think we should do? Subaru, you. What are you even thinking?
Asking this question as if they were playing some light-hearted game, it was impossible to fathom what was going through Roswell's mind. As if he couldn't take it anymore, Subaru wrenched out these words. Just how? How could this man keep smiling in a situation like this? Subaru, I don't expect you to sympathize with Emilia's past, or feel for her or anything of the sort, but if you know full well the weight of that burden, and know what pain must be going through her heart, then what the hell are you doing having so much fun while she is sent in to challenge the impossible trials?
Roswell, mu. Subaru, what is wrong with you? You.
Don't you want Emilia to be king?
You are the one who is going to make her king, aren't you? I know what you are trying to do.
You think letting Emilia liberate the sanctuary will win her the support of both our lamb village and the sanctuary.
That I understand. But
Subaru, on the other hand, when it comes down to the critical moment you're just leaving Emilia to her own devices.
If she cannot liberate the sanctuary, then the whole game falls apart. How can you just sit around as if there's nothing to worry about when the situation has come to this deadlock?
Roswell. Subaru, I've said it before. I won't rest until I've made Emilia king.
And I intend to make that true.
As for you, do you really intend to make her king?
Roswell, without a doubt.
Roaring, his shoulders trembling, Subaru asked Roswell this heartfelt question. But, at the end of his last question, Roswell's answer came down like a bucket of cold water on his seething face. In front of his eyes, Roswell didn't move an inch. With steady eyes, his gaze was fixed dead upon Subaru.
Then, Roswell, do I intend to make her the king? Certainly, I do. Other than myself, there is no one else who would wish more for her to be king.
Not even Emilia Summer herself, or a man like you, can match my desire for this, or the reason for my conviction. Subaru, Val? Roswell, that you would hound me like this, and doubt my motivations, is truly laughable.
Absolutely, laughable. Are we still not there yet, after all?
There was rage in his quiet words, and it was the first time Subaru ever sensed this from Roswell. But, halfway through, the heat vanished from his impassioned words, until, at last, it fell to a whisper and scattered like mist. In the end, with a final profound musing, he brought his speech to a close, and Roswell, Subaru-kun.
Unfo-tunately, this will be all for tonight.
I am still recovering from my wounds. At least, I hope you'd grant me a little rest.
Subaru, we're. No, never mind.
Subaru reached out his hand, trying to hold Roswell back from one-sidedly ending the conversation, but he realized it would be futile, and drew it back again. Ending their talk in a light-hearted tone, Roswell plainly refused any further discussion. Since he had already been rejected this way, even though the person was still lying in the bed right in front of him, it was already too late to ask anything more.
Shaking his head, holding back his disappointment, Subaru turned his back to the bed. He had already said what he came here to say.
Whether or not the situation of the villagers of Arlam would change for the better is still unknown, but Lewis will probably not refuse Roswell's request.
If that much can be done, then the stagnating circumstances will at least move forward.
Even though, for Subaru, there were still many more hurdles to come. Roswell, Subaru-kun. Just as he was about to leave the room, Roswell's call stopped him.
Halting his legs and looking back, he saw that Roswell had already laid his head down on the pillow, and was not looking at him. Roswell, the qualification. You've received it? Subaru,
Yeah, haven't I mentioned it yet? Yeah.
I took the trial too.
Actually, if going inside is like getting baptized with that stuff, then maybe you could. Roswell, no, that will not be possible.
I'm afraid the tomb will not accept me.
The fact that I carry these scars of rejection should make that clear enough. Having glossed over the part about the qualification, and recalling their conversation from the previous world, Subaru raised his brows in astonishment.
In the previous world, when he told Roswell that he had challenged the trials, he could remember Roswell's expression turning terribly dark.
But this time, there was only a tinge of loneliness that didn't seem noteworthy at all. Roswell, choose what is best, Subaru-kun. Subaru, what?
Roswell, in this place, you are the one person who could move most freely. You are completely unbound by the sanctuary. Nor are you constrained by any obligation to the royal selection.
Subaru, Roswell, go on being guided by your desires, go on struggling, until you hold everything within your hands. To agonize, and to be lost, and only then can you obtain it.
Even if it would not satisfy you, even if you could not understand it, see it through to the end. Roswell said this without showing his face.
Without the usual clownish intonations, Subaru was stunned by these uncharacteristically cynical remarks, and could only stand there stupidly on the spot. Until, after a little while had passed, he suddenly realized that Roswell had been saying those words to himself.
Subaru, hey. That's not like you at all. What's wrong, Roschi?
Roswell, sometimes I want to try something different, tease all.
I suppose, it seems I didn't mark it.
There was no way he could understand that open-ended sentence. But, just as he was about to ask, Roswell waved his hand on the bed, urging Subaru to leave. Seeing this, standing in front of Roswell, who had turned away from him, Subaru let out a long, drawn-out sigh through his nostrils.
Subaru, good night.
And, leaving this behind, he stepped out of the room. Ram, you didn't impose any burdens on Roswell Summer, I hope? The first thing that greeted Subaru as he came out of the bedroom were these words of interrogation and Ram's sharpened stare. The pink-haired girl was about half a head shorter than Subaru, but on matters that concerned Roswell, her intimidating presence would make her body appear twice as big as it actually is. In any case, Subaru started shriveling under the immense pressure. "Subaru, we just calmly talked about some stuff, that's all.
There were no collar grabs or wrestling throws or anything, don't worry."
Ram, what an optimistic Barusu. Setting foot inside the tomb, only to be rejected. Do you realize how cruel that was to Roswell Summer? You don't even understand that much, and have the audacity to be a smartass about it? Ram didn't conceal her displeasure as she blasted back at Subaru for his response. Seeing her priorities clearly laid out, Subaru couldn't help but smile wryly, and Subaru, well, he was gonna go to sleep, so I kinda got kicked out.
I already said what I had to say, so it's fine.
Ram, is it? At least, if Roswell Summer makes the request, I think Lewis Summer will probably accept.
But as for Garth,
I don't know how he will react. Subaru, if he's gonna grumble, then we'll have to rely on your seduction skills. You just have to strike a cute pose and you know how to do that, right? Ram, isn't Ram cute already? Subaru, no, I mean, well, if it's just the outer appearance then it's pretty cute. After all, aside from the hair color, she looked exactly like Rem.
Very, very cute.
The only problem was that the cuteness and Ram's fresh personality kind of managed to cancel each other out. Subaru, but to go after you, Garthel sure has some bizarre tastes.
No, or maybe it's just hard to tell from the appearance.
Kind of like the puffer fish, you not ow. Ram, I am pretty sure that wasn't a compliment, so this is how I am responding, Barusu. Stomping on Subaru's toes with her heel to her heart's content while watching tears jerking out of his eyes, Ram huffed through her nose. Then, she stood in front of the door to Roswell's bedroom, and Ram will change Roswell Summer's bandages, and then rest for the night. I suppose Barusu will sleep in the cathedral like yesterday? Even a Barusu should be able to remember a simple location, I assume? Subaru, my sense of direction's surprisingly good, you know.
Besides, it's the biggest building here. Although having no street lights is kind of a pain.
The sanctuary was an undeveloped area that relied on starlight to light the way at night, but still, on clear nights, the light descending from a star-filled sky was often enough to keep the darkness at bay.
Unfortunately, it's cloudy today.
Looking out the window, aside from the sprinkles of glimmering lights from the village houses, all the rest was completely dark. He felt just a little, tiny unease about the road back home. Subaru, getting lost and wandering into the forest and getting a random encounter with a beast and then going into bad end, probably won't happen, right?
It's okay, it's okay.
Ram, the possibility of that happening was very low to begin with, but after you said that out loud it seems to have slightly increased. All right. Barusu, the cathedral is directly to the right-hand side after you leave the building. Subaru, okay, got it. So it's the chopstick hand side, right? Although there doesn't seem to be a chopstick culture in this world. Since the dining culture here mainly consists of silverwares like knives and forks and spoons, Subaru's remark just now obviously made no sense to Ram. Anyways, thinking about whether he should try shaving down some trees and start mass-producing chopsticks here if he ever gets the chance. Subaru, anyways, I'll head back to the cathedral. Since it's still uncertain whether they can return to the village, just so we don't get their hopes up, maybe it'd be best if we don't mention that we're negotiating for their release yet? Ram, agreed.
If we hold the talks tomorrow, it would still be at least the day after tomorrow before they could leave. In the meantime, how to deal with Ikidona's tomb is what we need to think about.
Subaru, Inadvertently, just as he was about to say some last words on his way out of the house, Subaru suddenly froze in place. The abrupt halt sent a surprised look onto Ram's face, but Subaru, who had turned around to look at her, seemed even more confused than she was.
Then,
Subaru, what did you say just now?
He asked in a raspy voice.
Hearing Subaru's question, Ram, still not any less surprised, tried to remember what she just said, and Ram, the tomb is what we need to think about? Subaru, no, before that. Ram, isn't Ram cute already? Subaru, went back too far. You said Ikidona's tomb, right? Feeling stupid after missing the right answer twice in a row, Subaru gave up and answered the question himself. Seeing Ram nodding reluctantly, Subaru pressed his hand against his forehead.
With terrifying speed, the memories flooded back into his consciousness.
Ikidona. It was the name of the Witch of Greed, that white-haired girl in funerary dress, the self-proclaimed incarnation of the thirst for knowledge, and the most important Bokoko stereotype in this parallel world.
And above all, Subaru, what the hell were you trying to do? Messing with other people's memories. The entity who had done her work on Subaru's memories so that no one else could learn of her secrets.
At the end of the tea party, before the impending trials, she had forcibly extracted an oath from Subaru.
But if that was the price he had to pay to receive the qualifications, then he would willingly accept it. Subaru, whether it was bugged or that was how it's supposed to work.
Either way, the restrictions lifted. The restriction that Ikidona was supposed to have placed on Subaru was lifted, and his memories were unbound. Within his mind, the encounter with the witches, the tea party, and his meeting with Ikidona in school uniform in his old classroom in the original world, all of them, one by one, returned to him. And, having remembered, Subaru's thoughts arrived on a possible way to break open the deadlock on the sanctuary. It would be akin to a forbidden move, but Subaru, if the cathedral's on the chopstick hand side, then the tomb's on the bowl hand side. Ram, Barusu? Subaru, I better not keep you up too late.
It won't be good to put too much strain on a guy who just recovered from a major illness. Waving up his hand in response to Ram's call from behind, Subaru charged out of the building and into the night. Not to the bed inside the cathedral, but to the tomb he had left only 2 hours ago.
Time-wise, even if he went to the tomb, there was very little chance that he'd be able to confirm his idea.
But while the chance may be low, he couldn't resist trying it out. At least, if it couldn't be done on this night, he'd know.
Subaru, after taking the first trial, all sorts of annoying things just popped one after another.
So invite me to another tea party, witch?
No, Ikidona. Flying down the streets of the sanctuary, lit only by the dim natural lights of the night, Subaru ran on. The icy wind, the muddy ground, the sweat on his brow, and his panting breaths, all these sensations pressed his exhausted body onward. And, when he arrived, Garfield, yo.
Thought you'd be comin'.
Blocking Subaru's path was the youth with short blonde hair, Garfield, standing guard in front of the tomb. Garfield, impressive, outrunning so late at night.
Born a man after all, we're obliged to make an effort and stay strong. Thwinbrook's the warrior's qualifications, yeah?
Garfield spread out his arms standing in middle of the night's path, gradually baring his fangs as he spoke, barring Subaru's way ahead. Seeing him do this, all the hairs on Subaru's skin stood on end. Subaru, oh, sorry but I really wasn't pretending to be jogging or anything like that.
Too bad I can't stay and chat. It's not that I have a deadline, but it doesn't hurt to do it early.
Garfield, you're not getting it, oi. A sharp noise, it was the cracking sound of Garfield's foot stomping into the ground faster than the eyes could see. Soil flew up in all directions, and stamped into the hard surface of the path was a boot-shaped impression. Seeing Subaru's eyes widen, Garfield clacked his teeth. Garfield, if I see ya comin' back here again with this late-night runnin' bullshit, can't guarantee what I'll do. Subaru, it's only been a short amount of time, but why does it already sound like we can't understand each other? Am I left out of the loop about something here?
Garfield, who knows?
But you're blind to what's happening around ya, think least that's for sure. Subaru said this, trying to relax the tension in the atmosphere, but it didn't seem to reach Garfield, whose gleaming eyes continued to harbor the same hostility. Garfield, touching the white scar on his forehead.
Garfield, all that's ahead from here's the tomb.
You ain't gonna go all the way there take a piss, are ya? Subaru, what, you wanna go together? Peeing on a witch's grave or whatever, I actually never thought of this kind of revenge tactic before. From what Subaru knows about Ikidona, maybe she won't even be angry about it, and might even find it amusing. But anyways, without lowering his guard about Subaru, Garfield seemed to want to continue the conversation. Garfield, it couldn't be that you're trying to challenge another trial on the same night you passed the first one, could it?
That'd be a bit greedy, ain't it?
Subaru, no way I'm considering something that crazy.
I was just planning another approach.
Garfield, conniving, aren't ya? Subaru, conniving? Tricks, forbidden hands, data disk of inconceivable tactics or whatever you want to call it. Faced with absolute darkness, blind within that pitch-black world where he could only feel his way forward, he must clench tight onto any small hope of light, suck out its marrows, and swallow it to the last drop. Subaru, so get out of the way, Garfield.
I need to go into the tomb. Perhaps there'll be a way to solve all of our problems.
Garfield, 3, but absolutely not. You're absolutely
not. Get into this tomb.
Against Subaru's determination, Garfield had no intention of backing down. Met with Garfield's stubborn refusal, Subaru's confusion was giving way to anger. Just why, of all people, must this man be the one standing in his way? Subaru, you probably feel the same way about me, don't you?
That's why you're standing here in front of me like this.
But even so. Garfield, didn't I tell you not to give me that bullshit?
Once I decided, I ain't gonna bend. You ain't getting through, for the sanctuary or not. Subaru, why do you hate me so much all of a sudden? Just what the hell do you have against me?
Compared to the first day, and the last iteration, Garfield's attitude could not have been more different. Faced with this unreasonable treatment, Subaru screamed, demanding Garfield's true intentions. Hearing that question, Garfield scrunched up his nose, twisting his face into an expression not unlike a wild beast, and spoke. Garfield, you're stench. Subaru, huh? Without meaning to, Subaru groaned stupidly.
In front of him, Garfield covered his own nose with his palm.
Garfield, ever since you came out of the tomb, the stench of the witch's miasma's just been fuming out of your body.
You expect me trust a guy stinkin' of the witch rollin' with a half-witch? The fuck you take me for?
Jolting up his arms, exposing his fangs, Garfield laid bare his rage. Garfield, this is the sanctuary.
The experimental grounds of the witch of greed. The cesspool of half-wits who have no place to go, a fucking pile of impacted shit.
ARC-4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 27, Whisper.
For Subaru, it was a sound of rage that invoked a strong sense of déjà vu.
Subaru, the witch's scent. This would be the second time Subaru had been treated as an enemy because of it.
Having picked up a scent that Subaru himself couldn't smell, the hatred within Garfield's eyes seemed as if they were glaring at the very murderer of his parents. Subaru already knew the sharpness of that gaze, and that same torrent of hostility.
The witch's stench. The criminal's lingering scent. And a man ensnared by the witch.
Those were the words she once lashed upon him right before she took his life. So far had their relationship deteriorated. Garfield, what you looking all stupid for?
Got hit where it hurts and forgot how to talk?
In front of a shocked Subaru shaken into speechlessness, Garfield had put his inexhaustible rage into words.
Even after limply dropping his arms, Garfield did not lower his guard.
Watching Subaru's every move, even the small sense of familiarity that was supposedly between them, was already nowhere to be found.
Subaru, about the witch's stench. Garfield, huh?
Subaru, the stench that's floating around my body, it was after I came out of the tomb, after the trial, that it started floating around, right? Garfield, yeah, didn't even mind it before that, but soon as you came back from the trial it's suddenly reeking up the place. I don't know what you did inside, but I ain't a nice enough guy to trust a bastard smelling like that. Seeing Garfield nodding in affirmation to his question, Subaru let out a short sigh and closed his eyes. Then it's confirmed, the witch's stench clinging onto Subaru becomes stronger immediately after return by death.
He had suspected it before, but he had always subconsciously avoided this conclusion.
Only now, did Subaru finally accept that piece of the answer. The one returning Natsuki Subaru from death was the witch. He didn't know why.
There shouldn't be any connection. But, incredibly, he could understand it, and accept it.
It was like the sensation of hesitating to place down the one final piece that would complete the puzzle, and then, finally doing so, seeing the complete picture at last.
Subaru, just what do you have to do with me? Until I came to this world, I hadn't even encountered a single paranormal phenomenon in my life.
And after I got here I never even got a chance to meet the witch Summer that everyone keeps talking about. In fact, I died within 6 hours of being summoned here. Subaru was given the special characteristic of return by death upon being invited to this world.
If that was connected to the witch, then the summoning itself must have been connected to the witch as well. Up to this point, he had never once asked why, but Subaru, in the end, I can't ignore it anymore, huh?
Garfield, what are you muttering about? I ain't got the time to worry about this crap, so go straight back to sleeping in the cathedral.
Don't come bothering me with this bullshit again.
Subaru, you're letting me go? Going by what you said, I'm a suspicious bastard with the witch's stench floating all over me, right?
It's the middle of the night, and there's just us here.
Sounds just like the perfect situation for either a late-night tryst or quietly killing someone off, doesn't it?
Garfield, ha.
I ain't a patient guy and it's not that I didn't think about it. Right now chewing your head to shreds easy, but then what? When the half-witch find out you're dead there'll be even more trouble, even I can see that much. Seeing Subaru tilting his head, unable to understand his intentions, Garfield continued, but Garfield, I wouldn't want you going near the tomb and get yourself stinking even more. Right now only I got a sharp enough nose to notice it.
But who knows when the old hag and others in this shithole start noticing it too?
And there are the even more troubling guys.
Subaru, even more troubling.
Garfield, you have an idea or two who, don't ya?
You didn't just start reeking off that stench today. When they smell that stench, those assholes will wanna come.
Listening to Garfield clacking his fangs saying this, Subaru held his breath as a flood of thoughts came racing through his mind. Seeing that reaction, Garfield snorted, and, with a wave of his arm as if swatting away an insect. Garfield, so get outta here.
I won't do anything this time.
Tomorrow onwards, you stay nice and quiet and I won't have to do nothing either.
But don't let me find you coming near the tomb or getting involved with me or Granny. Won't be a nice experience for either of yous if that happens.
Subaru, mutual non-interference, huh?
I don't bother you and you won't bother me. That's pretty generous.
Garfield, making it out alive after stepping on Gringham's tail, yeah? Now get the hell out of my sight before I change my mind. I rather not make Ram hate me if I can. Uttering the name of the girl he liked, Garfield announced this as though he was prepared to do the worst. The menacing hostility emanating from within him was only barely held in check by self-restraint, that much was clear.
Though Subaru still wanted to argue, and continue this debate. It'd be best to retreat for now. Coming to this conclusion, he exhaled, and dropped his shoulders, and took a step back.
Seeing Subaru no longer intent on going any further, Garfield's own posture noticeably shifted as well. Closing one eye, and exhaling a deep breath from his nostrils, he sat himself down in the middle of the path to the tomb. Crossing his arms, he looked up at Subaru.
Garfield, good.
Don't do anything unnecessary now.
I'll be here from today till the end of the trials.
Tomorrow, the day after, or the one after that, day and noon and night, I got no intention of letting you in.
I'll leave it at that, so remember it good.
Subaru, if you don't want Ram to hate you, you might wanna go back for a bath from time to time. Garfield, before I start stinking as bad as you better do everything you can to get Amelia Summer to pass the trials.
Now get out of my sight. Garfield closed his eyes, and it seemed he was serious about spending the night here.
At first glance, there appeared to be openings all over. If he withdrew from here, and circled around through another part of the forest, perhaps it's not impossible to sneak into the tomb, but Subaru, better not. Garfield's probably guarded against that as well. As long as Subaru stayed within sight, Garfield will only restrain him with words. But if Subaru did something to trample on this consideration, Garfield will no longer be so lenient. Right now, Subaru would have no chance against an opponent who could throw trash along with the carriage, nor was there a way to get past his beast-like sense of smell. Subaru, this is the tea party coming back to haunt me, isn't it?
Putting a hand against his forehead, he regretted the way he handled the good fortune of having a witch in front of him to chat with.
Although, he couldn't have asked her about any of this at the time, so he couldn't blame himself too much.
Subaru, at least, there's nothing else I can do tonight. I must find some other way. Without getting past Garfield, there was no way to reach the tomb.
If Subaru cannot reach the tomb, then there will be no other option except to have Emilia take the trials. As far as Subaru can tell, it would be impossible for her to pass the trials in 3 days.
And if he cannot take any action within 3 days, then Subaru, Elsa will attack the mansion. And the chance to repel her will slip away. Even if it meant seeking help from a witch, Subaru had hoped to find some kind of side path by speaking to Echidna. But Garfield had blocked that. The alternative, of attempting to take the trials without seeking Echidna's advice, was also blocked.
Coming to this point, Subaru realized that the situation had come to dead end. Subaru, oi, isn't this situation just plain bad? Lacking the strength to force his way through Garfield, Subaru will need to be crafty as well as articulate in order to reach the trials, or otherwise, he must find some other way to move Garfield away from this place.
But it would be impossible to do this alone. Subaru, and even if I try to recruit allies, neither Ram or Otto are on my side on this one.
Considering its significance to the royal selection, those two had judged that it would be best to let Emilia take the trials. Of course, if only they saw how much Emilia would be worn out over the next 2 days, perhaps their opinions would change, but…
Subaru, then we won't make it back in time for the attack. Isn't there anything I can do?
The time difference, between the time needed to make everyone see the difficulty of having Emilia pass the trials and the timing of the imminent danger only Subaru knew about, was far too great. And if Subaru continued to insist on taking the trials himself, it would only be interpreted as his lack of confidence in Emilia. It gouged at his heart to think what Emilia might feel about this.
It was not that he didn't believe in her.
Rather, if time permitted it, Subaru believed beyond a doubt that she will accomplish the task that was given to her.
Yet,
even knowing that her task is too heavy for her to bear, how can you still think so? Subaru, .. Deep down, a low, dark whisper made Subaru halt his steps. Occasionally, he'd hear whispers like this, an obscure, dark part of himself mocking, laughing at him from behind for foolishly reaching for such hopes.
Subaru, the trials will keep eating away at her.
And even so, for the sake of the expectations of those around her and to fulfill her own wish, she will carry on, no matter how much it hurts her.
That's how it will be.
Disregard her wounds and move forward until it is overcome. Is that really what you want? She will hold in her pain, her tears, and her sobs, and keep on walking, and in the end, the path will surely open, and her wish will come true.
Was that what he believed?
There are wounds that don't need to be opened, memories that don't need to be faced, and pasts that don't need to be atoned for. Subaru, she believes she had done something wrong, and that she must do something to make it right.
That's why she is facing her past, and why she is suffering, isn't it? But why must that time be now?
Isn't this the worst possible timing? Is it truly necessary to face one's past? Must all committed sins be atoned for? And is redemption something that can be forced?
The past she didn't want anyone else to know. If it wasn't for the trials, Subaru would never have forced her to reveal it.
One day, with time, perhaps she will come to terms with it, and then there will be a chance to overcome that past.
But did it have to be now? Was this really the right time for that?
Would an answer she found through the obsessive notion that she must do something to atone truly carry a significance which she could be proud of? Subaru, at least, I think I'm glad I faced my past. I managed to pass, and even though I know it's just self-satisfaction, The way I am standing here now is an answer to that question.
But that's because you were already prepared to face your past, wasn't it? Even while he hated himself, there was a girl who loved him and accepted him.
It was because she was there, because of what she did for him, that Subaru was able to reveal that unsightly side of himself to his parents, peel open that ugliness inside him, and at last lift up his face to say his farewells.
Right now, is Emilia prepared for that? Having touched only a fragment of the weight of her past, just how much strength had Subaru's words and actions lent her up to now?
A shallow worldview, some insignificant efforts, and his empty proclamations of love, just how much support could they have truly given her?
Subaru, just what can I even do for you? He liked Emilia. He fell in love with her. He wanted to go on being in love with her, he thought. He wanted her to like him. He wanted her to fall in love with him. And he wanted her to go on being in love with him, he thought, too. That's why he wanted to make her happy. To become her strength. And to take all the pain, and bitterness, and sorrow in her stead. Even if he could not bear it, even if she would not let him, he wanted to be her support.
Like the girl who brought him back and made him stand, Subaru wanted to do for Emilia what Rem had done for him. Like Rem, who loved him with the entirety of her being, in the same way, Subaru wanted to become Emilia's support. Only this way could Subaru truly fulfill the first promise he made to Rem. And so, right now, what Subaru must do was Subaru, the time you need to stand, and the resolve to carry it through, all that I could do for you.
Leave them to me, all right?
Rolling his hand into a fist, Subaru straightened out exactly what he must do, and, letting out a small sigh, he edged up his lips into a smile. Wait, what he was going to do hadn't changed at all. Subaru, I will do everything I can for her. After all that headache, it just comes down to those few words, huh? Well, you gotta have some self-awareness about what you're gonna do, right?
For now, the question was how to solve the unavoidable problems at hand and overcome obstacles that accompanied them.
And, after clearing them, concoct some shocking, ingenious plan to open this whole situation up.
Time waits for no one. And the limit was drawing near. But he couldn't afford to jump to the wrong conclusions now. He had already made that mistake too many times before.
Subaru, nothing will get better if I just turn my head down when things are bad.
At least everything will only get worse as time goes by. I know that all too well, unfortunately. Leaving it all to time and hoping it will solve itself was absolutely out of the question. For Subaru, this is the unforgiving way of the world, and it was for this very reason that all his struggling, writhing, and resisting had meaning. Subaru, the situation is at its worst. Time is running out. And there's still a mountain of things I don't understand, but
that's nothing special, it is same for anyone, but even so, the fact that he had been granted the chance to do it all over again makes all the difference.
Subaru, don't doubt it for a second.
Natsuki, Subaru's courage will save you, Emilia.
One way or another, let's power through this with all we've got.
ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 28, A Conversation Over Tea.
Feeling the first light of dawn burning onto his eyelids, Subaru sat himself up in the darkness.
It seemed he had fallen asleep while thinking. But since he sank into the sea of thought so late in the night, he had only managed 2 or 3 hours of sleep.
Subaru, this would have been unthinkable back in the old world. Sunrises are supposed to be when I fall asleep, you know. Saying this while giving his body a few turns, Subaru took a quick look around at the others who were beginning to wake in the cathedral. When they noticed Subaru's gaze upon them, one by one they waved at him, and he did the same in return. Then, standing up, he headed for the cathedral's door. The crisp morning air greeted him as he went outside, where it seemed the residents of the sanctuary and some of the refugees were working together to prepare breakfast. Woman, Aya, you're already up, Subaru-sama.
Subaru, Hiyo, good morning. Another fresh morning today? Woman, sure is. The wind's a bit chilly though.
Looks like you managed to get a good night's sleep as well, Subaru-sama. With a smile, the woman with a familiar face called out to him and touched a finger to her cheek. Seeing this, Subaru touched his cheek in the same spot and felt something sticky there, and noticed there was a trail of saliva drooling down the side of his face. Subaru, wah, no, embarrassing. Why was it that short periods of sleep make people wake up even sloppier, anyway? Like when you wake up looking abnormally messy after only a little nap, there must be some kind of rule to this. Chuckling, and watching Subaru ponder about this unproductive question, another woman, with short dog ears on her head, offered him a wet towel. Subaru briefly thanked her, and quickly took the towel and wiped up his mouth. Off now? He looked at them, and both women affirmed that it was. Subaru borrowed the towel so he could wash his face by the pond, and waved them good day. Watching the both of them as he left, within the interaction between them he didn't see a single trace of unease or misunderstanding.
There was only natural communication between members of two different races. Over the past few days, which, if you include the time rewound by return by death, would have been a week, there had been no noticeable conflicts between the refugees and the residents of the sanctuary.
The refugees were in high spirits, and although he'd hate to admit it, the fact that their Lord Roswell remained with them must have brought them a considerable sense of reassurance.
In reality, the villagers' faith in Subaru, who ate and slept with them, also played no small part in this.
But Subaru, with his low evaluation of his own influence, didn't take this into account. Quite contrary to the ominous atmosphere of this place, the residents of the sanctuary, beginning with the beast-eared woman just now, had grown more and more talkative. At the very least, Subaru felt that it was to the point where the divide between human and half-bloods no longer existed anywhere beyond their thoughts. Subaru, the only real thing dividing them was the barrier, wasn't it? I don't know what might have been going through the mind of whoever put up that thing, but that was a pretty asshole thing to do. If Garfield's words could be believed, this place would be the experimental grounds of the Witch of Greed. In that case, the one who erected the barrier to prevent the half-bloods from escaping might have been the witch herself.
Subaru, Ikedona, ha.
At the end of the day, I still can't figure out what that witch is up to. White-haired and white-skinned, a monochrome girl wrapped in something of a funerary dress.
Lost her life 400 years ago, yet still bound to the present world, not unlike a ghost.
Contrary to her proclamation of not interfering with the real world, she had met with Subaru within the trial grounds and offered her detailed commentary on his actions. Then, she hid all the memories inside Subaru's mind relating to herself, only to allow it to be remembered again through some careless coincidence. None of it made any sense. Perhaps, there was some profound reason behind it, he thought. Subaru, or if she just enjoys screwing with people to see what happens, then there's seriously nothing I can do. Come to think of it, what are you supposed to think of a lady who makes people she just met drink her bodily fluids for no reason, anyway?
Unpleasant memories of drinking Donia tea resurfaced in his mind.
But since it was something that was supposed to have happened in the spiritual world, he really wanted to believe that his actual body hadn't really absorbed any of the Donia bits. Anyways, regardless of her intentions, the sanctuary remained surrounded by the barrier, and its inhabitants remained trapped within it.
Subaru, when it comes down to it, the greatest obstacle at the moment is
Garfield, isn't it? Whether it was to negotiate with Ikedona directly or to personally challenge the trials, the bottleneck was how to deal with Garfield, whose hostility towards Subaru had jumped up. If the change in his opinion of Subaru was truly due to the witch's stench, the side effect of return by death, then improving Garfield's attitude towards him could prove a near impossible task. Whether it was the Woolgarms, or the battle against the White Whale, Subaru had managed to turn the stench to his advantage and create breakthroughs in the situation, but Subaru, I can make it smell stinkier, but I don't know how to make it go away.
Don't imagine deodorants would do anything to it. Actually, what am I saying?
Stinky or not stinky, what am I, garbage? At least, there was a way to intentionally intensify his stench by telling someone about return by death.
And judging from everything that had happened so far, the intensified odor doesn't seem to last forever.
It seems, just like any ordinary smell, it will gradually fade over time.
But on the other hand, It would also mean that there was no other method to make it go away.
Subaru, I definitely can't count on Garfield's attitude softening.
And though I'd rather not think about it. If I mess up and return by death again.
If he dies again, and starts over inside the tomb, the lingering scent clinging onto Subaru now will be compounded over again with the stench of the witch. If that happens, it would be terrifying to imagine what Garfield's reaction will be. Facing the worst possible case of losing his life, by starting over, Subaru could alter the result. And salvage everything, yet, in spite of Subaru's greed, the fact is, he hadn't managed to fulfill everything.
And there were still things he could not bring back.
But even so, given the opportunity to do it all over again, Subaru intends to use it to choose a better future than the world that came before. It's difficult to appreciate a thing like return by death, but without that ability, he would have had to continue on through one of those countless abysmal futures.
Yet, Subaru, even if I can repeat it indefinitely, with every return, my relationships will worsen. The difficulty will increase along with the number of times I respawn. That's a first, all right.
At this point, it was still possible to establish rational communication with Garfield. But next time, when the stench is compounded over again, he couldn't be certain whether he will still be granted an opportunity to speak. At least, recalling the memory of Rem stealing away his life with her morning star when she could no longer trust him as a result of the stench still left him a lonely sense of emptiness on the left side of his body. Remembering those he left in the mansion, especially remembering the sleeping Rem, the next thought that came into Subaru's mind was the assassin in black. The reappearance of that happy murderer with her lethal blade, who currently tops the high score chart of this world for the Subaru kill count. Incidentally, also sharing first place was the grey cat-shaped spirit, while the whole flock of people sharing second place with the kill count of 1 was just too many to keep track of. Subaru, now that I think about it, it's kinda like an inverted kill counter.
Or I guess a getting killed counter would be more appropriate here?
Anyways, I need to find a countermeasure against Elsa. If it comes down to a brawl, there's no way I can win, so the only practical fighting strength we have would be a pick between Roswell or Garfield. Roswell, even with his magical abilities, was still hindered by his injuries. So in the end, the best solution would still be to convert Garfield into an ally. And in order to have Garfield fight off Elsa when she attacks the mansion, Subaru must break the barrier surrounding the sanctuary. And so, the most important steps would be: Subaru, pass through the trials and liberate the sanctuary before the attack on the mansion, reconcile with Garfield and bring him to the mansion to repel Elsa to get to the happy end.
Or something like that?
Saying it over to himself, Subaru saw the mutually contradictory problem and furrowed his brows. In order to make peace with Garfield, he must liberate the sanctuary. And in order to liberate the sanctuary, he must get past Garfield so he could challenge the trials.
Neither of these conflicting points can be satisfied without the other.
Perhaps there was still the possibility of resolving this through words, but looking back on their conversations last night and his experience of their interactions up to now, the slimness of that possibility made him want to clutch at his head. For better or for worse, interactions with Garfield are straightforward, but it also means that once he's set his mind on something, it would be very difficult to change it again. Therefore, if there was any chance left for Subaru, it would be: Subaru, aim for an opportunity to sneak into the tomb and get in touch with Echidna, or sneak into the tomb at the time to challenge the trials, and break through the remainder of the trials. Finishing up washing his face at the pond, Subaru arrived at this conclusion, and turned his steps towards a direction quite different from the cooking grounds.
Wiping his face with a squeezed dry towel, he set his destination toward a sparsely populated end of the sanctuary.
Heading there, passing a small hill, and continuing down a single road. Subaru, right, I was expecting too much with my opportunism, wasn't I? In the middle of the clearly visible path leading straight to the tomb, seated in the same posture as the previous night, Garfield was waiting. Head to the tomb first thing in the morning and sneak past Garfield when he isn't looking. He thought he'd pull a free one first thing in the morning, but looks like that's been instantly foiled. Subaru, you look energetic this morning.
Garfield, I should be thone saying that.
The hell are you doing showing up here first thing in the morning?
You trying to piss me off?
Oi. Subaru raised his hand a little to say hi, and Garfield, looking annoyed, opened one of his eyes and spat this back. Seeing that expected reaction, Subaru dropped down his hand again, and turned to the petite figure, Lewis, standing beside the cross-legged Garfield. Subaru, I figured Garfield would be here, but I didn't expect to find Lewis-san here as well. Good morning. Lewis, MNN, it is a nice morning. Is Subo out for a stroll too? Subaru, I guess you can call it that, but it's not as pleasant as it sounds. I came here full of hopes, you know, but also to annoy Garfield. Garfield, you. Seeing blue veins pop up on Garfield's forehead, and Subaru just pretending not to notice his reaction, Lewis tilted her head.
Then.
Subaru, you said too just now, does that mean Lewis-san's out for a stroll too?
Lewis, the stroll's just an added bonus for me. Last night I heard Garbo hadn't come home and was just going to sit out here on the ground. So I wanted to see how he's doing. Lewis said this while playing with her long, pink wavy hair with a finger.
In her other hand, she was holding a little package, which, judging from its size and shape, must be packing some simple food inside. Most likely, that was the stubborn not gonna move Garfield's breakfast. Suddenly, Subaru touched a hand to his chin and looked at the two in turn. Subaru, then, Garfield and Lewis-san, have you guys known each other for a long time? Lewis, ever since Garbo was little, at least.
Well, he's still little.
Garfield, oi, Granny. I've already way overtaken your height here.
Lewis, and you still haven't grown any taller like you're supposed to.
Anyways, we've been together since he was a lot smaller than he is now. I've even found myself growing used to these exchanges.
Even with Garfield's protests, Lewis seemed to accept them without paying them much mind.
Underneath what seemed to be a little girl was indeed an old woman inside. A total lowly granny in every sense of the word. However, having noticed something from what she said just now, Subaru raised up his brows.
Subaru, from the way you said that. Was Garfield not born inside the sanctuary?
Garfield, don't go prying where you don't need to. You wanna be like sneak attack in the Black Botoku only Che killed instead? Subaru, yeah, that didn't really communicate at all, so there's not much stopping power there.
So, Lewis-san, tell me the answer, if you please.
Seeing Subaru intent on completely ignoring last night's warning, Garfield ground his teeth so hard that they were almost starting to make a noise. But Subaru ignored that too and kept trying to get to the bottom of it. Looking back and forth at what was going on between the two men, Lewis spilled out a tired sigh, and Lewis, it was 10 and something years ago when Garbo came to the sanctuary. Back then, Garbo was still a little baby that couldn't even walk yet. Rosbo brought him along and Garfield, Granny, don't say anything unnecessary beyond that.
Narrowing his eyes, Garfield pressed down his voice as he said this.
Hearing this sent a chill into Subaru's chest, and for a moment, he was afraid that he may have carelessly stepped on something he shouldn't have.
But Lewis, who are you talking to with that kind of mouth, you dumbass? Garfield, hurts.
Striding forward impressively, Lewis reached out her hand and smacked the golden spiky-haired Garfield right in the head. Under the little girl's arms that didn't seem all that strong, Garfield hugged his head as if thunderbolts were dropping down on him, and, looking up at her like this. Garfield, gee Granny, what are you doing all of a sudden? Lewis, I should be asking you, after raising you up myself, is that how you're gonna speak to me? Just, shameful, embarrassing, so sad it makes me wanna cry.
Take this. This.
Garfield, shto, hurts, ow, watchin', there's someone watchin'. With pock 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 sound effects, Lewis kept swinging her arm while Garfield, looking like he wanted to crawl into a hole, tried to block her blows with his hand. While watching those two going at it, Subaru almost couldn't stop himself from laughing. Subaru, I think I've got a pretty good estimate of how long and deep your relationship is now. Garfield, do you really plan to keep sitting here? Garfield, unless there's something else I need to do, I'm here to stay. I wouldn't want someone sneaking in while I'm away, now do I? guarding against anyone sneaking in. Even with Subaru trying to get him to let his guard down, Garfield would not budge. Since Subaru wasn't expecting too much, he wasn't entirely discouraged. Rather, the fact that Garfield had overturned his own words from only half a day ago meant there was probably a need for Subaru to revise his understanding of Garfield. But in any case, the fact that his stubbornness remained difficult to move hadn't changed.
Subaru, come to think of it, doesn't the trial only take place at night? There's no point for me to sneak in during the day anyway.
Isn't it kinda pointless to keep sitting here like this? Garfield, you're wasting your breath if you think I'm gonna move. Wanna sneak in during the day and wait for tonight, banking on me not being able to go in and then you're all set, yeah?
You think I ain't ready for a long fight?
What, you underestimating me? Subaru, TCH, I've been found out? Subaru held up both hands over his head to surrender, and, seeing him do this, Garfield snorted, before looking up at Lewis. Garfield, so, I can't be moving from here for a while.
Granny, food.
Lewis, is that the kind of attitude you take towards someone who went to all the trouble of bringing you food?
Lamentable. Here. Despite her complaints, Lewis handed him the parcel.
And, taking it, Garfield unwrapped the parcel and started filling himself up with the dumpling-like contents inside.
With Lewis helping him like this, it would seem the battle of wills could be a long one.
Subaru, looks like it'll be hard to do anything for the moment, huh?
Oh well, I'll come back next time. Garfield, you don't have to come back, you know. I ain't letting you through anyway.
You might as well go sit quietly in a corner somewhere, yeah? Having finished eating, Garfield licked his fingers and called out to Subaru, who was turning to leave. Subaru waved him goodbye without turning around, and Lewis followed along beside him. Lewis, now that I'm done feeding Garbo, I want to talk to Subo for a bit.
Subaru, what a coincidence. I have something I want to ask Lewis-san too.
Though I really want to go see Amelia Tan's face first, but...
Looking up at the sky, he found that the sun had only just risen.
He could still remember that on the first day after the beginning of the trials, the exhausted Amelia will wake up around noon.
He would have liked to follow his desires and go to see her face while she slept, but he should probably move forward with the other activities here instead.
Subaru cast a glance towards Lewis, observing the elderly little girl with pink wavy hair who was walking along beside him. Her face seemed a little sleepy, and with wobbling little steps, she managed to keep up with his pace.
Even knowing full well that she's a lowly granny, there was still something that tickled the insides of his heart.
Subaru, want me to give you a piggyback ride?
Lewis, and here I was wondering why you were suddenly looking at me like that.
Subo, you don't happen to be attracted to little girls, do you? That'd be even more hopeless than Rosbo.
Subaru, please don't mistake me for a lowly con.
When I buy gal games I'd use all my option points to conquer senpai or older sister type characters.
And even right now, I'm desperately working my ass off for an older sister type, you know.
Although I just recently found out she's quite a lot older than me, but my heart has not changed. That's the kind of guy I am, you know?
Lewis, what kind of guy is that?
I almost wanted to ask, but never mind.
No, I don't need a piggyback. If I don't walk around a bit, my old legs and hips will go weak.
Subaru, another incredible statement demonstrating the appearance gap. Once again, it seriously hit him that underneath the appearance of a little girl was really an elderly lady.
There was also the possibility that while her skin was young, all her organs inside were creaking. Being a lowly granny must be surprisingly tough. Lewis, what is that? You look like you're thinking of something stupid again.
Subaru, no way, really? I was totally making a poker face just now and being careful not to reveal my inner thoughts, you know. Lewis, your face looks just like Garbo's when he's chomping on stolen pastries.
No matter which child it is, children are always up to the same things.
Subaru, this granny just keeps dishing out her old granny antics one after another, huh? Setting the endless reminders of Lewis' age aside, Subaru, walking alongside her, suddenly began looking around him, huh?
Subaru, It's good that
we got a chance to talk, but where are we going? Actually, it's pretty late for me to ask this now, but after you lent your bed to Emilia Tan, where has Louis-san been sleeping?
in the wild?
Louis, so I just lent out my home and you're immediately treating me like I'm homeless.
The fact that you'd say that tells me you might have forgotten that I am still the head of this place. I still know a few people who'd let me stay over for a few days.
Subaru, yeah, that's right. It's only been a few days, but the people here are all unexpectedly nice people.
Recalling the scene at the cooking grounds, and the various occasions when he got to interact with the sanctuary's residents, Subaru furrowed his brows, and couldn't help but wonder if the brewing conflict Garfield had warned about hadn't just been an exaggeration.
Stealing a glance at Subaru, who had grown silent, Louis nodded,
Louis, something doesn't sit well with you?
Subaru, no, not if you say it like that.
How should I say this? It's a bit different from what I imagined.
Judging from the way Emilia was treated at the capital, half-bloods couldn't have been treated much better. So I thought maybe the half-bloods would be harboring some complicated feelings toward the purebloods. At least, despite being trapped in a sanctuary referred to as the experimental grounds, the faces of the residents didn't seem to be showing particularly dark emotions. Of course, there must be those who didn't find this amusing, but Subaru hadn't caught any glimpse of such negative feelings here so far. If Garfield, who didn't mince words nor emotions, was any indication, his personal emotions seemed closer to indignation than anger.
An anger on behalf of others, rather than himself.
Despite their unpleasant surroundings, the morale of the residents was exceedingly high.
More than incredible, it was almost to the point of being inconceivable.
In front of Subaru's doubts, Louis' eyes widened in surprise. Louis, what, Subo, you may not look like it, but you have more ideas than you let on.
Subaru, I don't look like it. That part's pretty unnecessary, isn't it?
I mean, I'm confident that I look more intellectual than Garfield, at least. But, well, I guess I'm pretty thoughtless when it comes to all sort of things. Louis, it's quite a virtue to be aware of your own shortcomings.
You can only begin to improve once you've realized where you are deficient. Ah, we're here.
Coming to a split in the path, Louis led the way for the lost-looking Subaru. Instead of heading in the direction of the cathedral and Roswell's residence, they turned towards the other end of the village outskirts, opposite from the tomb, and there, they arrived at Louis' isolated temporary lodging. Unlike the sparsely placed houses scattered over the outskirts, for some reason, this house stood alone, far apart from all the others.
A word naturally came to Subaru's mind. Subaru, it's too lonely, isn't it?
Why are you staying in a place like this?
Louis, it can't be helped. Right now, this is the only building inside the sanctuary, with no one living in it. It may be far away from the center of the village, but it's spacious, and I quite like it here.
Subaru, didn't you say you know people who'd let you stay over?
Why did you choose to live alone?
Even though I know quite a few lowly grannies in my life, it's still way too sad for me to see a lowly granny die alone. Louis, I honestly can't tell if you're concerned for me or if I'm being made fun of.
Here, come in. I'll brew you some tea. Though Ram certainly brews it better.
Subaru, no matter what kind of leaves you put in it there, it'll still just taste like leaves, so no worries.
Louis, you should be more careful about the kinds of things you say. With a sigh, Louis invited Subaru into the house through the open door. It was a large building, about half the size of Roswell's temporary residence.
In fact, divided into 3 rooms, it seemed perhaps too large for just one person to live in. Finding a chair to sit down in and looking all around the room, he saw that the interior of the small room was simple and well maintained.
Louis had said that no one else lived here, but Subaru, for a house that's not been lived in, it sure feels like someone often comes here. Even for me, being a top-notch bed maker myself, I'd have to grant the fluffiness of that bed a passing grade. There's no way Louis-san did that.
Louis, what's with that face you're making as if I enjoy being alone, so I come here whenever something happens and just kill time here and wait for things to cool off? Subaru, That must be an awfully specific facial expression I got. Still, there was something sad about the possibility that the reason she came up with this rapid-fire explanation was that it was something she had thought about before. He was joking just now when he mentioned dying alone, but it can't be denied that something about her matched his impression of a solitary old lady. Silently turning away and occupying herself with brewing tea, her back seemed almost lonely. Seeing this, Subaru looked around trying to find some way to change the topic.
The room was clean and neatly organized. There was a slightly dulled mirror above a dresser.
A flower vase without flowers, and 2 metal shields hanging on the wall. Shields? Subaru, why are there shields here? And 2 of them? Lewis, they're garbos.
That kid's using this place like it's a storage house.
Subaru, so he hangs around here too, huh? It does kinda look like a good hangout spot for delinquents now that I think about it. But, he couldn't be the one carefully tidying up this place, could he? That'd be way too out of character, Subaru murmured under his breath as he looked at Garfield's shields. He often saw crossed swords adorning the walls of noblemen's houses in mangas, and these shields were slightly tilted in a fashion similar to that as well. But, unlike something that ought to be used as ornaments, these shields were riddled with scratches and dents, and were certainly not mere antiques that have not seen a day of battle. Subaru, then again, what kind of battle can you fight with just shields? Lewis, back in the day, they would always fight bouts with these shields in the fields outside this house. Each one would hold a shield, and round they'd go, bumping into each other. Subaru, that sounds a bit dangerous for just playing around. Mind if I ask who it was that Garfield played with? Over the time he spent in the sanctuary, he hadn't met anyone who could have been so intimate with Garfield. Of course, being an important person in these lands, it was apparent that Garfield had good relations with the residents at the cooking grounds. But, other than that, did he have anyone he was truly close with?
Subaru couldn't think of any particular names. If he had to name someone, it would have been Lewis.
But just picturing Lewis holding a shield and charging against Garfield felt incredibly dangerous. For a while, Lewis stayed silent in front of Subaru's question. She brought over 2 cups of steaming tea set on a tray, and handed Subaru one of them as she sat down on the bed.
Receiving it, Subaru took a sip while it was still hot, and moistened his throat.
Subaru, right, tastes just like leaves. Lewis, tea's just wasted on you, huh? Well, I already anticipated that, so I used the cheaper leaves. Even tea leaves are considered precious here, you know. About once a month, Roswell would send over precious items and luxury goods here. Subaru, adapting to the situation, did his best to pretend to appreciate the tea, as they sat wordlessly tilting their cups for a while.
Then, after some time had passed in silence, Subaru, Frederica. Hearing Subaru's abrupt whisper, Lewis' shoulder jumped a little. Lifting her gaze from her teacup, she looked at Subaru.
And, seeing something wavering in her expression, Subaru asked again. Subaru, the name of the person bumping shields with Garfield, is Frederica, isn't it? Lewis, did you hear that from Garbo? Subaru, nah, I pieced it together from some fragmented conversations and got a feeling about it somehow. At least, I just knew that there must have been something complicated between Garfield and Frederica.
At Roswell's mansion, Frederica had warned him to beware of a man named Garfield.
And when Garfield heard Frederica's name, his expression changed, and he wanted to know how she was.
It would be hard not to suspect that there was something between them.
And, most of all,
Subaru, their fangs are way too similar.
If they're still unrelated, even Buddha wouldn't allow that.
Lewis, quite so. Even I can't think of a way to deny that.
Faced with this decisive fact, Lewis let out a sigh as if giving up. In terms of similarities between Garfield and Frederica, just their vicious fang-filled smiles alone would have been enough.
At least, it would be enough to tell that they were not in a romantic relationship or anything like that. If he had to guess, then their relationship must be Subaru, brother and sister.
Actually, more like older sister and younger brother. If I were to guess who's older, Frederica seems more like the older sister type.
Lewis, goodness. I'm impressed that you'd be able to tell all that just from intuition.
Hearing Subaru point this out, Lewis could only show her amazement. Then, nodding her head thoughtfully, and placing the remainder of her tea back on the tray, she corrected her posture, and Lewis, just as Subo imagined, the owner of these two shields are the siblings Frederica and Garfield. Frederica Baumann, who had left the sanctuary, and Garfield Tinsel, are family bound by blood. Confirming Subaru's speculation, Lewis nonetheless spilled a melancholic sigh. Lewis, and now, owing to their mutual misunderstandings, they have each wound up on diverging paths. ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 29, An Omnivorous Man.
Closing in on the core of what he wanted to know, Subaru tilted his teacup. Letting the hot tea pass down his throat, he swallowed it along with his doubts for now and settled them into his stomach.
Then, seriously considering what he should say next. Subaru, to what extent?
Are you willing to answer my questions? Lewis, you may have already noticed my reluctance, but don't expect too much from me. Because of my contract, there is not much information I can give Subo. As for the trials, I am under strict orders not to allow any outside interference with the tomb. Subaru, the way you said that already gave me a few clues. Strict orders, huh? Lewis, Faced with Subaru's repeated questions, Lewis grew silent.
Judging by her words and behavior so far, there weren't many contenders for someone capable of bending her to their will.
More than likely, those were Roswell's orders, but Subaru, in that case, that guy's objectives just becomes less and less comprehensible.
Does he want me?
Want us to pass the trials?
Or doesn't he? I can't even be sure whether he's planning to help us or not.
Lewis, I guess he was hoping you would find the answer to that yourselves, or something along those lines. Even back in the day, Rosbo was a naughty little child who loved to do things in these obscure and roundabout ways.
He may have gotten taller, but deep down, he hasn't changed a bit.
Perhaps it was because they've known each other for so long, that Lewis could light-heartedly say this of the young Roswell.
Hasn't changed a bit.
Having only gotten to know Roswell's perverted side, Subaru couldn't help but shudder at the thought of what Roswell might have been like back when his limbs were still stubby. Subaru, well, there must still be some cuteness left in there, yeah, probably maybe.
Lewis, Rosbo's childhood.
Since they pertain to the secrets of the Mathers family, I'm afraid I cannot divulge anything further.
Subaru, but I'm interested.
No, wait, am I interested? I don't really mind not knowing too much about that guy's personality, actually. Crossing his arms and tilting his head, Subaru started to question why he wanted to know in the first place, and Subaru, all right, let's toss that one out.
I just need to know what that guy's planning, there's no need to understand him. Lewis, you sure came to that conclusion easily.
Subaru, there's no need to worry about things that are pointless to worry about.
Ultimately, humans can't understand everything from 0 to 100 anyway.
But even so, we still want to understand some things, and I guess that's what love is. I'll always love Amelia Tan, but I don't love Roswell all that much. In front of that clear-cut declaration tossing Roswell aside, Lewis gave an impressed nod, and continuing, in that case, she touched her hand to her chin.
Lewis, it seems, there is no other topic I can talk to you about.
Subaru, nah, as long as we don't touch on anything forbidden by Lewis-San's contracts, my question time is still ongoing, isn't it? Never mind Roswell's personality for now, but I still want to ask a few more things from the sanctuary's all-knowledgeable Granny Lewis-San. Lewis, Well, if you just wanna ask, that's fine, go ahead and ask, but the dire consequences of violating my contract are not limited to myself alone. By no means forget this, understood? Bending forward, the little girl glared up threateningly at Subaru. Honestly, it looked so adorable that it gave off no sense of pressure at all, but Subaru nonetheless hugged his own shoulders pretending to shudder in reaction, and whimpered out, so scary, with tears puddling up in his eyes. Subaru, All right, now that we have the scary aggressor and the frightened victim properly mapped out, it's question time now? Lewis, I'm finding it a bit hard to accept the way you made me the villain just now. Subaru, as a man once said, that's that and this is this. So, question now, you said that Frederica and Garfield are siblings, and Frederica had stayed inside the sanctuary, right? While Lewis was still a bit unable to accept her treatment, with a faint smile, Subaru cut directly into the main topic.
Seeing her expression change upon hearing his question, Subaru waved a finger.
Subaru, Frederica, who was supposed to be in the sanctuary, is now dressed in a maid's uniform and serving in Roswell's mansion, but, from what I've gathered, this situation sounds a bit odd.
Lewis, odd how?
Subaru, if Frederica is Garfield's sister, then she must be half-blooded as well. Then, being a half-blood, she shouldn't have been able to leave the sanctuary for as long as the barrier is still intact. The barrier of the sanctuary that reacts to the blood of the half-bloods, barring their escape. It was the thing that struck Emilia unconscious on the way in, that kept Garfield and Lewis trapped in this place indefinitely, and it was the wall that was currently one of the greatest obstacles standing in Subaru's path. After agonizingly trying to find a way to surmount it, there was now an exception who had passed beyond that wall.
In other words,
Subaru, there must be some kind of secret path to leave the barrier. Or maybe, even the barrier's existence is a lie.
Lewis, a lie. That would be a bit upsetting.
The truth is, in my life up to now, I have never once set foot into the outside world.
All this is owing to the existence of the barrier.
Subaru, or, maybe you are being deceived by the contract you've been bound to. Such a malicious possibility isn't entirely out of the question.
It could also be that since there's too much risk involved in actually testing the reality of the barrier, it just so happens that no one thought to verify it. But then,
the possibility that all the residents of the sanctuary had been deceived about the existence of the barrier. The trials inside the tomb certainly exist, so this should be highly unlikely. Yet Subaru couldn't completely rule out the possibility that this was some overly elaborate plan to trap the refugees of Arlam and win Emilia renown. Subaru, considering the kind of uproar there'd be if they found out about the truth, it's just a bit too unrealistic.
So the second possibility should be automatically ruled out. Which only leaves us with the first one. Lewis, a secret path. Is it? But, what will you do once you have found out the answer?
Subaru, if there is a secret path that anyone could use, then we can just move everyone in the sanctuary outside the barrier, and there'll be no need to take the trials. Hearing Subaru's outrageous proposal, Lewis dropped her jaw. Seeing her like this, Subaru waved his hands from side to side, right?
Subaru, sure there are benefits to taking the trials as well. Honestly, having benefited quite a bit from it myself, I won't deny that. But, the trials, or in this case, the past.
It'd be okay to put it off for now, right? There are times when people shouldn't be forced to face their pasts, don't you think? Lewis, you are talking about Emilia Summer?
But hardships will not choose the right time to pay their visit. Running away now in the face of calamities would only be.
Subaru, I don't mean running away forever. Just retreating in order to better prepare for the fight.
That's what they call a tactical retreat.
There are times when we have to fight on unfavorable ground, but moving to more favorable grounds when possible is a good thing for both the person herself and those around her, isn't it? Cutting off Lewis just as she tried to say something, Subaru continued stacking on justifications for running away, insisting that it isn't always shameful to turn one's back.
Subaru, even if she doesn't face it now, one day Emilia will face it, no matter what. It may be ironic, but that trial made her remember. So she must now choose to either forget or to accept it. And all I can do is to somehow make it less painful for her when she decides. Lewis, you speak of distancing her from suffering, yet you would not let her run away from the single most painful part. Subaru, whether to run away from that part is her choice as well. But I believe that
Emilia will not do such a thing.
Lewis, and what makes you trust her so? At least, it's impossible for me to see the way she came out of the tomb, and still have such expectations of her?
Subaru, well, that's because I love Emilia Tan to death, you know. As Lewis continued to deny Emilia, Subaru casually said this as if it were nothing. And though Lewis had already found herself speechless several times throughout this conversation, these last words left her the most awestruck up to this point. Watching Lewis' astonished face, Subaru smiled awkwardly, and scratched at his neck. Subaru, I love Emilia, and I think she's super cute. So, I believe that this super cute girl I fell for is the kind of girl who will overcome anything, no matter how hard or painful it may be. I expect this of her, and I believe that she will meet my expectations. Lewis, th.
That isn't an answer at all. No matter how much you like someone, there is nothing you can do about what is inside the other person's heart. Subo, surely you know this. Subaru, I do understand.
Emilia is a girl. Not all parts of her are strong, and there are super small parts of her that are weak, and there might even be a chance that there's a super impossibly small ugly part in there as well.
Lewis, are you admitting there is or not? Subaru, if I believe
that in spite of all her weak parts, it will be her strong parts that will shine through in the end. Then that's what devotion is, isn't it? Inscribed into Subaru's heart was the belief that devotion was the strongest expression of love,
and he had tasted the happiness of being on the receiving end of someone devoting her entire being to him as well. Therefore,
Subaru, I will do anything for Emilia. I believe she will overcome her weak parts and find the strength to lift up her head, and I will work hard for that future where I get to rub it in everyone's faces that I was right to believe in her. Lewis, but even so, she is the one who will be facing the most painful part of her heart, alone. Subaru, but that's obvious, isn't it? I can't be at Emilia's side when she faces her past. If I existed in her past, I'd take her hand while she's sitting on the ground crying and pull her back up, and do everything I can to cheer her up.
But I'm not there. What happened in her past had nothing to do with me.
As much as I want to reach out my hand, it's like someone watching a drama having no way to interfere with what's happening on TV.
That was the truth. The past was the past, and no one could touch it. Even the past that Subaru had faced and overcome was only a fiction. He hadn't conveyed a single thing to his real parents, and all he had gained was some sense of self-satisfaction. But
Subaru, compared to getting no bonus at all, it's definitely better to get at least a little bonus.
I can't help her face her past while I'm stuck in the real world.
But her present self can lend her own insufficient past self a hand, couldn't it?
Lending yourself a hand isn't against the rules, is it?
Lewis, Subaru, even if I can't help her directly, I'll use my words and actions and affection and well, I'd be really happy if I could have the highest place in Emilia's heart, but she's received all sorts of things from other people as well.
At least, she has more now than the Emilia of the past. The more weapons she has at her disposal, the more she will be able to help her imperfect past. That's how we can beat this trial. The trial's difficulty was set based upon this premise, wasn't it?
Having experienced this firsthand, Subaru could say this again no matter how many times he was asked. Subaru, I will help Emilia.
I will do everything in my power to help her present self overcome her past.
And in order to achieve that goal, even if it means taking side paths or throwing caution out the window or cheating or paying real money for in-game credits, I will do it.
That's how I intend to help her. Lewis, really? That sure is a self-centered way to love someone.
Subaru, I'm no herbivore or carnivore, you can just call me an omnivorous guy. Snapping his fingers and sparkling his teeth with a wink, Subaru stuck up his thumb and struck out a pose. Watching Subaru abruptly ending his speech like this, Lewis exhaled a long sigh as if giving up altogether. Lewis, that sure was a lot of pretty words for making an excuse for doing something sneaky. Subaru, hair. Lewis, gobbledygook. I'm sorry, but I cannot tell you the details of the side path.
However, I can tell you that it's impossible to rely on it alone. The way Frederica left the sanctuary was an exception, the others cannot do the same.
Lewis shook her head and turned down Subaru's hopes. Subaru's heart dropping at her words, his shoulders slumping and his knees falling to the floor, didn't really happen. Instead,
Subaru, oh. Can't do it, huh?
I was thinking it'd be a great deal if that could work, but I guess it's okay.
Then, on to the next question.
Lewis, this might be a bit funny coming from me, but, you sure don't like to give up, Subo. Subaru, if I gave up that easily, who knows how many times I would have had to sit in the whale's stomach by now. It's a bit funny for me to say this too, but never giving up and the depth of my love are pretty much the only weapons I have, you know. Subaru came out and announced his uselessness, and once again, Lewis only stood there stumped just as she had been many times already in the past hour.
Subaru had to clap his hands with, snap out of it.
Subaru, even though I have all sorts of problems with this, I still realize that having Emilia reveal her true powers and smash right through the trials would be the most epic heroic way to do it.
So, does the veteran trials challenger Lewis Han have some insider advice? Lewis, why do I get the feeling I've just been called something I'd rather not be called?
And even if you ask me, I could only tell you that I don't know.
I've never taken the trials, after all, so I couldn't possibly know the answer to that.
Subaru, what? Tilting his head, Subaru let out a stupid groan in front of Lewis' reply. But surely, just now, he had heard something he couldn't let slide.
After all.
Subaru, just now, might you perhaps have just enlightened me with the revelation that you have never taken the trials?
Lewis, what's with that polite speak all of a sudden?
It's obvious, isn't it?
I am not allowed to challenge the trials meant for those from outside the sanctuary. It's the same for the others too.
At least, in the 70 years I have spent here, I have no knowledge of anyone attempting the trials.
Subo was the first.
Subaru, no, weird. Hold on, pause, wait, something's weird, all the information's messed up.
Please just gimme some time to balance the books in my head for a moment. Lewis, you got 5 minutes.
Gratefully nodding to Lewis' unexpected patience, Subaru held his fingers to his temples and began desperately calling back his memories. From the day before yesterday and the previous loop, up to the point when he first came back after passing the trials, chewing over every minutest detail within his memory over that time. Subaru, wah? In those memories, the inconsistencies that shouldn't have been there, he hadn't noticed them until now. His face contorting as he realized this fact, Subaru tried hard to contain the doubtful mutterings under his breath.
What's going on?
But once the emerging suspicion had sprouted, there was nothing to stop it from taking root and flowering atop its stems. In Subaru's memories, Lewis said on the night before the trials,
no one had ever taken the trials up to now. In the span of her entire life up to this point, there had never been a challenger.
In Subaru's memories, immediately before the trials, and immediately after, Lewis said, she had taken the trials, failed to pass, but was still kicking around safe and sound, offering it as proof that there was no harm in challenging the trials.
In the span of a single day, her statements had completely turned on its head.
It'd be a different matter if this was purely in emotional terms, but the contradicting contents pertain to life experiences and reality itself. Such a drastic directional change in information could only be pointing to perjury, or otherwise, a pre-calculated lie. Still maintaining his thinking posture, Subaru turned his gaze up toward Lewis, who was playing with her pink hair, waiting. Watching her sitting on the bed, swinging her legs that weren't long enough to touch the floor, looking as though she was searching for something to distract herself from boredom, one could almost forget that she was a granny at heart and mistake her for a genuine little girl. Looking back on their interactions up to now, he really didn't want to believe that she had been maliciously toying with him, but Subaru, even if some part of it was true, which ones can I believe? Usually, when faced with conflicting information, Subaru would just trust the words of those he wanted to trust, but he couldn't make this judgment so lightly when it was Emilia's fate resting on his decision. And much less so, considering this was a matter of life and death in the literal sense of the words.
He must be cautious. This was now the third time he and Lewis had discussed the topic of the trials.
Once, she claimed to have challenged it, and twice, she denied any knowledge of anyone ever having taken it. Though this wasn't something that could be decided by majority, her statements claiming that she knew nothing of the trials seemed to be more believable. Following from that assumption, she may have lied about the trials to the worried Subaru out of consideration, just to put his mind at ease.
But if that was the case, then she should have simply explained that it was a lie.
Subaru, unless there was some reason she didn't do this.
Maybe she's starting to go senile.
Lewis, just now, you seem to have arrived at some rather rude conclusions about me. Subaru, if you could keep in mind my consistent past efforts to demonstrate my good intentions, and let that counterbalance my recent transgression, Subaru will be most grateful,"
said Subaru with a stern expression on his face.
Watching Subaru mix his apologizing and clowning together, Lewis sighed, and, muttering, she tiredly shook her head. Lewis, so, did you get any answers out of that conversation with your heart? Subaru, answers or not, it's more like I've arrived at a conclusion. Lewis-san, did you happen to be worried about me?
Like back outside the tomb? Lewis, worried?
Seeing Lewis merely repeating his word like a parrot, Subaru nodded, yeah, and effeminately touched his fingertips together like a girl, and Subaru girly voice, why you once said that you never took the trials, but outside the tomb you told me how you took the trials and failed but it was no big deal, right?
But you probably just said that because you were worried about me, or unless it's not like that, and it's just me, but I just noticed it just now, that's all. Lewis, so it's about that.
With a voice carrying an emotion as if having understood, Lewis interjected into Subaru's cringe-worthy rapid-fire delivery, and, seeing Subaru furrow his brows in astonishment upon hearing the sound of her voice, she smiled, and Lewis, Subo, I'll let you in on something good.
Consider it special.
Subaru, something good? Lewis, owing to my contract, I am forbidden to lie. And so, whenever I am asked an inappropriate question, I could only choose to answer with silence.
Without exceptions, this could not be changed for anyone's sake. Lying is forbidden. And this is true for myself, as well as every single one of the residents of the sanctuary. Subaru, you cannot
lie. In front of her sudden confession, Subaru's only impulse was confusion. Because, if what Lewis said was true, then the premise of everything Subaru had considered so far would be turned on its head. Or rather, even before that, if what she said was true, then the whole situation that brought about his suspicions in the first place would have been completely self-contradictory. If she was incapable of lying, then how was it that she had created a situation that couldn't have come about unless she lied? Subaru, Thar.
Lewis, just now, I have already told the utmost limit of what I could tell you. I cannot answer any questions beyond that. Misery would befall us both if we violate the contract.
If you wish to know more, instead of asking this ancient self who had stopped in her tracks, you should ask one of those who had ventured ahead. Having been preemptively denied, Subaru could only close his opened mouth and fall back into silence. Subaru had only been able to carry on this conversation by relying on Lewis' goodwill, so once she had rejected him like this, there was nothing he could do.
But she had also given him a hint as well.
By picking up that fact alone, Subaru keenly sensed that she had not been lying about her desire to be liberated from this place. Subaru, understood, I won't ask any more than that.
Let's change the topic to something else. Lewis, you sure an odd one.
You already know you can't get anything else important out of me, and you still wish to drink tea and chat with an old-timer like me. Subaru, I've already missed breakfast time, and there's not much for me to do until Emilia Tan wakes up. I get pissed off just looking at Roswell, Garfield bares his fangs at me, and bantering with Otto's way too exhausting, so I'll just deepen my precious friendship with my lowly granny. Standing up, Subaru collected the 2 cups of now thoroughly cold tea and headed to the kitchen, followed by Lewis' gaze.
Subaru, don't worry.
For a time, even though it was kinda short-term, I made a living as a servant in Roswell's mansion, you know. They've taught me a thing or two about brewing tea, at least.
Lewis, Then allow me to wait with expectations.
Subaru, Persa. Saying this as he poured the tea into the teacups, he handed one to Lewis and returned to his seat.
Facing each other, they sipped down the new tea, and Lewis, not too bad at all.
Subaru, even when I brew it myself I still just taste leaves.
Now, for the new topic.
Lewis, I won't be listening if you want to continue the topic from before.
But otherwise?
Well, I would still respond to any other topics as earnestly as I could. Subaru, all right, I'll hold you to your words then. Seeing a tinge of guilt forming on Lewis' little face, Subaru's lips twisted into a mischievous smile. Subaru, do you know anything that bastard Garfield's scared of, or any stuff he hates? Like something that'll make him faint soon as he sees them.
Lewis, Subo.
Have you ever noticed the way you try so hard is a little crooked? And, with that, he managed to put onto Lewis' face the single most peculiar expression of the entire past hour. After their conversation over tea came to an end, having cleaned up the cups, Subaru left the lonely lowly granny who claimed she wanted to be alone and came out of the house.
About an hour had passed, or perhaps a little longer, he thought.
But, seeing that the sun that was supposed to have only just risen now hanging high up in the sky, and feeling that the temperature had grown warmer as well, it could easily have been longer than that. Judging from bodily sensations alone, it was probably a little after 10 a.m. Subaru, it's a perfect sunny day for drying out a futon too, what a waste.
Why do I get the feeling I've completely shed being a hikikomori with that thought just now? Think, that bathed under the light of the sun, the first thing that came to his mind was doing laundry.
As an archetype of the unhealthy slackers, this was utterly inconceivable.
But, setting aside such sentiments for now.
Subaru, it's about time, Emilia should be waking up soon.
She's probably still scared from last night.
I better take the chance to imprint some of my sense of presence while she's weak. Even while muttering this rather devious declaration, deep down, he genuinely worried about Emilia as he sped up his steps.
As soon as he could, and for as long as he could, he will stay at her side and comfort her. Because, one way or another.
Subaru, tomorrow, I'll have no choice but to leave her side. This afternoon, Roswell will formally put forth the proposal to free the refugees of Arlam. Then, if they begin preparations right away, they would be able to depart from the sanctuary tomorrow. Subaru will accompany them once again, for there was something he'd have to take care of at the mansion. Subaru, if I want to know more, instead of asking someone who had halted their steps, I should be asking someone who had ventured ahead. Geez, that sure was a roundabout way to say it. Of course, without saying it in this roundabout way, she wouldn't have been able to convey what she wanted to convey. Somewhat pitying her for having to go through all this trouble, Subaru let out a sigh, and sped up his steps once more. Subaru, I'll be eagerly waiting to hear your stories about your good-for-nothing little brother and your troublesome hometown, Frederica. ARC for the Everlasting Covenant Chapter 30, Incongruities on the Road Back Home.
Roswell's proposal, to release the refugees of Arlam. Like the last time, the proposal itself passed without much resistance.
Seeing no point in keeping the refugees in the sanctuary any longer, it was only natural. But of course, unlike last time, there was no accompanying condition that Subaru should challenge the trials. Subaru, this time I'm totally getting hated on by the guy who came up with that condition, after all. Emilia, what's wrong, Subaru? Subaru, no, it's nothing. Speaking of which, is Emilia Tan feeling better?
Have you calmed down a bit? If I'm too much of a nuisance in the room I could go outside if you want. Flapping his hand with an awkward smile, Subaru said this to the girl beside him, Emilia.
They were in the bedroom that Lewis lent to Emilia, sitting on the side of the bed, and passing the time without talking about anything particularly interesting.
The time was dusk, approaching the fall of night.
After waking up a little before noon, Emilia had some late breakfast before they went to settle the negotiations between Roswell and Lewis on the matter of the refugees. The discussion proceeded without any problems, and they agreed on releasing the refugees the following day, and dissolved their meeting there. Garfield, so, to state the obvious, Emilia some'll be challenging the trials tonight, yeah? As if laying down a warning, Garfield's words didn't leave much room for interpretation. Pressing down the urge to click his tongue, Subaru stole a glance at Emilia, and, although it was only for a brief moment, he saw on the side of her face a fleeting trace of fear and grief. In fact, he was almost certain that Emilia will fail the trial tonight. Unlike Subaru, who had passed the trial owing to his memories, Emilia's condition ultimately hadn't changed at all. In order for Emilia to pass the trial, Subaru will have to take actions to create some drastic changes in the environment around her.
Yet, in this loop, Subaru couldn't see a single way to change her environment in such a short period of time.
If she challenges the trial tonight, it will only be wearing her down. Subaru, but she wouldn't breathe a word of complaint or even think of giving up.
That's just like Emilia Tan.
In front of Garfield's provocative question, Emilia hid away that momentary emotion within her eyes, and firmly answered, "Of course I will." Garfield narrowed his eyes as if impressed by her reply, and Roswell quietly whistled, which only added to Subaru's irritation.
But in the end, there was no way to stop this. There were only a few hours left before the start of the trial tonight.
After ending their talks there, she ate lunch not long after her breakfast, and it was about 3 hours later when they got back to the house. In that time, following by her side, Subaru had been constantly talking to Emilia, but as the hour of the trials neared, he noticed she was speaking less and less.
By now, her words had become almost exclusively reacting to Subaru's. But
Emilia,
I'd prefer if you
don't go. Subaru, understood.
No problem.
Until Emilia Tan settles down, I will just keep focusing on savoring the air Emilia Tan breathes out, so don't worry. Emilia, I really don't like the sound of that, but stay here.
Faced with the complexities of a young girl's heart, Subaru shrugged his shoulders and stayed like she asked.
Although they were sitting right next to each other, he was still too useless to find the courage to take her hand.
But still, he was honestly glad to be needed. By none other than Emilia, after all.
Even if, to her, it must have only been filling the void of losing the one whom she relied on the most. Ever since coming to the sanctuary, or more accurately, ever since Puck stopped responding to her calls after they returned to the mansion, Emilia's attitude towards Subaru had consistently softened. A part of him was overjoyed to be given a place within her heart, but there was another part of Subaru that was quietly concerned about this development. That part of him wondered what could be the dangers of Emilia losing her strongest anchor. Emilia,
Subaru, nothing at all?
I was just thinking Emilia Tan's eyelashes are so long and cute, I kinda wanna eat them.
Emilia, Subaru, you keep saying you want to eat my hair, eat my eyelashes, or lick my cheeks. Are you into that sort of thing?
Subaru, where I come from, that's the greatest possible expression of love, you know. Seeing Emilia relaxing slightly and sulking at his comments, Subaru scratched at his cheeks. Although Subaru would consider making licking noises to be the utmost confession of love, actually doing so would have been extremely creepy.
This was especially true in a world that didn't understand these sorts of things. So he should pay attention to what he says. Although it was too late now, occasionally, Subaru would try to take Emilia's mind off of things by talking about random stuff like this. He now knew some fragments of Emilia's past. And if he mentions this to her, perhaps something dramatically different from last time might happen. But no matter how he thought about it, he felt it wouldn't be a change for the better. No matter what the situation becomes, in the end, what he needed was time.
He needed time to help Emilia come to terms with her past and find the resolve within her own heart.
And he also needed time to mention the fragments of her past to her, and ask her for the truth of what happened. Time. There wasn't nearly enough time.
Subaru, just why do I have to always rush from one thing to another all the time?
Ever since coming to this world, was there even a time when I got to properly relax a bit?
Searching through his memories, if there was a time he managed to spend relatively quietly, it would have been the few weeks after he settled the problem with the Woolgarms in the forest.
Before and after that, it was just continuous turmoil, without a moment's rest.
It was a miracle that he didn't die of overwork. And, as he was thinking about these unnutritious thoughts, Emilia, Subaru.
He was a little slow to react to her abrupt call.
Turning toward the direction of the voice, Subaru saw Emilia's wet, violet eyes very close to him, staring at him. He was so enchanted in that moment by those tear-drenched eyes that his heart thumped so loudly he was afraid it was going to stop.
Subaru gasped.
And, seeing him do this, a wavering resolve and hesitation appeared within Emilia's eyes.
Perhaps she was trying to decide whether to tell Subaru something before the trial.
Subaru, what is it? Subaru tried to say this as gently as he could, being careful not to rush her.
If she could make up her mind here, then he mustn't disturb her.
However, hearing Subaru's reply, Emilia only turned down her gaze.
Emilia, sorry. It's nothing. I just wanted to call you. Subaru, oh, is that right?
Jay just wanted to call me?
Why do I get the feeling that's something couples say when they're already in a relationship?
Emilia,
I guess I have to go soon. Her resolve was gone.
Subaru regretted having missed the opportunity, but he pretended not to notice and puffed up his chest nonetheless. Emilia stood up while listening to his voice, and looked outside the window at the sun that was beginning to set. Emilia, I have to head to the tomb. Subaru will only accompany me halfway, right? Subaru, even if I beg Garfield to let me see you off to the entrance, I don't think I can persuade him, Emilia, although I know there's no point in me saying this, but… Emilia, it's all right. You don't need to say it, Subaru.
Don't push yourself too hard.
Emilia already knew what he was going to say, and stopped him before he could say it. In front of Subaru's quivering lips, a courageous smile emerged on Emilia's cheeks, and she held up a finger in front of her lips. Emilia, I'm fine, although everyone might not think so after how flustered I was yesterday. I'll do my best.
I want to do my best. And I have to do my best, I think. Suddenly clenching the hand in front of her face into a fist, that's why, she continued. Emilia, if you want to say something to me, don't say it's all right to give up. You should say do your best, and cheer me on instead. As long as I know there's one person who still believes in me, I'm sure I can find the strength to it. Subaru, believe in you. Of course I believe in you, Emilia Tan.
The only guy in existence who might possibly expect as much from you as I do is probably that daddy cat, you know.
So, do your best.
Emilia, I'll do my best. For the first time today, Emilia smiled without the hint of putting up a facade.
Relieved to see her smile, Subaru stood up as well and followed her out of the building. In the sanctuary after nightfall, a chilling wind was blowing.
Caressed by the wind, Emilia's silver hair danced and glittered as she made her way forward. Like a silver river flowing under the moonlight, Subaru watched from behind as she forged on with her stalwart steps.
Although he knew that she will fail tonight,
the objective of bringing the refugees back to Roswell's estate was achieved 2 days earlier than last time. Aside from the date, there was not much difference compared to the previous loop. The refugees boarded the dragon carriages in an orderly manner, and the hired traveling merchants were released from the sanctuary along with them.
Subaru and Otto accompanied them as well. If there was any difference, it would be…
Subaru, I did ask for a guide, but I'm pretty surprised it's Louis-san.
Normally, this kind of thing could just be done by an underling.
Or something like that, right?
Louis, what, you don't like that it's me?
After we've already drank tea and talked together, Subo is still so cold towards me, my heart is devastated. Saying this, the lowly granny looked like she was actually going to cry. Squeezing her tiny body onto the tightly packed driver's bench, she self-righteously claimed a spot in the middle, right next to Subaru. The driver's bench was originally meant for 2 people, and with the little girl Louis added to it, the situation became considerably more difficult. Otto, I feel the same way. Natsuki-san sure doesn't know how to be modest or considerate of others at all. He probably left all his subtleties back in his mother's womb, you know.
Louis, hey, Subo. Who's that unfamiliar-looking fella on the driver's bench?
Otto, is that how low my standing is in your mind? Just when Otto thought he had found another fellow victim of Subaru's, he was immediately thrown under the bus. Despite holding the reins that were literally the lifelines of everyone on the carriage, he was still completely overlooked. A shadow descended on his unexpectedly neat-looking features, and
Otto,
I get the feeling that ever since coming here I didn't manage to leave a single impression except as the guy who keeps shouting all the time. Did I really not make any impression on Margrave Mathers? Subaru, you managed to show him your usual relaxed self, and he laughed so hard he burst the wounds on his belly. That was a pretty deep impression, I'd say. Otto, there are good impressions and bad impressions in this world, and which kind would you call an impression about bursting someone's belly? Subaru, and this is what he says after bursting someone's belly.
hopeless, this guy.
Otto, if I'm hopeless then you're 120% hopeless. Otto's reason for coming to the sanctuary, his introduction to Roswell, was completed without much delay. Everything proceeded the same way as last time, and in fact, bursting out laughing when he saw Otto's demeanor, Roswell's evaluation of him couldn't have been low. Although, one gets the feeling that Roswell didn't exactly see him as a merchant. Subaru, well, long as you've got me looking out for you, you'll be sticking around for a long time. Either way, you've already seen the top secret documents of the Mathers domain, so there's no way you can run away. Otto, you know, meeting you was the end of my luck, Natsuki-san. But, I've already resigned myself to my fate in a way, so never mind. As expected, still not disheartened after encountering misfortune on the road, Otto indeed had the fundamental qualities of a traveling merchant at heart.
Even if he wasn't destined for greatness at the end of the road he had taken, he wouldn't regret the choice he had made.
Deep down, Subaru did feel a sense of friendship for the guy who stayed with him for a reason like this. Subaru, I'll be looking forward to working you like a horse from now on. Otto, what's he saying with that refreshing expression, this guy? Otto wailed as Subaru patted him on the shoulder and shot him a thumbs up. Seeing Lewis, squished between them, plugging her ears, Subaru looked down from the dragon carriage ready for departure, and Subaru, then, we're off, Emilia-tan. Emilia, MN, be careful. Lifting her hand in front of her chest with a little wave, Emilia replied while timidly seeing them off.
Last night, Subaru accompanied her to challenge the trials. The result, as he already knew, was that she failed.
Since Subaru was not allowed to follow her into the tomb, the trial was not interrupted halfway through, and in the end, as if in a daze, Emilia had to crawl herself out of the tomb, her eyes trembling, before collapsing into Subaru's arms and losing consciousness. Staying by her side the whole night as she slept, Subaru could not remember how many times he had to wipe away her tears from her sleeping face.
To see her worn down like this, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't worried to leave her here. He wanted to stay beside her for as long as he could, and hold up her trembling body, but
Subaru, I'll be back in a day or two, so don't push yourself. Now that the villagers are gone, there's no need to rush.
Slowly and surely, we can take our time and conquer the trials.
Emilia, that's right. Amen, if you say so, Subaru. Without any of the returning strength he had seen in her smile the night before, her smile now was weak, and felt like no more than a fleeting facade.
In fact, she was already forcing herself just by standing here, seeing them off. Or perhaps, she was distracting herself so she could forget the things that were weighing on her heart.
Subaru, Ram, I don't mean to remind you, but Ram is finding it doubtful what that could be other than a reminder, but don't worry. As much as I hate to say this, I share Barusu's opinion.
This should be seen as a long-term matter. Unless there are orders from Roswell Summer, I'll keep Garf in check. Subaru, I'm in your debt.
Although that sounds super scary.
I'll repay you some other way.
Ram, TCH. Barusu is unexpectedly perceptive for a change. Subaru, just now, I think I've inadvertently avoided another death flag there. Clicking her tongue, Ram politely bowed without fail as she saw them off. She took a step back, and Subaru sat up straight on the driver's bench, ready to depart, when he saw, at the back of the group of people sending them off, a golden-haired youth crossing his arms, staring at him. The same time Subaru noticed Garfield noticed him as well as their gazes met. Over their crossing gazes, neither could tell what emotions the other must be feeling, and after what happened to Emilia last night, there was even less ground for reconciliation between them. Subaru, I gotta find some clues to get through to him somehow. Otto, Natsuki-san? It's about time to head out, shall we go? Subaru, yeah, let's go.
Lewis-san, we're counting on you. Lewis, leave it to me.
Lewis nodded with a spirited reply, and Otto, holding the reins, gave the signal to Patrash and Fuyufu. The dragon carriages started to move, and the great migration of the refugees was underway. Far from reaching full speed, the dragon carriages proceeded at a crawling pace.
This was inevitable, considering the passengers were primarily women, children and the elderly. Subaru, even so, it seems everyone's faces have lighted up because they know they're going home. Lewis, home, it does hold that kind of power.
No matter how unremarkable, how banal it is, in the end, there is where people's hearts will remain. Lewis followed on Subaru's whisper as he watched the long procession behind him. Hearing her remarks, Subaru crossed his arms and tilted his head. Is that right? Subaru, Lewis-san, do you also feel attached to the sanctuary, after all?
Lewis, well, who knows?
In my case, I'm in a special situation where I know nothing except that place, and just the thought of another place terrifies me, I often find. Subaru, terrifies you? Lewis, to set foot into a completely unknown place is a terrifying thing, Subo. For me, this ancient self who had passed her years in vain, this is especially so. With an aged smile emerging on her face, Lewis turned her eyes to the distance. But, since she looked like a little girl, no matter how serious she tried to be, he found it extremely difficult to see her as anything except a little girl stretching up her back pretending she's older. And, intermittently exchanging this casual conversation, the procession of dragon carriages continued its way through the forest. It would be about an 8-hour one-way journey to get there. The divine protection of wind evasion ensured that the journey would feel like sitting on a royal class seat, but that also made time appear to pass slower.
Lewis, such a clever ground dragon.
She's barely made any mistakes even without me guiding the way. Subaru, yeah, she's my kawaii little pride and joy, you know. It might be strange for me to be the one saying this, but all the characters around me are pretty high level, aren't they? Beginning with the members of Roswell's mansion, and then with the start of the royal selection, all the people he encountered were at the top of their respective fields. It was miserable how much his mediocrity stood out while mingling with them, although now, he was looking on the bright side. Already behind by a lap at the starting point, he had nonetheless started running. To catch up to them, the only thing he had to do was to keep running, and he had already been given the strength to do so. Subaru, now that I think about it, while I'm grateful and all that you've come all this way to guide us, how will Lewis-san get back? If all the dragon carriages are heading to Alam village, you won't have any transportation, right? Lewis, no need to worry, I'll just walk back on my own 2 legs like a normal person. Just so you know, these legs of mine aren't about to lose to the youngsters, you know? Pat pat, Lewis gave her short tiny legs swept along by the motion of the carriage a pat. In other words, it was completely unpersuasive, but Subaru didn't have the heart to shatter the little girl's confidence.
Subaru, I got it.
Oi, Otto. Think you got the strength of will to carry a lowly back to the sanctuary? Otto, since I don't know what the intention behind that question is, do you mind if I refuse to answer that? Subaru, you hear that, Lewis-san? Looks like we can't even count on this guy to carry a little girl back home through a dark and scary forest. A little girl or 2, he couldn't care less.
Lewis, that's terrible, how desolate people's hearts have become.
Otto, you 2 have totally teamed up against me, haven't you?
As usual, Otto's wail shattered through the silence of the forest.
Lewis and Subaru looked at each other and smiled, then she turned up her face, and...
Lewis, almost there.
Hearing Lewis whisper, Subaru furrowed his brows.
But that very same moment, Lewis' body abruptly leaned towards him. Softly catching her tiny body, "Huh?"
Subaru slightly raised his voice. Subaru, Otto, stop.
Lewis-sans looking a little strange.
Otto, should we go back to the village? At Subaru's short call, Otto pulled on the reins and brought the dragon carriage to a stop. Giving the same instruction to the rest of the line behind them, one by one, he heard the ground dragon's cries as they halted.
Then, in his arms, Lewis raised her little hand. "Lewis, sorry, there's no need to go back. It's only the effect of coming so close to the barrier. If I advance any further into the forest, I can't guarantee that I will stay conscious."
Subaru, the barrier.
The same thing happened to Emilia when she entered the sanctuary.
In Subaru's time, it was already a week ago when he first arrived at the sanctuary. Like in the shaking dragon carriage just now, Emilia lost consciousness, and then they were greeted by Garfield's rude welcoming. Lewis's expression looked just like Emilia's back then, and if the dragon carriage continued any further, her consciousness might be ripped out just like Emilia's was. Subaru, say, this barrier really knows how to tell us apart. Whether it's the sensitive-skinned me, or the insensitive-skinned Otto, neither of us can feel a thing. Otto, insensitive-skinned, what's that supposed to mean?
My skin doesn't feel particularly sensitive or insensitive here.
Subaru, that's what happens when young people don't take care of their skin. Once you gradually start getting spots and freckles in your late 20s, you'll regret your ignorance earlier on in life. Otto, I seriously have no idea what you're saying anymore, but, getting back on topic, this is where we say goodbye to Lewis-san.
Isn't it?
Disregarding Subaru's random commentary, Otto turned to Lewis. And, on the receiving end, Lewis nodded with a pained expression on her face.
Lewis, well, yes. This is as far as I go. Those born inside the sanctuary have terrible compatibility with the barrier. It has been a long time since I came this far. Well, there was nothing special.
Subaru, unless, was testing the barrier part of why you came along? Lewis, it seems I was too optimistic with that thought.
The result is as you see, it's not possible, after all. The sanctuary can only be liberated by completing the trials. That much is clear, Subo.
Under the little girl's gaze, Subaru realized that she had come all this way to personally confirm that they were truly imprisoned within the sanctuary.
And he could see how much she wanted to be outside the sanctuary, and that it was all too natural that she would want this. Subaru, Emilia would probably feel the same thing if she came this far. Lewis, since she has already come inside, it would be so. Not all residents of the sanctuary were born and raised here. Rosbo would occasionally come to bring in those with similar circumstances from the outside. Those children too, become properties of the witch from the moment they enter the sanctuary.
Emilia Summer is no exception. Subaru, there it is again, kinda feels like I've just heard some information I can't let slide.
Roswell brought new residents into the sanctuary from the outside. If they were people who are affected by the barrier, it would mean they were half-bloods as well.
Subaru, then he's bringing them in and shutting them in here? Oi oi, the hell's he thinking? Lewis, as for his true intentions, I cannot rightly say. When you get back, you should ask Rosbo this yourself, Subo. Lewis powerlessly shook her head, and pulled herself out of the frowning Subaru's arms. As she lightly jumped her tiny body down from the coachman's stand, Patrash extended her head over to her, and Lewis patted her on the neck. Lewis, good ground dragon.
Become your master's strength, now.
Patrash nudged her nose on Lewis in reply, acknowledging her words.
In fact,
without coming off as boasting, this was the first time Subaru had seen Patrash being so intimate with anyone except him. Even Otto had eaten quite a few headbutts while trying to have conversations with her. Subaru, there are all sorts of things I still need to do in the sanctuary, so once I've asked all I want to ask from Frederica, I'll come right back.
Lewis, that would be best.
This is only my intuition, but without you here, I don't think anything will be moving forward inside the sanctuary. Subaru, that's another huge over-evaluation to dump on me.
Even if it's just intuition.
Lewis, it's the intuition of a woman who has lived over 100 years, you know? Subaru, the way to see that depends on whether we look at its good side or not, I guess. Replying to Lewis this way, Subaru politely bowed from atop the coachman's stand.
Watching her back away from the carriage, Otto quietly spilled, "We're going."
Subaru, yeah, see you again, Lewis-san. Take care on your way back.
Lewis, You'll get out of the forest if you go straight ahead from here.
Keep going until you hit the road, and then the ground dragons can take it from there.
Take care. Waving her little hand, Lewis bid them farewell.
Otto waved the signal flag and the line of dragon carriages resumed its march. After watching them leave, Lewis turned her back and headed into the depths of the forest, watching her little figure disappear into the gaps between the trees, praying that she would get back safely. Subaru felt a lump inside his chest that he couldn't put into words. Subaru, something just feels off.
He had felt a sense of incongruity in their previous conversation.
But, unable to quite put his finger on what it was, Subaru relinquished his weight onto the rocking of the dragon carriage. Coming out of the forest, into the radiant light of the sun, the road broadened out before them. They had crossed the barrier, and left the sanctuary. From here, there was still a long, long road ahead.
There were things he must do, and things he must say.
With these weighing down like mountains, Subaru continued on in the swaying dragon carriage. ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 31, Made. For Subaru, this would be the second time returning to Roswell's mansion from the sanctuary.
Subaru, although it was just a painful experience the first time. Subaru scratched his cheeks mumbling this, and jumped down from Patrash's back outside the gate. After bidding farewell to Lewis, Subaru and the refugees returned to Alam village safe and sound. Although, since they had already done so in the last loop, and having his trusted Patrash to guide the way, there was nothing he had to worry about. Subaru, the villagers are rejoicing, and Otto's staying behind in the village like last time. I was originally hoping to bring Otto along as a meat shield though. Actually, Subaru hesitated about dragging Otto along to the mansion. After all, there was a good chance it could get genuinely dangerous, and bringing Otto, who doesn't last well in intense situations, along probably wasn't a good idea.
In terms of a straight-up brawl, Subaru couldn't win against Otto, but Otto wasn't exactly a godlike martial artist.
Subaru wasn't particularly looking forward to seeing his organs in front of the Baal hunter. Subaru, I hope nothing happened. Last time, Subaru returned to the mansion 6 days after the beginning of the trials.
This time, it was 3.
Compared to before, he still had 3 days of leeway. Presumably, the mansion was attacked on the same night Subaru was killed. Taking all the factors into consideration, that much should be certain.
The problem was Subaru, 3 days left.
In other words, I'd have to get the information out of Frederica and head back to the sanctuary, fix the problems in the sanctuary, and then force march back to the mansion with Garfield. Just looking at time alone, it's not impossible, but there were tremendous hurdles to overcome before he could turn these empty theories to reality. It takes 8 hours just to clear the one-way route from the sanctuary to the mansion.
Going back and forth once would already take up almost a day in travel time.
Counting the loss of time in between as well, the amount of usable time available to Subaru becomes all the more severe. Subaru, there are backup plans for solving the problem as well. If I choose the optimal plan, it will be an arduous route even in the most optimistic cases. Knowing ahead of time when Elsa will attack, the optimal solution for Subaru would be to repel the assassin. This way, they wouldn't need to be constantly looking over their shoulders and be frightened by every shadow. In other words, he was hoping for complete victory, if possible. To accomplish this, they must exceed Elsa in combat strength, which would require having either Roswell or Garfield.
But at the moment, the likelihood of bringing either of them back to the mansion was not looking high.
Subaru, so in the end, there's no choice but to go for the second best option. Huh. While Subaru was muttering this despondently and scratching at his head, Patrash brought her nose over. Smiling awkwardly at the face of the ground dragon that was nudging against his shoulder, Subaru rubbed his palm over her hard scaly skin, and patted her on the head. Subaru, the rewards match the risks, but we aren't ready to bring nearly enough winning chances to counterbalance the risk. Which pretty much just leaves us with the turn tail and run and scatter like a bunch of baby spiders battle plan.
At the time of his battle with the witch cult, this was a conclusion that had crossed his mind, but while this was possible due to the number of pieces he had last time, this time, there weren't as many hands he could play.
Even with prior knowledge of the incoming attack, he would be more than satisfied if they could just manage to escape.
But there were problems with that as well. Subaru, everyone in the mansion.
Rem, Petra, Frederica. And Biko, I don't know if they'll all cooperate with evacuation. Honestly, if I just piggyback Rem and hold Petra's hand I'll be able to bring them along, but I'll probably break a few bones before I could convince the other two. Of course, if it ever comes down to it, he would drag everyone into the dragon carriage by force and abduct them away if he had to. He didn't think he'd be able to beat them in a fight, but if he kept yanking on their arms and wouldn't let go, he might just manage it somehow.
No, he definitely will. Subaru, who?
Exhaling a small sigh, Subaru felt the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders.
How many people's fates were resting on his words, his actions, and his resolve?
On the night before the battle with the white whale, he had felt this way as well. Subaru, it won't do any good to procrastinate outside the gates forever.
I still don't know if anything happened inside. Better make sure everyone's fine first. And after that?
Subaru, after that, I'll think about how to persuade them. Oh yeah, I got it, since they won't know anyway, I'll just lie and tell them that it's Roswell's instructions or something.
Whoa. You're so bad Subaru.
Subaru, just call me Dirty Wild, I'm still at an age to aspire towards this kind of bad boy image, you know. WH. In the middle of his sentence, Subaru heard the sound of giggling coming from behind and turned around. And, in the mansion's front gardens on the other side of the gate, there was a little maid, the familiar little girl, Petra, standing there. In front of the surprised-looking Subaru raising his brows, she shook her chestnut-colored hair and adorably tilted her head. Petra, welcome back, Subaru-sama.
Your return has come earlier than I thought. Subaru, yeah, I'm back.
Looks like I just caught a glimpse of the results of Frederica's education for the gifted.
Thanks for the reception.
At the sight of Petra picking up the hems of her skirt in a curtsy, Subaru loosened his cheeks in relief, before softly pushing open the gate and stepping inside. As he went on leading Petrash toward the ground dragon stables, Subaru looked down at Petra walking alongside him. Petra, dash. Seeing Subaru looking at her, she made a strange expression and hurriedly turned her back and began cleaning up her hair and smoothing out her dress. After she seemed satisfied with all that, okay, she turned back to Subaru with a nod. Petra, what is it, Subaru-sama? And, with a smile even more radiant than before, she showed him her adorable smile. Merging the cuteness of a little girl, and a promise of future beauty, it was a smile that, in spite of its youth, carried a fiendish power to abduct the hearts of the opposite sex. It was a perfect smile calculated with a complete understanding of how it would be perceived by others. Presented with such a smile, Subaru had to suck in a bit of air. Subaru, that.
Isn't that just way too adorable, you?
Petra, wah? Completely oblivious to her underlying intentions, Subaru wrapped the little girl in a hug as if that was the reaction she requested and started affectionately rubbing her head with a variety of complex petting techniques without any regard for restraint. Petra squeaked out a confused cry at the sudden action, but... Subaru, you don't even know half of what I'm feeling right now. You.
Damn, I'm so happy to see you again.
Petra, what's going on? Wait, Subaru.
It's too early for me to.
Subaru, really, I'm so glad. Petra, Subaru? Her face all blushing, struggling in his arms, Petra's expression changed. She settled in his arms, and looked up at Subaru, who had lowered his voice, and, gradually, the at once embarrassed and delighted expression disappeared from her face. "Petra, are you hurting somewhere?"
Worried, she extended out a finger and touched his trembling cheeks.
Then, a palm pressed against her fingers, and with, "I'm all right," Subaru shook his head.
He inhaled a deep breath through his nostrils and paused for a second. And then, opening his eyes once more.
"Subaru, I'm just seriously, from the bottom of my heart, relieved."
"I'm home, Petra."
After returning Patrash to the stables, Subaru returned to the mansion holding Petra's hands since she wanted to hold hands with him. Fortunately, according to Petra, no noteworthy changes had taken place since Subaru left the mansion. "Petra, right now, big sister Summer Frederica is away inspecting the boundaries in the mountains, so she'll be back after a little while. Maybe." As Petra informed him of the head maid's absence, Subaru recalled the boundaries in the mountains, that is, the magical crystals that sealed out the woolgarms. Though the woolgarms in the mountains were supposed to have been eradicated, the boundaries remained in service even now. It seems, aside from the woolgarms, there were other dangerous beasts that needed to be kept out by the boundaries, and, as the managers of Alam village, the task of maintaining them fell to the subjects of the Roswell camp. "Petra, once everyone in the village comes back, they can check for breaks in the boundaries themselves, but since everyone hasn't come back yet, big sister Summer Frederica is doing it." "Subaru, now that you're calling her big sister Summer, it sounds like you two have gotten closer while I was away, kinda makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside."
"Also, the villagers are all back now, you know."
"Petra, really?" When he pointed in the direction of the village, Petra's eyes lighted up and she squeaked out an excited cry. Her family was among those who evacuated to the capital, so both her parents had already been safely returned to the village.
But even so, she was still separated from neighbors and friends.
Now that she knew they were safe, Petra happily clapped her hands. "Subaru, yeah, you should go see them later."
"I'm sure they'll be excited to see you in your maid's uniform."
"Petra, yeah. Once I get permission from big sister Summer Frederica, I'll go change." "Subaru, no, there's no need to change."
"You look cute in it, you should let everyone see."
"Petra, cute?"
"I'm cute?"
"Subaru, yeah, you're cute, you're cute. So everyone sh." "Petra, yeah. I'll change and go see them." It pretty much turned into a situation where no matter how many times he tried saying, "No, it's fine," his voice kept getting cancelled out by her peals of thunder. Seeing that she was definitely not planning to change her mind about this, Subaru gave up making any further proposals. Cracking the bones of his neck, Subaru exhaled a deep breath and stopped. They were on the mansion's second floor, rubbing his soles on the carpet. He had lifted up his face and was staring at a door. Petra, feeling a little lonely, let go of his fingers. She was a smart girl who could read the mood. "Subaru, I'm sorry, Petra."
"Let me be alone with her, for a little while."
"Petra, I understand. I'll go finish cleaning up the West Wing, please call me if you need anything." As though she knew even before Subaru spoke, Petra put away her young girl's demeanors and returned to the role of a maid, and, with a slight bow, she left him there.
Receiving this gesture of consideration from her, despite there being a mountain of pressing matters closing in on him, Subaru lightly poked himself in the head. Poking, and
"Subaru, I asked myself what I should give priority to.
And I wound up coming here." Pushing open the door, Subaru slowly stepped into the room. A room where time had stopped.
In that plain and simple room, there was a bed, and on it, a young girl was sleeping. The girl was no longer wearing her familiar servant's dress, but was now wrapped in a light blue nightgown. Her eyes were closed, and not even her faint breathing could be heard, only, the silent rise and fall of her chest gave proof that she still lives. Subaru, Rem. Lending voice to that name, who could understand the vortex of emotions carried within that single word? That unstoppable torrent of emotion, meant for only one person in the world. He had resolved to be strong, to turn his heart to steel, to not waver in the face of all difficulties.
resolved to no longer depend on others, and to hold his head high.
But, in front of her, all this determination scattered into mist.
The Subaru who told Amelia to leave it to him, who took her hand and told her he will find a way, the Subaru who once did so with so much strength. The facade of that resolve fell apart the moment he stood before her. Subaru, I'm pathetic. I'm so weak.
As soon as he was in front of Rem, Subaru returned to the weak Natsuki Subaru he once was. Returned to the time before Rem's devotion had affirmed him, to the time before he first stood up. Slowly, he reached out to her sleeping face and gently swept aside the hair on her forehead. Asleep, her expression did not change, and he had not found a single clue to restoring her eaten self.
But if he did nothing and let her go on sleeping like this, it would be certain that even her vessel will be lost as well.
Subaru, maybe you didn't mean to, but because of you, my resolve has been hardened. Weak and fragile, the surface of his heart that would break off at the touch was slowly covered over with steel. The fact that Rem's sleeping figure and the certain beating of her heart still existed allowed Natsuki Subaru to return to that instant.
To the emotions of that moment when he was reborn.
Subaru, because you told me that it's all right even if I am weak, you told me that you will help me become stronger. I will find a way, no matter what it takes, and stand up no matter how many times I fall. No matter what pain, what suffering, what hardship or unpleasantness awaited him, the love of her entire soul healed Subaru, and sent the desire into his heart to move forward in return. Subaru, you, and Petra and everyone else.
I will bring you all out safely. He gently stroked her sleeping forehead, and suppressed his feeling that wanted to touch her more.
A gust of wind had blown into the room, while he sat silently in the chair at her bedside. That portion of the limited time he had, the meager, precious time that he needed to conserve, he gave it all to her. At this point, this was the best that Subaru could do to offer her his heart.
For how long had time passed in this stillness?
Suddenly, Subaru's consciousness that was vacantly staring at Rem in a daze was pulled back to reality by the sound of a knock on the door. Lifting his face, and turning to the door, yes, he answered, and
Apologies for the intrusion. I am glad you've returned safely, Subaru-sama.
Quietly pushing open the door, a tall woman entered the room. With her golden hair swaying, and her posture impeccable and refined, it was Frederica. Seeing Subaru at the sleeping Rem's side, she slightly lowered her head, and
Frederica, there are a variety of questions I wish to ask you. And I am sure Subaru-sama feels the same. Let us change the location.
Although she is asleep, I doubt these are things that she would especially like to hear. Subaru, that sure helped speed things along. The things I want to ask you, do you already have some idea what they are? Frederica, possibly. Hearing that modest response, Subaru spilled out a small sigh and stood up from his chair. He touched Rem's sleeping cheeks one last time, and, as if to sever his reluctance, he clenched tight his fist. Subaru, your rowdy, foul-mouthed little brother, that Gapmo who looks like a loli but is a granny on the inside. The sanctuary that is the experimental grounds, and Roswell's true intentions. Let me look forward to seeing how much of that you can answer. Frederica, since the master hasn't returned, it would seem that the trials haven't ended yet. After leaving Rem's bedroom, the two of them moved to the drawing room. Placing a steaming cup of amber-colored tea in front of Subaru, Frederica sat down across from him and opened with these words.
Receiving the cup, Subaru nodded, yeah, as he stirred his tea with a spoon. Subaru, you sure got straight to the point.
So, don't you feel a little guilty about knowing all that inside information and yet giving us so little when you sent us off?
Frederica, I won't make excuses.
After all, it is true that I did not tell you everything about the sanctuary and the trials and that no-good little brother of mine. Frederica's detached tone did not seem to be carrying any sense of guilt about that fact.
However, he couldn't say for certain that she was entirely without remorse.
Perhaps, she was merely suppressing such feelings and pretending to be without emotions so as not to reveal the contents of her heart. It was the same with Ram, but considering the lengths of time he had gotten to know them, it was far more difficult to tell with Frederica. Subaru, as I said back in the room, there are all sorts of things I want to ask you. Can I expect to get answers to all of them? Frederica, I don't imagine I would be able to meet such expectations.
Since the sanctuary is not yet liberated, I am still bound by my contract to the Master.
As long as I must abide by that contract, there is a limit to what facts I can convey to Subaru-sama.
Subaru, contracts again. It's the same with everybody here.
Subaru pressed a hand to his forehead and felt an especially bitter sense of disappointment. As much as he wanted to raise his voice and scream that contracts could be interpreted more freely, when he remembered his promise to Emilia, he realized he couldn't bring himself to force anyone else to break theirs. Subaru, what if I were to ask you about the details of your contract? Frederica, I'm sorry. As long as the contract exists between Roswell-sama and myself, the information I can reveal is limited.
I'm afraid that is all I could say on that subject. Subaru, there's no new information at all. Damn it, that asshole always has to do these baffling things.
Looks like this time I'll have no choice but to treat him as an enemy from now on. Clicking his tongue at the culprit responsible for this disappointing reality, Subaru tried to pull himself together by taking a sip of his tea. He could still only taste leaves, but after drinking them over and over, Subaru could already distinguish the expensive leaves from those that are not. And his tongue told him that these were expensive leaves. Subaru, this may not be the right occasion, but... Frederica, you originally came from the sanctuary, and you're Garfield's older sister, right? Or you can't even tell me that much? Frederica, no, that is not a problem.
What you said is
correct. Although, more accurately, I am not from the sanctuary, but only grew up there.
However, since I have lived in the sanctuary from as early as I could remember, it would not be incorrect to put it that way. Subaru, not from the sanctuary. That's what Lewis-san said as well.
Sounds like Roswell likes to bring half-bloods to live there, huh? In the dragon carriage on the road home, Lewis, who tagged along, had mentioned this. Back then, because of Lewis' refusal, he didn't manage to get to the true intentions behind Roswell's actions, but Subaru, half-bloods can't pass through the barrier, so bringing them in is basically the same as imprisoning them there, isn't it?
Then why would he do such a thing?
And the people there, despite knowing that they're being imprisoned, they didn't seem to be particularly upset and instead appeared to be living peaceful lives there. At least, they didn't seem to be people who had been forcefully dragged in and trapped, nor were there any signs of outrage at their treatment in the course of their daily lives.
In other words, it was as though they had accepted their lives within the sanctuary.
Could there be some significance to that? Frederica, Subaru-sama, do you know about the demi-human war? Subaru, demi-human war. If it's just the word, I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. If he sieved through his memories to the very beginning, he must have heard that word 2 or 3 times before. Subaru remembered being struck with the impression that that name more or less conveyed the basics of what had occurred.
Hearing Subaru's vague answer, Frederica gently brushed her fingers through her golden hair, before lightly covering her razor-sharp fangs that were peeking through the corner of her lips.
Frederica, if you wish to unravel the purpose of the sanctuary's existence and Roswell-sama's considerations, we would first have to talk a bit about the demi-human war. Saying this, she stood up and walked to the back of the drawing room. Sensing Subaru's gaze trailing behind her, Frederica picked up a box from the table in the back of the room, and... Frederica, don't be so alarmed, I am merely getting some confectionaries. Revealing a slight smile on the corners of her lips, she returned and set down the box in front of Subaru. Laid out inside, were assorted sweets unique to this world which he had only tasted on extremely rare occasions in Roswell's mansion. While Subaru looked back and forth between the treats and the face of the girl who presented them. Frederica, since it will be a long and tiresome story, please enjoy, and bear with me. ARC for the Everlasting Covenant Chapter 32. Tilting the steaming teacup to his lips and taking a sip, Subaru opened his ears to Frederica's words. Frederica, the demi-human war, to begin with, would Subaru-sama know what kind of dispute this was? Subaru, like I said, I don't know the details. Just I can kinda imagine what might have happened just from the name and the historical background. Frederica, that's interesting.
May I ask what you imagined it to be?
Hearing this reply from Subaru, Frederica covered the corner of her lips and smiled. Covering her mouth full of fangs while smiling seemed to be a deeply ingrained habit of hers, and Subaru often saw her this way.
It would seem that although she loved to smile, she didn't want others to see it.
Closing his eyes and scratching at his cheeks, right, Subaru began. Subaru, I don't know how long ago that war took place, but I can imagine it couldn't have had nothing to do with the Witch of Envy. I've seen how Emilia was treated like a tumor in the capital, and I know that half-elves are despised by all sorts of people. Recorded even in picture books, the Witch of Envy was universally known as the unparalleled symbol of absolute evil.
Being a silver-haired half-elf, for having only this one point in common with the witch, Emilia was treated with this unjust prejudice.
So, in the wake of the Witch of Envy, Subaru could imagine the kind of conflict that might have arisen from even the most insignificant details.
Subaru, a half-elf, would be a child between a human and an elf, right?
Carrying on from their hatred of half-elves. It's not too far-fetched that some would believe that half-bloods born between humans and other races are also heresy deserving of persecution. Frederica, please, do go on. Subaru, I'm just pulling this from imagination, but since the persecution of half-elves led to the persecution of half-bloods by association, if we take this to the extreme, the very existence of the demi-humans who begot the half-bloods would also be a threat as well.
That's probably what some of those guys are thinking.
To the extent of Subaru's knowledge, the humans are by far the most numerous race in this world. He knew of the existence of elves, and beastmen like Anastasia's triplets, but just based on his observations over the days he spent at the capital, the absolute number of demi-humans were indeed far fewer than the humans. And so, solely owing to their majority, they came to believe that they had justice on their side. Subaru, I doubt absolutely everyone would have taken up this way of thinking, but the loud and obnoxious types are probably the same anywhere. So, compared to hatred of demi-humans, it's probably closer to fear, isn't it? And when that frustration eventually boils over. Frederica, the tension between humans and demi-humans erupted.
The smoldering kindling caught fire, and with ever-gathering momentum, its flames engulfed the whole of Lugnica. Spilling this in a melancholic voice, Frederica continued on from Subaru's words.
Closing one of his eyes, Subaru gazed at her downcast expression.
And Frederica, with a single nod, turned up her face.
Frederica, there is almost no need to supplement your conjectures, nor are there any grounds for dispute. Have you truly never heard any detailed accounts of the war? Subaru, nah.
If that was essentially correct, it's just thanks to my power of imagination. Or reading experience.
This kind of stuff shows up in light novels a lot, you know, antagonism between races and stuff. Although, of course, Subaru never actually paid much mind to these problems in reality.
Even in his original world, so-called racial discrimination existed.
But, to Subaru, they might as well have been taking place a world away.
Like problems existing in some parallel world.
He was himself, and the others were others. He had held this coldly apathetic outlook. And while this was true in a way, in reality, he was only averting his eyes. Subaru, it's just, even if I can imagine how things got the way they are, I'd still have no idea how to fix it. But since you're saying this in the past tense, at least that means the demi-human war had already run its course, right? Frederica, in a sense, yes. But the scars of the war run deep, and the sprouts of prejudice against the offsprings between humans and demi-humans remain deeply rooted even now. Perhaps because she herself was born as a target of such prejudice, Frederica's words carried a certain heaviness that could not have been understood by someone merely listening from the outside. Subaru wanted to ask what happened next, but hesitated before he could throw these words at her.
And, sensing this on his mind, Frederica sighed. Frederica, my apologies for making you worried. Let us continue the story.
Subaru, I kinda wanna say don't force yourself, but these things directly tie into what I need to ask, so I can't really say that.
So, do force yourself, please.
Frederica, My. You certainly are adept at spurring people on, Subaru-sama. Favorably interpreting Subaru's rather selfish remark, Frederica lifted her own cup and let a sip roll over her tongue. Frederica, the demi-human war began approximately 50 years ago. From there, it went on for nearly 10 years.
And it was recorded to have concluded 40 years ago. Subaru, 10 years. That's a long time.
Although, back home, I think we've got a 100 years war and a 30 years war or something in our history as well. Subaru wasn't so well read when it came to historical novels, so his knowledge of these events didn't go past glancing over their names in textbooks, but, with names like that, he could more or less guess how long those wars lasted at least.
30 years, and 100 years.
It's a frightening thought, how anyone could hate another person enough to carry on a war for so long. Even Subaru had only spent about 2 months in the parallel world. Subaru, that's just way too exhausting. Who can keep on playing Bokosuka wars for more than 10 years?
Frederica, regardless, the war first originated from a dispute between the humans and a demi-human settlement.
Originally, it would only have been a local dispute contained within a small area. But because of the incident that followed, in a single stroke, the heat of war flared up. And the horrific conflict, in which blood upon blood washed over every corner of the land, began. Subaru, the incident that followed? Frederica, not long after conflict first broke out, the king of Lugnica at the time saw the seriousness of the situation and dispatched his close attendant as an envoy for peace. On the demi-human side, the chiefs of various races gathered to welcome the envoy and to negotiate for a resolution, but hearing Frederica's words trail off, Subaru silently tilted his head, prompting her to continue. Seeing his gesture, Frederica closed her eyes. Frederica, those who attended that conference, the envoys from the palace and the demi-human chiefs alike, were all indiscriminately slaughtered on the spot. Subaru, indiscriminately slaughtered.
But by who, and for what?
Frederica, the culprit remains unknown even to this day. But, at the time, both the humans and the demi-humans were convinced that the other was responsible. And consequently, a small ember became a great devouring fire, and would not be put out for all 10 years.
As it so happened.
Subaru, what were they doing?
If they just properly talked it through.
But that's too idealistic, isn't it?
Given the emotions of the people at the time, this might be too much of a godlike perspective to take. The envoy dispatched by the palace was the king's personal attendant.
Considering the prestige of the envoy murdered at the scene of negotiation, to withdraw the matter without bringing the culprit to justice would have been beneath the dignity of a kingdom. And, from the demi-human's perspective, the fact was that their chiefs had been gathered in one place and massacred. Although it'd be demeaning to count lives this way, in purely numerical terms, the demi-human side lost more.
Adding to that, was the existence of the witch of envy that first laid the foundations of the strife between their races.
It would be difficult enough to even begin to mend their relations, and in this standstill, there was no time to deal with the problems that followed. Further and further behind, unable to stem the tide, it wouldn't be hard to imagine how this invited the tragedy that resulted. Frederica, in the end, the demi-human war concluded with the surrender of the demi-humans. Even then, the demi-humans refused to take responsibility for the massacre at the conference, and only acknowledged that it would be senseless to continue the war any further. Subaru, personally, stuck in this kind of quagmire, I think the side that stepped back first was actually the smarter one. Also, this was like a civil war, wasn't it?
There's no benefit to the country at all.
Frederica, the truth was precisely that. Lugnica's power greatly declined over the course of the demi-human war. It was fortunate that at the time, all the neighboring nations were also dealing with turmoil of their own, otherwise, Lugnica may very well have been replaced by some other kingdom. It must have been fortune in midst of misfortune that the other 3 nations were also occupied with internal strife, thus narrowly saving Lugnica from a final death blow. Yet, a crisis no less perilous than that era was facing this kingdom even now.
Subaru, but, well, it's still pretty amazing that they managed to put an end to a war that lasted so long. It must have taken a whole lot of courage, and the resistance from the hardliners couldn't have been easy to overcome.
Frederica, it was because humanity had won overwhelming presence among them who bent the pro-war faction's will. For it was to the unrivaled swordsmanship of the then-current generation sword saint, Theresia van Astria Summer, that all the demi-humans bowed their heads. Is something the matter? Subaru, no, I was just surprised to hear a name that I know.
It's a small world. Having heard that name before, Subaru remembered that Wilhelm's wife was named Theresia.
The sword saint of that era, she must have been the generation before Reinhard. Hearing that a single woman had put an end to a war that had raged on for 10 years, Subaru felt a true sense of the unorthodoxy of the existence that was the sword saint.
Subaru, well, I have a general idea how the demi-human war went now. And I can more or less imagine the kind of problems might have sprung up from it.
Frederica, the reality was almost exactly as Subaru Summer surmised.
It would seem that your mind is sharper than I thought. I'm surprised to find that I've misjudged you. Subaru, I'll just pretend that was a compliment for now.
So, moving along, although the demi-human war has ended, the prejudice against the demi-humans couldn't have been dispelled so easily.
Of course, people wouldn't blatantly flaunt their hostility under the public eye, but
even in the capital, along the streets lined by fruit stalls, humans and demi-humans seem to be living in normal, peaceful coexistence. But who knows how much pain and struggle had to pass before such a scene could become part of normal life. And, contrary to places like these, there must also have been places where peace had not become normal occurrence, and there will always be places where light does not reach. Subaru, places like closed-off villages with small populations, isolated from the outside world. If one guy stands out as a problem, I get the feeling the whole place would set on him. Frederica, you could say that my little brother and I had lived through precisely this kind of environment.
Furrowing her brows at some painful reminiscences, for the first time in this conversation, Frederica directly referred to her little brother, Garfield. Then, turning her eyes somewhere far away. Frederica, my brother is my sibling by a different father.
Our surnames are different because of this. I took my father's surname, while my little brother took the surname of our mother. Subaru, your full name is Frederica Baumann, right? Frederica, yes.
And my brother's last name would be Tinsel. Our mother was a
clumsy person, and also an unlucky person.
It was as if Frederica tried to find the right word, but failed to find it in the end.
Hearing her say this, Subaru showed an expression of non-understanding, when she started again with, "It's embarrassing to say this, but Frederica, it seems, our mother was in the process of being sold off because of her debt, when the Slavers were set upon by a group of demi-human bandits and she was captured."
That's where she met my father.
Subaru, why?
Why wait. I get the feeling I have to prepare my heart before I can hear this.
Frederica, but that father died soon after, and my mother carried me as an infant as she wandered without a home, when she was captured by another demi-human band.
That's where she met Garfield's father.
Subaru, wait, I was wrong.
I never thought it was going to get this heavy.
Frederica, and so, I won't dwell on these things. In any case, Garfield was born, but once again, we were unable to stay with Garfield's father. So our mother, carrying the two of us, wandered once more, and, when we were at the end of our ropes, we were taken in by the house of Mathers. Briefly laying bare her heavy past, a certain nostalgia emerged in Frederica's eyes as she sighed.
Then, stroking the handle of her chair with a palm.
Frederica, at the time, still in his early teens, the master, Roswell Summer, had already inherited his title as the head of the House of Mathers.
To my brother and I, the master is our savior in the truest sense of the word. And I consider it to be an honor to be able to serve at his side this way.
Subaru, so the two of you were brought into the sanctuary, and lived there, huh? By the way, it's a bit hard to bring this up, but, what happened to your mother? From what he could gather from her story so far, their mother must have been a pure-blooded human.
Which meant that she would have been able to enter and exit the sanctuary at will. But whether it was at the sanctuary or the mansion, Subaru had never seen anyone who could have been her.
Yet just as Subaru was imagining the worst, Frederica shook her head. Frederica, it seems I've made you worried, but please rest assured. After leaving my brother and I with Roswell Summer, our mother left the mansion without leaving word of where she was going.
Nor have we heard from her since. But she must be safe and still living somewhere, I believe.
Subaru, Listening to Frederica lightly saying this, Subaru couldn't utter another word and only remained in silence. Although the worst Subaru had prepared for was their being separated by death, the crueler reality was that she had abandoned them.
But hearing this created even more questions.
Subaru, even though your mother left like this, Garfield is still using her surname, while you're using your father's.
Why is that?
Frederica, because there were no records of her left behind, our memories of our mother were told to us by others. And in these unreliable circumstances, I took my father's surname. As for the reason why my little brother took our mother's surname,
it was because that child didn't know about our mother. As much as he pretends to be meaner than he is stubbornly sentimental at heart. Subaru, stubbornly sentimental. Reviewing his impression of Garfield in his mind, the description would explain many things.
Although he would be quicker to take action than to think things through, and despite being foul-mouthed and rude, Garfield was nonetheless sensible and understanding.
He considered himself dumb, but he was not entirely unthoughtful, nor would he act completely without reason. Everything about him was reminiscent of a juvenile delinquent punk from the good old days.
In terms of sensibilities alone, Subaru couldn't deny that Garfield was upstanding and noble-minded in his own way. Frederica, Subaru Summer. Would you happen to know how the sanctuary's barrier distinguishes its targets? While Subaru occupied his mind with such thoughts, Frederica threw him this rather abrupt question. Unable to understand the meaning behind it, Subaru was a little slow to react. He looked back at Frederica without much confidence, and with, Subaru, honestly, no. While there's no doubt the barrier certainly exists, I can't feel it at all. It's probably using some kind of magic to check everyone that passes, I guess. Frederica, the barrier does so by verifying the blood inside the veins of those who passes through.
If it can clearly distinguish both human and demi-human blood, that person will be repelled. In essence, that is the nature of the barrier.
Subaru, what are you trying to say? Unsure why she was suddenly revealing the barrier's conditions to him, Subaru only quietly asked her this in return.
Receiving this response, Frederica lightly nodded.
Frederica, do you perhaps now understand how I was able to pass through the barrier and exit the sanctuary? Subaru, I don't. I feel like I understand even less now after you told me the barrier's conditions. On the road back, I saw Lewis-san almost collapse when she came close to the barrier, so I'm sure the barrier's effects are real.
And it was the same when we entered the sanctuary as well.
Right before Garfield's dramatic introduction, Amelia had collapsed from passing through the barrier.
Having witnessed its immense power, only a fool would have any doubts about its existence.
Subaru, huh?
How come?
That moment, a shock flashed across Subaru's mind.
On the road back home, he was accompanied by Lewis.
After saying goodbye to Lewis, as they cleared the forest and passed through the barrier, he had felt a sense of incongruity.
Now he had the answer to their unease.
Subaru had already noticed this when he saw Lewis' reaction as they came close to the barrier.
Subaru, they were under the same conditions. But how come when he was that close to the barrier, that bastard Garfield was still fine and kicking around?
Ambushing them as soon as they passed through the barrier, Garfield threw Patrash and the dragon carriage into the air as if they were nothing. He certainly didn't use his full strength that time, but compared to Amelia, who fainted as she passed through the barrier, and Lewis, who almost collapsed just by going near it, Garfield's behavior was completely different.
It was as though his body wasn't affected by the barrier at all.
Frederica, owing to his special characteristic, atavism, at first glance, my brother might appear to have more demi-human lineage, but in fact, that is not the case.
The same is true with me.
Subaru, if detection of blood is the barrier's criteria for distinguishing humans from half-bloods, To bypass this criteria, one side of the blood would just have to be too thin to detect.
Frederica, although my brother and I have different fathers, neither of them were pure-blooded demi-humans.
Both were half-blooded, and combined with our human mother, we were born having inherited only 1/4 of demi-human blood, having been twice diluted this way.
Subaru, 1/4. So that's why you're not repulsed by the barrier.
The barrier that repels half-bloods does not repel quarter-bloods. It sounded almost farcical, but his existing suspicions told him that it was the truth. On the subject of why Frederica was able to cross the barrier, Lewis had only given the ambiguous explanation that she was an exception. But now, Subaru could understand her answer.
But then, this would give rise to next question.
Subaru, wait. Then does that mean Garfield can also freely exit the sanctuary? If he wants to, that guy can just come out regardless of whether the trials are completed?
If that was true, then it would be surprising and welcome news.
If he could bring him out without the barrier blocking the way, there would now be a possibility of using his strength to repel Elsa when she attacks the mansion. Originally, Subaru had already abandoned his hopes of repulsing Elsa in this loop and was preparing to evacuate everyone from the mansion, but now. Subaru, if that guy can come out, then. Frederica, it's true, that same as myself, my brother can also venture outside the sanctuary. When it came time for me to leave the sanctuary, he was supposed to have come with me, and he had come along as far as the edge of the barrier.
But.
Cutting off her words there, Frederica looked at Subaru, who seemed to have found some glimmer of hope. But her eyes were filled with an emotion so deep and somber that Subaru felt his hopes cool off at once.
Seeing him this way, she went on.
Frederica, my little brother chose to stay behind. And as long as the sanctuary is not liberated, I don't think Garfield will ever set foot outside it.
He is a kind and stubbornly sentimental child. Subaru, sentimental? You don't mean?
Seeing Subaru raise his brows as his thoughts arrived at that point, as if confirming his astonishment, Frederica gave a single nod as she covered the corner of her lips with her sleeve.
Frederica, that child could not leave the residence of the sanctuary behind while he ventures out alone.
He is neither good, nor bad, only a straightforward
and troublesome little brother.